different light, and only different will seem right. With different comes color. The world's a shinier place. Turn wherever you want. You'll find a happier space. Different turns it up. It brings everything to life. It all starts happening just the way you like. Different never blends in. It has its own way. Why go anywhere else when you can be different every day? Presenting the Tiago NRG, the urban tough roader for those who live different. See the
Good afternoon, friends. I'm Anuj, and I'm your host today, along with Miss Subha.
Hi.
Hey, Subha. Do you know which company has portfolio of cars which are one of the safest in India?
Of course, yes. Everyone knows. Vocal for local, our very own Tata Motors.
Correct. They've been on an amazing roll for the last few quarters. Phenomenal. Tiago got launched in 2016 April. It was a game changer, an instant success. Customers loved its design and drive experience. They won more than 20 awards in the launch year itself.
And that is why there are 3.5 lakh Tiagos on road today.
That's the kind of loyalty Tiago commands. But today, we are going to show you the new avatar of Tiago, which is more fun,
More adventurous.
more rugged. Presenting
The Tiago NRG.
NRG is very different from Tiago. Nahin? What do you think?
Yeah, it looks very rugged and muscular. Very distinct.
The Tata Tiago NRG here is a purpose-built tough roader. The high ground clearance helps it conquer tough terrains, while the SUV-inspired front and side cladding give it a tougher stance. And take a look at these rugged roof rails. They really make the Tiago NRG stand tall.
True. It doesn't look like any other raw off-roading vehicle.
All right, Subha. I cannot contain the excitement anymore. Let me take you both out for a spin. I hope you took good notice of the car color. For it's a green.
Looks gorgeous.
It's the perfect color for where we are headed.
Anuj, it's about time now. Where are we going?
To a place you love. Very few people know about it. You're lucky that I'm with you.
Okay. I hope it's worth all the hype.
Yes. Just sit back and relax. And enjoy the 8-speaker Harman surround system.
Anuj, do you even know where we're heading?
Don't worry. The car has infotainment system with Apple Carplay and Android Auto.
Are you sure the car can take us to such places?
Yes. Don't worry, my dear. It's the Tough Roader NRG. It has 181mm ground clearance
And dual path suspension to make sure we can go to any such place.
and it comes with 15-inch hyper-style wheels which have strong steel rims specially made to handle such terrains.
I'm so surprised you spoke of the car color and you did not talk about the interior. I really like the black interior color. It's so sporty. And also the seats, they're so comfortable and spacious.
You know what I like about this car? I like the way it drives. It's smooth, comfortable, it drives quick. Just the way a car should.
I am really impressed.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to off-road.
And I was talking about the car. Thank you, Tata Motors, for designing cars which even amateurs like him can drive.
Wait for it. And we are here. You know what's so special?
This, Anuj, this is...
And the fact that this car has a global NCAP 4-star rating. It's amazing to have an Indian manufacturer lead the way when it comes to safety.
Now this is a cool car.
And it comes in different exciting colors. Apart from this one, it comes in snow white, fire red, and cloudy grey.
This is amazing, Anuj. Together we have just witnessed the Tiago NRG.
And it's been a whole different experience. This car is not just good for city drives, but also for tough drives like these. So, for now, signing off, this is Anuj.
And this is Subha. Hopefully, see you super soon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Yuvin Invitational, powered by Tata Tiago NRG with our energy partners Red Bull. And this is me, Lucifer. Along with me is Grizzly, and we are back to the D-Day. That's Grand Finals.
Absolutely, can't wait for it. We've been counting down the days, Lucifer, for the last 1 week now. This is an invitational that we've been looking forward to. And looks like we have two of the best of the 8 that were selected are going to face off in the big grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5. So super excited about it. Super pumped.
I agree with you. I mean, just like how we are pumped, I'm pumped of the partnership that we have with here Tata. Tata being India's largest automobile industry, the manufacturers, they've partnered up for a gaming tournament, an esports tournament. That says a lot about them, that they're ready to start venturing out, and you and partnering with them for this invitational, it's incredible, because I'm pretty sure I did have a discussion. They said there's a lot more packing and coming in, just like the match that is there between Valor as well as the side of team uh, sorry, EXO. It's like there's two letters. Which is that? X? Yeah, my bad. It's going to be Team EXO versus Team Valor, and just like these both teams have class and experience, Tata Tiago NRG is fully packed up with the same, and it oozes class, man. I've seen that vehicle, but it's so incredible with Android Play as well as Apple Play coming in. I mean, it's Android Auto and Apple Play. I'm not an Apple fan, so I'm mixing words here. But yeah, it's incredible, right? I'm looking forward to that. But right now, let's take a look and have a little bit discussion, because D-Day, as we mentioned, it's about the prize pool.
Absolutely, the prize pool of 1 lakh rupees. So the stakes are most definitely high. And I think tonight, the teams are going to be fighting for that big 50,000, Lucifer. The winner is going to be taking away that 50,000 rupees, and the loser of tonight's game is going to walk away with 35,000 rupees. It's not a small prize in itself, but I think it's more than just the prize pool. It's also the pride and bragging rights more than anything else.
I completely agree with you. It's always about the bragging, right? So you manage to take down your opponent. That's what you're looking forward to. Prize is always, I would say, certain times become secondary in terms of tournaments where you're looking forward to take down a rival who you were trying from a lot, or trying for a long time now. It happens. So I think this is going to be a fight that I am looking forward to. But before that, a beautiful ad being shot from Yuvin itself for Tata. Let's take a look at it.
With different comes color. The world's a shinier place. Turn wherever you want. You'll find a happier space. Different turns it up. It brings everything to life. It all starts happening just the way you like. Tiago NRG, the urban top roader for those who live different.
हेलो
हेलो, तेरे बिल्डिंग के नीचे खड़ा हूँ, जल्दी आ, रोड ट्रिप को जाएंगे।
हेलो अरे हेलो रुक।
मैं कहीं सपनों के पीछे भाग रहा था, कहीं बातों में मतलब ढूंढ रहा था, ना समझ था हर एक पल जो छूट रहा था, ख्वाहिशों जैसे तुझको मैं खोज रहा था, क्यों जाने तू कहाँ है बता, हाँ जाने क्यों ढूंढता रहा तेरा पता, हाँ ठहरे जो कल के खोया चांद सा है समा, गहरा सा है अंधेरा, कल की सुबह का इंतजार,
see the world.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that beautiful ad from Yuvin. I mean, this Yuvin Invitational, looking at the grand finals and this ad coming in, it was very beautiful. And in case you have any feedback and how much you liked, please don't forget to hit that like and also put up your comments in either the comment section or even in the live chat as well. Let us know how you enjoyed that beautiful ad coming in, because this is a beautiful partnership to express both experience in terms of how teams are fighting, as well as the numerous years that Tata has in automobile and various other industries. With their Tiago coming in, Tiago NRG, it brings in class, experience, safety, each and everything that you want in terms of a car performing, as well as I would say giving you all the benefits, right? You have all the things that you can use, which we talk about, like kind of smart cars. It has many of those options already installed.
I agree. I mean, for me, honestly, when I heard about the Apple CarPlay and the Android Auto, I was super excited because I think that stuff is yet to penetrate in the Indian market. And we all love listening to music. We all have so many apps, our go-to stuff that we want to listen to when we're on the drive. So, super excited about that, man. And yes, about the partnership overall, I think it's great and fantastic for the esports industry in India right now. We're in such a good place, and I think seeing brands like Tata and among some of the others, I know Red Bull is a partner here as well. I'm just super happy to hear about these partnerships flourishing.
This is going to go a long way. I mean, looking forward to this because this opens up numerous channels, as I previously said. But right now, it's about the grand finals, right? That's why Yuvin Invitational organized this tournament. It's all about the grand finals. It's between Team EXO and Team Valor going head to head in on a best of five. So let's give you an introduction about the maps. So the maps, it's going to be split, bind, ascent, icebox, and Haven, all the maps of Valorant before Breeze came in. So Breeze, I guess, has been vetoed out. I did say this, Grizzly. Why did you let Breeze out? I mean, it is the fresh air in between all the other Valorant maps, but Breeze going down, it's okay. It's a team. If teams show us a good game, that's all I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and I think the other key aspect here for Breeze being bind is that the teams are now more open to bind, which previously, before Breeze had arrived, bind would usually be the first map that
Yep.
would get vetoed out, and probably because of the teleporters, there's no real mid control that you can take, and there's such an unpredictability because of the way the map is structured. So it's really nice to see bind really coming back. It kind of reminds me of how when Dust 2 was brought back into the whole CS:GO competitive pool, because it was one of the first maps ever. And so I'm super excited to see that. Another interesting thing here, Lucifer, is that Valor is going to be defending first in 2 out of the first 3 games, and
Yep.
this is a best of 3. So if Valor starts strong on split, which I think they should, I think they really have a good chance in getting that momentum in their way. But of course, we have to talk about Team EXO, and we saw the whole combination play between Excali on that Sky, and of course, Simmer was on our on the Sova. Excited to see what picks will be for split. Um, Agent compositions. Do you think we will see a KO today?
We did see already Sai play KO. I did see the match between Team EXO and I guess Enigma. I saw the semifinals matchup and they did pick up a KO coming in and they turned it around. I did also see the matchup of, yes, Team EXO versus F1LS, where they took up KO on the map of Split. So starting it off, as you
Interesting.
mentioned, right? Split is going to be the map for the side of Team EXO. Then it's going to be the side of Team uh, my bad, man. Team Valor coming in
Team
with the map
Valor.
of Bind, and then going back, it's going to be the side of Team EXO with Ascent, and then we are going to be heading to the last 2 maps, which is both picked coming in from the side of Team Valor, Icebox and Haven. So the initial 2 maps that is going to be split as well as Ascent, the side of Team Valor need to watch out for the side of Team EXO. If not, you know what's going to happen, as the potential that Team EXO has, as we have seen 3 duelists, 3 key players who play Jet who have completely turned around. It does only change their pace of action, but not their aim prowess.
I agree. I agree, and I'm super excited to see Icebox and Haven also possibly. This one just might go down to the wire, and that would be ideal. Honestly, it would be the most entertaining for all of us if we see all 5 maps today. It is a best of 5, folks, remember, and the stakes are high, so we are going to be seeing the best of both these teams today. I'm excited for that. Perhaps Team Valor will bring in Strokey for the grand finals. Lucifer, any thoughts on that? I know he was sitting out yesterday, and we had Buster, and honestly, they didn't seem to miss him at all. The performance was so strong from Team Valor, but maybe we'll see a Strokey pick today. Who knows?
I think that's the hidden card, that's the hidden strategy that the side of Team Valor are hiding, because this is what we talked about, right? Don't show all your maps, don't show all your advantages, your strategies, your counter plays coming in, your agent picks. It's going to be very crucial, and we know how brilliant Sai is on that IGL right now. He has been pulling up counter stats day in and day out, map in and map out, and all the opponents are feeling that heat. It's not easy to outstrat the side of Team EXO, because the setups each and every round as well change from the side of Team EXO, and they're going in for it. They're going in all guns. They're not letting even one thing unchecked.
I agree. I agree. And yeah, I mean, we talked about the experience of Team EXO as well, right? From a lot of their players really coming in from that CS:GO scene, so they know how to play big tournaments. They know how to play grand finals. But is there some pressure on Team EXO to start showing these big championships, Lucifer? And I know they're a big name, right? They've got
Yep.
big name players, and so the fans and the critics somewhere, are they under pressure to pull this victory off, that they have to win it to show to the community and to show to the other big teams that, hey, we are already at that level and competing blow for blow with names like GE and VLT?
I mean, I think that's a good thing that you mentioned, because previously we did see that Valor did manage to take down the side of Team G in one tournament, and right now they're coming up with that kind of a confidence, and that's the reason they got a victory of 2-0 yesterday against Cohesion. So that confidence, that morale boost from the side of Team Valor is already there, and as you mentioned, if the side of Team Valor go with that boost, they should have a really great competition on the side of Team EXO. But Team EXO also have that same morale boost, that they want to become India's best. At the end of the day, for all these teams, it's about representing India rather than most of these Indian tournaments itself. It's about how they come up in Indian names, saying that okay, when there's going to be top Indian teams coming, Team EXO needs to be one. And I think that's what these lads are trying to perform and outperform as well. And with those change up in terms of those agents that I talked about, right? The duelist, major duelist, 3 duelists in a single team that have switched up into an initiator. I'm not sure if Excali has switched over to a controller or a sentinel, but if Sai has managed to push him that way, Excali can do that. We know his aim is on point. If you change him into direction in terms of learning different abilities, he's going to be God. And if he's feeling himself today, you're going to be having a tough time as he sets himself up, because we have said initiators act as studio duelists along with Sky and Breach coming in, and KO as well. He has his own flashes to play around with. So it's going to be very crucial for teams to counteract.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. And personally, for me, Excali, I've seen him on the Reina before, and honestly, I thought he was amazing. But yesterday, we were watching the semifinals with Enigma Gaming, and he was on the Sky on Ascent, and he was doing a brilliant job of holding down that A shot region. Almost no map control for the opposition. He used his utility well. He used his, the flashes brilliantly. And I think seeing that performance, I honestly, I'm totally okay with him picking up that Sky, maybe on a map like Bind, who knows. And continuing the topic of agent compositions, you mentioned that Team EXO actually did pick KO for one of the previous matches. So
Split.
that excites me, and I think if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a KO pick once again in the first map tonight on Split.
I think none of us are going to be surprised. Sai was exceptional. Sai was looking forward to an ace as well on the map of Split while playing KO. So he's on top notch in terms of the form that we talk about players. He's exceptional. And I think Initiator was a good role for him, from Duelist to Initiator, so that he can play IGL as well. Because we have talked about this, being an IGL is not easy. You have to make sure where your teams are playing, you give them callouts, you let them play on their own, but still you have somebody to counter that. But in the meantime, you should also concentrate on your own game. You cannot play a duelist and an IGL, because certain times you will think about your outplay and you might miss out on your team's outplay. And this kind of initiator play for him, coming to a Sova and now KO as well, it's a good switch up. If he also goes to a controller, I'll not be surprised. But it'll open chances for him over the moons. I mean, he can reach stars easily because controller there is passive and aggressive both, but it depends on the team's play style. And if the team is aggressive, he can choose to play passive and make sure his team has those covers, smokes coming in for them.
Agreed. Agreed. I guess another player that I think we have to speak about is got to be Hunter on the side of Team Valor. He has put in some of the most consistent performance in this tournament and in the last few matches that I've been watching this team play. We talk about him being an underrated Sova, but just also in terms of raw fragging out power, he was on top of that kill board on more than one occasion in this tournament itself. And so I think it also speaks a lot of how comfortable he is playing Sova. He's so comfortable on the Sova that his mind space isn't fully occupied with his kit and how to use it, but he's also able to jump in and get those kills for his team when he needs it. We've talked about Buster. We've talked about how effective he has been on that duelist role, and of course Bullet as well. Bullet, I've seen him play the Brimstone on Bind. I've seen him on the Sage, and I think it was Icebox. I've seen him on the Cypher. I've seen him on the Kills. I mean, that man does it all. I've just not seen him on a duelist role in a tournament competitive kind of setup, but I'm sure he does that as well. But just looking at this, I just feel like Team Valor is so well balanced, and we talked about this yesterday. The journey that a team takes before they find that perfect mix of 5 players, that are on the same wavelength. They understand each other, they understand the goal, and I think Team Valor has really taken some good steps in that direction, and I think the future is looking really bright for them. We talked about how they beat Global Esports. Of course, we don't want to they don't want to rest on their laurels, so to speak. They want to continue putting away the big W's, especially in a big grand finals like tonight. But I am personally pretty excited to see Team Valor build and grow in that direction.
I agree with you. I mean, Valor, they have been grabbing points, they've been grabbing victories. It's time for them to grab titles, right? It's time for them. Start doing that because, as you mentioned, Bullet, Buster, Strokey, anybody from the side of Team Valor, they're playing exceptionally. But again, I would actually come back to Bullet because we initially talked about, or initially we see a lot of agents that, as an initiator, manage to clutch multiple rounds, whereas Bullet, being a sentinel, is showing up huge for his team whenever they need it. In the map of Heaven, the way he clutched multiple rounds, I was stargazed. That was just brilliant. But before we head over to the match, I know everybody is waiting over there in the chat. Why is it taking time? It's going to be grand finals, right? You have to wait for the best. But before we head over to that, let's see what actually happened initially. As we said, Yuvin Invitational, it was only for 8 top teams here on India, and it started off with the first match where Enigma and True Rippers went on head to head, and it was a 2-1 victory for the side of Team Enigma. Then we headed over to the side of FNLS and Esports Team EXO, and EXO came on top with 2 victories, a flawless for them. So there was no 2-1. They did not go the long road with 3 maps. And also for the side of Team Reckoning and Cohesion, it was Cohesion coming on with 2-0. Team T16 and Team Valor again 2-0. So only one map here, Grizzly, that we went the long way. I mean, only one match with Enigma taking it on the side of True Rippers.
Honestly, I did think that both the semifinals, especially the first one, Enigma and Team EXO, I thought we'll go down to the wire. But the way Team EXO just brought that momentum with them in that second map, they were just looking unstoppable after that. And credit to Team Enigma, they tried. There was a comeback streak. There were possibilities on both those halves, but Team EXO really holding their own in the end and just finishing things off with a clean 2-0.
Oh man, then we both sat here, watched Cohesion and Valor battle it out, right? We were rooting for the side of Team
Absolutely.
Cohesion come out, but Cohesion were making a lot of mistakes, which repeated actually. I mean, you were not there with us for the first, third, and fourth place match, which we saw happen here at the 3 p.m. It was Cohesion versus Enigma, and they did repeat a lot of those mistakes again on this last matchup. I mean, Enigma completely took control of it, and it ended on the map of Icebox, which is Enigma's playground. Cohesion did
Right.
manage to pull something up, but then we started seeing. I'm not sure if it's the match expectations or the pressure coming in for them, because Enigma is not a small team. Enigma is a team which went again close to VCC, had a chance to go into the wild cards, and did manage to make it there as well. And they put up one hell of a show. So that is, I think that kind of a pressure came in for the side of Cohesion, did not make a chance. So Enigma took the bronze match. They were placed third with Raw Fuel performing exceptional. And with that, with 8 teams, we are only dropped to 2 teams here, Grizzly.
Super psyched about it, man. Just talking about that team cohesion, and we talk about how the duelists, and I know specifically Fired Up was. We thought he was struggling a little bit, but you have to think about their state of mind when you've gone in to that site 8 times in a row and you get denied time and time again. It starts to take a toll on your mental, your confidence, and your belief in yourself to just jump in and get those first frags. And I feel like team cohesion really struggled with that this time around. I'm not remembering the name of the second duelist, but Fired Up and the other
SK
duelist.
Wow.
SK Wow was really not having the best tournament this time around, and that's I say that
Actually,
as
I'm sorry to stop you, Grizzly. SKO actually turned things around on this bronze match where Fired Up did not have a great time. So it's like one day Fired Up is coming up, then
right.
SKO. So I think something there for them.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that SK Wow had a good third place match. But I just feel like if both their duelists were firing on full cylinders, and somewhere maybe they just need to pick each other up, or they just need a coach to jump in there and say, "Hey guys, you got this, okay? This is what you do. This is your bread and butter. You jump in and you tap heads. It doesn't matter if you get traded." And I think they just need a little bit more of that. But I'm fully confident that cohesion will be back. I've seen them play many tournaments. This is the stuff that pros have to deal with. It's just you have
Yep.
to be able to deal with defeat, learn from your mistakes, and just brush it off and move on.
I agree with you. I mean, right now it's basically like if you're trying to do something that others have already seen and you're trying to repeat it, it's about to be known. And also we have talked about this, the buddy system, apes together, which you
Hips
talk
together,
about, right?
strong.
It was not being seen from the side of team cohesion. They were going for a lot of isolated fights and having double duelists. I mean, it's a strategy which I've also seen that players use. If there's going to be one duelist who's feeling himself, that is going to be the entry duelist. The secondary duelist will be trying to provide him in terms of frags or trying to provide advantage as a distraction, and that's how they work as buddy system with the duelist. But I think that's what was missing from the side of cohesion, even though they played a double duelist lineup. So there's a lot of things to be brushed up. It takes time, we understand, but I guess it's time to take a look at the agent selection screen because you guys were looking forward to it. We guys were sitting here on our chairs and waiting for the match because it did take some time. But I think it's about always not the wait, because the journey is always beautiful. And right now it looks like Team EXO are going in for picks coming in, which we already saw. I'll let you do the talking for this, Grizzly.
Sure, man. I'm excited to see this. And first things first, I saw Strokey's name up there.
Yeah.
And it does look like Bullet is the player who's going to be sitting out. So maybe a tactical choice or just a rotation. I'm not quite sure. But I saw Wimp on the Killjoy, and I think it's definitely an agent that we need to have on Split. But I didn't get a chance to see if there was a KO or Lucifer. We just
There
need to
was.
wait to fix. Was there a KO? Was it Sai?
Yes, it was.
All right, so I'm excited by that. I'm excited by that. I mean, I remember the first one of the first tournaments that I was casting when this patch dropped with KO. It was literally the day before our tournament began, and then there was nothing in the rules that said that you couldn't pick this agent, and so we just didn't imagine that it might have been an issue. I didn't think that a team would even try it, but True Rippers showed up, and Paradox actually picked that KO, and the teams just weren't prepared for it. And I remember in the starting of the round, he just threw in this knife at mid on Split, and Sage is just stuck there now with the wall in her hands, and the wall disappears, and they just did that 3 rounds in a row, and it was I was super excited by it. I still don't think KO has found the place in the meta yet. I think pro teams still need to figure it out. I think it will take a few iterations. We'll have to see a couple of teams try it, and then it'll either work or it doesn't work, and the teams learn, and there'll be a counter for it. But hey, looks like we're back on the split screen, so it does look
Yeah.
like Sai is going to be locking in on that KO, folks. So that is exciting. Excali is going to be picking the raise. It looks like that is a good choice in my opinion. It's a good agent for split, surely.
Yep.
But Excali locking onto that duelist, I'm excited by that. Ghost is going to be on the Sage, it looks like. So no jet pick for Team XO, looking by the looks of it. We did see Wimp hover over the Killjoy just a little while ago, so I think that is going to be the case. We're going to have to wait and see what Blackhawk goes with, but I'm going to guess it's going to be a controller, and it's probably going to be either Viper or Astra. My money's probably going to be on Astra.
No.
On the side of
You're
Team
wrong.
Valor. Oh,
It's gonna be Omen.
it's going to be Omen. Okay, all right. On the side of Team Valor, I did see Strokey on the Killjoy. What's happening there?
I
I've
mean,
never
not
seen
only
him.
that.
I haven't seen him on a Sentinel.
Not only that, Grizzly. I mean, if you took a look at Pasha Sahil as well as Ghost, both of them were Sage. Ghost you mentioned, but Pasha Sahil, we have seen him picking up Jets on various maps, and here going for a Sage, changing up that pace. I mean, we have talked. I've seen, and I generally have a red flag when I see these kind of picks coming in, where a duelist goes into a Sentinel, because that means that either the team is trying this strat for the first time, or they have might have practiced it but not with the same team that is opposing them right now, and eventually or most of the times it does not work out for teams. Right now both EXO as well as the side of Team Valor have done that, and I'm still a little bit skeptical for both of them.
I agree, and you know it's something that I've seen Scream do a lot, and we know that we regard him as a Jet main, but in the last in the LAN finals that I was watching him play, he was pretty much on Sage, both on Bind and even on Breeze, and I was really surprised to see that. So maybe that's just something that the teams have been trying to experiment with. I've seen a lot of Jet main switching over to the Sage for the tournaments we've been seeing lately, and hey, maybe it's a meta that's going to catch up, and it looks like we are more or less all good to go, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot wait for this 1 lakh prize pool, 50,000 rupees, 50 big ones, Lucifer. That is what is on the line, and these are the 10 gentlemen who are going to be fighting it out for that big prize pool, and this is going to be map number 1 split. 30 seconds on the clock. Do we have time for predictions, Lucifer?
Yes, we have, and I'm going to place my cards on the side of Team Valor, because with the confidence that they're walking, and especially starting on defense, should give them a boost. So might be a 13-10. What about you?
13-10 to Team Valor. I mean, I guess that's possible, but we need to talk about, I mean, before we talk about the score, we probably should talk about the magic number, and it's XO who's going to be attacking. So what are they talking about? Are they saying we need 5 rounds?
I think so.
I mean, personally for me, I think 4 rounds is enough, honestly, on split, because it's such a defender-sided map. And to start things off, it does look like XO is starting off with a mid-push. Excali leading this charge. He's going to jump onto vents real quick to see if he's going to find a pick there. And he is going to be met by a surprise. A couple of players waiting in vents. It was Strokey along with another player. I didn't quite catch the name, but 3 early picks from Team Valor very, very early on. Hunter gets a 4th. It's down to just Blackhawk, who is on the Omen. He needs to deal with Pasha Sahil on top of his wall. Will not be able to do that, and very, very quickly, the first round is in the bag for Team Valor. The scoreline moves to 1-0. Lucifer, 2 people waiting in vents for Excali.
So I'll tell you, this is because Ghost loves to take vent control. Okay, and now Ghost not being there, it just gives them an advantage. I mean, Ghost not being there in the sense that he's not picked the Jet. This is what I talked about. Not having a Jet, where Ghost was opening up so much map area for his team to take control of either mail room or go to vents and head over to A Heaven. They could do it all, but here on Sage, it's making him have a tough time.
I think that's a fair point, and we'll have to see in the coming rounds if indeed they will miss Ghost on that duelist role for the second round. It is going to be a more or less eco round coming in for Team XO. I only see a couple of sheriffs, in fact, in that mindset. Some presence outside of B, and ooh, that's shock dart. That's shock dart. That could be game for Ghost. Hunter here is just pulled off 2 amazing shots and picks on the Brimstone.
1 enemy remaining.
2 picks, and Pasha Sahil pitching in as well. Is down just to Sai. With 20 HP on him, is forced to retreat. He does not have the spike either, so he's probably just going to be looking for some exits here, Lucifer. But what a round that was. What are those shock darts, Hunter?
This is what I said. Confidence is right now, I would say, flowing. I hope it's not overflowing, because we know what's going to happen after that. It's going to be very difficult to get it back. But on the other end, Team EXO, they need to start changing things around. But look at the position of Buster. He heard the knife coming out and he went in for a peek. Spectres, except for one, I guess everything have been recovered, and the side of Team EXO will be going in for a full buy coming in right now. But Valor, it's their bonus round. Do you think they're going to pick one more here, Grizzly?
For the sake of Team EXO, I hope not, because this is a gun round for Team EXO. They need to put one on the board. They need to get off the mark. They don't want this momentum to really start building against them. Just wrapping up on that agent composition, Lucifer, we didn't notice that Pixels has gone with the Brimstone pick.
Yeah, I was like, I did not bust my head around it because Ghost and Pasha Sahil changed it up. I mean, the duel is changing it up. It kind of, they highlight the game, right?
I agree. I mean, I guess Brimstone's not a bad pick considering these, close quarters like vents and the elbow on the side. So I guess Brimstone does have a place in split, and we've seen some programs in there as well. Pick that. But for now, Sai is searching for a pick here in G7. Ghost is going to get one. Sai will get a second with a U-turn kill, and now Team EXO definitely getting a lot of side control. Looks like B-side is pretty much handed over. Buster is searching for a Vandal here. Will settle for a Prime Spectre, but they need to figure out him along with Hunter how to navigate this 2 versus 4 retake.
I think what Buster is looking for is the Prime prowess. Not just it's a Spectre or it's the Prime prowess, right? The aimbot prowess.
Right.
Hopefully it works in his favor because Ghost is right next to him with a Vandal, which is also going to be the skin, man. It's going to be skin battles eventually that we start seeing.
This one's going to be the Reaver versus the Prime, I suppose. Ghost looking like he's prevailing so far. That's forced Buster back. Perhaps looking to change the angle and maybe just catch a couple of kills. I guess that's the best you can hope for at this point with just only a couple of Spectres. Hang on, Hunter's actually got a Phantom on him. So
I think in the previous round Hunter went down and they went in for that buy, and that's the reason.
Well, that makes sense, and I guess Hunter needs to save that at all costs if that is the case. And a save coming in from Buster as well. A Spectre. I'm a little bit surprised to see that, but nonetheless, first round on the board for Team EXO getting off the mark. The scoreline is going to move to 2-1, and now this is where the game really will start to intensify. Pretty much rifles all around. Pasha Sahil, I still see him on a Spectre, perhaps just wanting to preserve that economy because he certainly has enough money to go for a Vandal or a Phantom, but maybe a tactical choice. But for now, round number 4 is all set to get underway. Team EXO showing presence all around. There's a player who's even lurking outside of A.
This is the play at the side of Team EXO. They kind of hold ground everywhere and try to find an opening, and that's the reason. If you see, if they get control of vents and access to A heaven, then it's going to be Blackhawk coming in and helping his team. If it's going to be B access given, then it's going to be Vim coming in and giving them access. That's the kind of strategy that the side of Team EXO play. Whereas Valor, look at them, they're just sure that the side of Team EXO have to push them, and this map being such a defense favored map, they have the Peekers advantage. But yes, the side of Team EXO, they play together when they're rushing in. They don't rush in on any other sides, and that's the reason if you see Blackhawk and Vim, they're not going into side, they're just holding out. Maybe if somebody pushes on their back, then they look forward to picking up kills. But right now, they are thinking to go towards A because the Spike has made that rotation.
That is an interesting observation, Lucifer, you're absolutely spot on. And what it allows is for the teams to really take those mid gunfights free and, without any pressure from worried about the flank, but Joki here getting 2 hits and turning things around. A couple of more trades coming in, and now we're looking at a 2 versus 2 situation, but Team EXO is going to have firm control of A side. The spike plant should go down, no problem. Buster, and I believe it's going to be Pasha Sahil who have to figure this one out. They do have full HP between the both of them, more or less. I see a
last player standing
to Pasha Sahil, and there you go. Wimp is going to be taking Buster down. Sai will follow through with another pick, a second round on the board. Team EXO have lodged a second round for themselves. The scores are now going to be level 2-2 on the scoreboard.
Equalizer coming in. They'll be happy about it. And look at them. They immediately took Vent's control. Strokey played a good role while he was hiding behind the box. But then 2 kills coming in and Hunter coming in. They did get the slight advantage in terms of, if you saw, Sai was close to 30 HP. And one stray bullet was the end of the life. And that's the reason Wimp was the one peeking. And as soon as his turret got information, he got that kill. If Wimp missed his shot, then it would have been a great retake coming in from the side of Team Valor. But right now it's going to be again mid control being taken from the side of Team EXO. And again, look at them. They're going to exploit mid. They're going to throw so much shooting it down at mid so that they have access as they go ahead. But if they miss that advantage, they then decide to rotate. But Ghost now has found his pick at Vents, and that opens up a lot of opportunities.
It is, and it's been so impressive to see Sai so far on this KO. Buster gets a nice little headshot onto Excali with that Sheriff. Won't get traded, but elsewhere, Team Valor will lose a couple of more picks. It's going to be down to a 4 versus 2. But Sai is doing brilliantly here on the KO. Just to make a quick note, using his utility to just get so much map control. His molly is so strong. His knife just detecting and suppressing enemies. I think this just might be the move and something that pro teams need to start looking at more closely for the map of speed. Buster face to face, and in fact we get the pick onto him. Can he get another? No, Ghost will be there to trade him. Hunter now looking at a 1 versus 3. This was an eco round coming in from Team Valor, so they won't be too worried about letting this round go. But if Hunter can land a headshot or 2 on his way out, it could be expensive for Team EXO. And it looks like Sai will catch Hunter looking out from B Heaven, and with that will lodge round number 3 for themselves. Team EXO putting on some momentum here for themselves and moving ever so closer, Lucifer, to that 4 round mark. The magic number, which is what we thought on a map like Split should be sufficient. 3-2 on the scoreboard.
Right now, Valor, I think they should understand. Just like I try to decode it. I mean, this is just saying that the side of Team EXO do every time. And if the side of Team Valor, I've seen them, because you can see they're triple stacking mid. They do not want to give control of mid, and that's what the side of Team EXO have understood. Right now they're not exploiting mid. There was Excali going mid, but immediately he made his way back, and as soon as he understood 3 people over there. But Paranoia leaving A side, not sure what happened there. Maybe they went in for an early rotate, but letting go of Killjoy at A side proved disadvantage to them.
I mean, being a Killjoy main, I can tell you why Strokey is playing outside of sight. It's because Sai has his ultimate. And it's the most annoying thing to have your full setup completely disregarded by a KO on his ultimate, because you just can't do anything in terms of defending that guy. And the problem that happened for Strokey there was that Blackhawk used his ultimate as well, and he TP'd onto side. And Excali here is absolutely unleashing so much damage. Buster trying to give some damage back, but he is going to be suppressed as well with that KO. He's on his Empress. He's not going to stop that. He can land his headshot. He will land his headshot. Excali goes down. Sai is going to come face to face with 1 second. Meanwhile, the flank. Ghost gets picked off as well. Buster is looking so good here. And it looks like Sai will come out on top, and another round in the bag for Team EXO. But yeah, just going back to that previous point, Lucifer, Strokey was pushed out of sight because he knew the danger that Sai on the KO is going to pose for him in terms of just suppressing his utility completely, and that Paranoia catching him off guard, and he had too many players to deal with in the end. An excellent round, excellent execution from Team EXO. Perhaps losing out too many rifles to Buster's little cameo at that very end. Maybe this should have ended a little bit earlier, but a round nonetheless in the bag for Team EXO. 4-2 on the scoreboard. The magic number has been reached, dare I say.
Yeah, the magic number has been reached. I think EXO are going to be feeling really good about that. And again, Sai, this is why I really like him. He knows players are going to be holding positions, and he sprays. He sprays. He does not care whether he empties a mag. He'll spray it. If he gets a kill, he's happy. If not, he's still happy because he cleared an angle. And right now he gets a kill, and that's going to be huge, because losing your controller, the sole controller for the side of Team Valor, it opens up so many opportunities. Strokey, he has just a Sheriff to play with, but with the Paranoia connecting Ghost and Web, they've picked up 2 kills. It's all up to the last 2 players. Buster was excellent with his Empress as
player
well as his
standing.
Sheriff shots. But
Spike
right now, I
planted.
think it's done and dusted. Excali, he's going to wipe up everybody through defender spawn, and that's a flawless rolling for them. And they're over exceeding your magic number right now.
I'm a little bit concerned for Team Valor, and there you go. I think a very timely timeout has been called for Team Valor. They just need to regroup a little bit and figure out where these gaps are. I think they need to figure out how to deal with Sai, who's absolutely bullying anybody who's holding down this midsection. Pixel's just getting spammed through that smoke in that last round. You talked about the awareness that Sai brings with him, and that was just an example of that. A 5th round for them. They've gone past the magic number, but now it was an eco round for Team Valor, so they will be hoping to come back stronger. But still, the momentum does seem to have already shifted in the favor of Team EXO, and Team Valor need to figure out what they need to do differently. Perhaps just a change of positions. I think that's Pasha Sahil enjoying a little bit of a snack in between this this timeout. A man's got to eat, Lucifer, I suppose.
Always. I mean, we were having this discussion, right? You don't have food and you'll be like feeling not that great. I think he's making it work. I mean, I like it. I mean, I think we should share a table sometime. We should look forward to discussing our taste, what we like, right? But right now, let's head over to the match. The timer has come out, so hopefully the stats have as well.
I do hope so. And the mid, so again, I mean, going back to your point, they got Blackhawk holding down one side entrance, right? And they got Wimp holding down the other side entrance. And what's this allowing is Excali, Ghost, and Sai are absolutely running rampage in the mid. It allows them, once again, it's the same thing again. They're playing kind of a slightly modified default setup, but they have one player on either side, just holding down. They're not committing to side. You can see EXO Wimp right here, just getting those jiggle shields. And meanwhile, Blackhawk does get a kill actually outside of A, as an entry is available for Team EXO in that mid sector. They lost Excali, but he will get pulled back as Strokey will take down Wimp, but he still needs to deal with the danger of 3 players running onto side from those Raptors. Out comes the showstopper from Excali. He is searching for Strokey. Hasn't found him yet, but he knows where he is. He knows where he's standing, and he will take him down. And that is game awareness for you, Lucifer. You were just talking about that, and that is what experience brings with you. Hunter now has got a decision to make, a 1 versus 4 situation. A save, perhaps?
I mean, I'm just happy that he sent out that showstopper. We have seen people not use that rocket launcher. I'm not sure why. They're like, okay, we did not spot anybody, and you wasted it's 8 ult points. Just throw it somewhere. If you get it, you get it, right? But this time, I think it was Excali, as you said, experience. He knows. He's just like, rather than losing it, let's send out, because we have not cleared that position. That's also awareness coming in. We have not cleared a position. Let's put ourselves, let's make sure that box is also clear, because we did clear under heaven, but nothing more than that. And that was just beautiful play. And right now, exit frags is what Hunter is looking forward to. But I think he should also be safe along with their opponents. They will be able to save 4 of their rifles. It should have been a flawless, as the resurrection did come through. But I think denying 1, it's not going to be a huge damage, because 6-2, the economy is right now flourishing for the side of Team EXO.
Absolutely, and I think Team Valor surely shifting a little bit uncomfortably in their seats. Nervous, some anxiety in the Team Valor camp for sure. They will be feeling a full buy round, though they will be able to afford once again. I do see a couple of light shields. 4 ultimates available. The Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, the Orbital Strike, and the Resurrection. All 4 available for Team Valor. And I guess just use them and make sure you don't win this round. And once again, Sai with that knife, with that molly, clearing out spaces, getting full mid control. It has forced Pasha Sahil back. And now employing a slightly different wall. And we have to try to stop this push and technique. A couple of players watching that angle as once again Excali, Ghost, and Sai, this trio looking so dangerous, just pushing mid every single round. Pixels briefly considered the orbital strike. This could be the end for a couple of players here on the side of Team EXO if they don't react quickly to this.
Satchel out.
He is going to open up the barbecue.
He is going to come down for a half, but tad bit late. But Pasha Sahil doing well there to get one pick back. Sai is going to be held back because of that orbital strike. And a couple of blows exchanged, and so have lost a couple of players.
One enemy remaining.
Valor.
Wimp. Oh my goodness.
The
So good.
advantage. That's gonna hurt, man. I mean, that was really good play coming in from the side of Valor in terms of their defense.
30
but
seconds
then
left.
the last few players who were surviving, for them to make sure the advantage lands to be in their favor was just brilliant. And now Hunter, I think he has to come in. He's already saved the previous round, and right now Shock Touch does not connect with everybody. The recon does give information about Blackhawk, but Blackhawk fakes. Blackhawk pulls up a fake shrouded step, and now that's going to be very, very confusing. But right now I think the spray coming in from Blackhawk, still no, he did not make. Oh my bad man,
That
Blackhawk.
was such a genius move. Genius move from Blackhawk.
That's brilliant play coming in, right? I mean, look at this. From here, the advantage had turned around for the side of Team Valor, but then Wimp comes in and he picks up 2 kills, and things turned around. Things just fell apart for the side of Valor. EXO, this is what we see from EXO. Each and every player from the side of EXO have the capability of turning things around. Whereas look at the side of Team Valor. It is only Buster who has summed up 10 kills. That's the double-digit kill. Whereas the side of EXO, I don't think they have double-digit kills, but they've spread the kills across.
And a different strategy here. Full-blown A rush. Not expecting this Team Valor are being caught a little bit off guard. We'll talk about that previous round in just a second, but it looks like Team EXO have just gone so aggressively here onto his side. They do have control. They should be able to put a plant
One
down as
enemy
well.
remaining.
Joki will get picked off, and it's all too easy at the moment for EXO. They will put round number 8 on the board for themselves, so that magic number theory is going to be put to a real test tonight if Team Valor can do any sort of comeback, losing 8 rounds early on. And remember folks, the scoreline was 2-0 in favor of Team Valor, if I'm not mistaken. So Team EXO have just picked up 8 rounds on the trot. Just going back to that previous round, Lucifer, I just felt Pixels had that orbital strike as an option, and there was a moment when he knew that there were at least one player in mailroom. I would have thought that that's when the ult should have gone down, instead of waiting for them to, breach into the B-heaven completely. For any more map control to be sought back. But this time around, Joki starting things off, getting 1 kill. But Wimp inside doing so brilliantly to trade and get another pick. Pasha Sahil will get the pick onto Ghost. He does have the revive as an option. A 3 versus 3. Team XO now need to be careful. Excali is playing B main. It looks like a definite change in strategy for Team XO here. They seem to have temporarily, at least, left behind the strategy of having 3 players down mid and having 1 sentinel and a controller on either side. It was Excali who was pushing B main. The spike has gone down. 3 versus 3. Excali doing really well to not allow anyone from CT to come onto site yet, but he does have to face off against Pasha Sahil along with Strokey in just a second here.
Excali has a great positioning here, Grizzly. He can do a lot of damage. It looks like the last 3 players, their time is ticking. They need to come up for a fight. Pasha Sahil will be able to take one, but Wimp trades it. Pasha Sahil makes it a 3rd one for himself. But Sai, he's waiting. Strokey gets a random stray bullet. Does not matter. That's going to be a 3k on a headshot coming in from side rims, and 9-2, and it's going to be the last round coming in. 11 rounds done and dusted, and still the side of Team Valor have not found their opening. I think Valor are initiating the fights. They are getting a couple of picks, but then losing, I would say, the hold. You can see here, when they started pushing in mid, they understood the mid hold is better from the side of Team Valor, and EXO went in for a B main attack, and immediately they got control of side. That's immediate switch up coming in from them. The strategy that we are talking about, they're changing it up right, left and center, and right now again they think that there's going to be a push coming in, but as soon as the owl drone is scoped, they understand it's not going to be a push. As soon as they read our information, they're going to play back.
There you go, Strokey is on side this time around, but he will not be able to stop them. Once again, the KO ultimate has come into play, and Team EXO seem to have somehow gotten side control. Excali with that ultimate, the showstopper is going to be the end for Buster. And once again, Team Valor find themselves thoroughly outnumbered. A 2 versus 4 situation. There is a revive as an option, so maybe Buster could be back on his feet in just a second if Pasha Sahil can clear his corners in
last player standing.
No, he will go down before he could get that out, and Excali is there to clean things up. 10 rounds on the board. Is this a dominating performance or what from Team EXO, Lucifer? 10-2 at halftime. I would not have called it. And honestly, Team Valor has to be feeling this in their gut.
This is unbelievable to watch. I mean, the side of Team Valor unable to pick up rounds, but the brilliant play coming in from the side of EXO. They're just pulling rounds like it's theirs. They have command over the map. I think that's what is taking them in terms of having a great map of Split, because Split for a couple of teams is also a playing ground. So the side of Team EXO need to make sure that always they are on top of the game, because whenever they contest every team, if they pull up a map, then they can be confident, right? We have seen that when it's going to be a best of 5 or best of 3, you want to make sure that at least one map is always in your favor. The next map, both the teams can be on equal halves, but if you have one map in your favor, it's a confidence boost. I think that's what the side of EXO are doing here with every matchup. Looking at them picking Split, and thankfully that teams have not dropped their own picks.
I agree, and looking at that scoreboard, Sai 13 and 3 in the first half is really feeling himself, and this nade is going to be huge. I think he might get a pick or two.
Spike
in fact,
down
doing so
A.
much damage there, Excali. A couple of players down in yellow in those HP bars, and forced to retreat here. And just talking about Team Valor, they started out with a couple of players outside of A in this pistol round and 3 players down that mid section. They still haven't found any openings yet, because Sai is on this B main with that knife in his hands, and an interesting position from Blackhawk as well. Watching that flank, will get one pick before he does get traded out. A very, very sneaky position from him. And now, take a look at this. Sai was trying.
I have the spike.
Sai was almost ambushed from behind, but turning around, and those
30 seconds
reflexes
left.
doing brilliantly, getting another 3k, 16 and 3. That wink tells you
I got you, my
everything.
friend. Yeah.
This man is really feeling himself tonight. Sai is on a roll.
Grizzly, that's just like him signaling that, guys, that's a clip. Just clip it and put it in the highlights. What's it? That's my signal from here on, maybe. Well done, Sai.
Gosh.
That's just brilliant. I mean, look at him. Crouch as soon as somebody was trying to right click, because you know how good right click is in a classic. I mean, I've said right click
It is
supremacy.
broken. It's absolutely broken, dude. It needs to be nerfed. It still is too overpowered. I agree. And I personally use it myself, but it is what it is. And now a very fast pace push coming in from Team Valor. It is somewhat of an eco round from them. Just looks like they only have ghosts on them. Excali jumping onto this wall, but Hunter says no with that Sheriff. A 2 versus 3. This is actually winnable here for Team Valor. Maybe they can salvage a spike plant if nothing else, and just get those handy little 300 creds for his team. It looks like Wimp has left A site empty. His utility is still functional though, so the information about the whereabouts of Team Valor will be available to them very, very shortly. As Wimp continues to focus on the midsection. There you go. Pixels being chased by that alarm bot. Very quickly to Wimp that he needs to come back and fight for this site control. 3 versus 2. So maybe it's worth him taking this fight. He has got a lot of HP. Pixels and Hunter both very, very low.
Spike planted.
But look at Ghost's position. He's already entered side, and the fight now has been isolated. It's all up to Pixels. The paranoia has been thrown on him. He has nothing to do. He can do nothing. But look at Hunter. He's found an opening at ramps, but the initial shot that he missed, his position is compromised. The Wimp's fight that he initially started, it's going to be Wimp finishing it off. He's not going to let anybody take that away. And EXO, if they would have lost one more weapon over there, that Spectre, it would have been a little bit of an economy damage coming in. But with both the pistol rounds that they managed to grasp, they are at match point. And they're about to finish this map against Valor in the grand finals. The domination coming in from EXO, man, it's exponential. It's just getting better and better. And you can, as you mentioned, right, 2-0 when we started it off, advantage for the side of Valor, but full buys coming in. The side of EXO have not stopped. They're just a train full on heading towards its target.
They haven't looked back, not for a second. Team EXO doing so well, and now coming in for Team Valor. Buster here making it count, getting 2 picks. Maybe Team Valor can put on a couple of rounds here and really start building that momentum and put some pressure. But it has to be said, at match point so early in this match, Team EXO should be feeling good about themselves. Nonetheless, Pasha Sahil will pick off side. It's going to be a 5 versus 2. Ghost will get 1 pick as Strokey goes down. And the spike has gone down.
Here.
Ghost and Blackhawk playing together, that's a smart move. They're clearing each and every position. Buster, he's hiding in a different spot. He's not under rafters. I mean, he's actually there, but it's a weird spot, right? A lot of players do not check it. Blackhawk is checking the usual angle. The head is there, but no, he does not spot it out. Ghost, he picks up 2 kills, but it's back to a 1v2. Ghost tries to turn it around, but the clock is ticking. It's not going to be useful. He gets one more. He has a healing hop to play around with. It's going to be Pasha Sahil, a random stray bullet, as I said. If it was a headshot, it could have been turned around, but with the clock ticking in, he could not have done. Even if he picked up the last kill, it's only economy damage. And look at him. He's still eating. He's like, do you guys want some to the camera? Man, please send me some.
I mean, a successful bonus round though. That's what I would say for Team XO. This was the bonus round, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
And so he put away 4 rifles, right? Did a whole lot of damage to their confidence. And Team Valor at this point are going to come in with another somewhat of a semi-buy. There you go on your screens right now. It's somewhat of a semi-buy once again. So a very, very well played bonus round. Ghost doing brilliantly with that handle that he found. And now Sai is going to be holding down. Maybe he will face a little bit of the damage that he was giving out to the attacking team. But utility from KO, they have fallen back. Meanwhile, Buster on the Empress with the Reina has got the first pick as Ghost goes down. And looks like some side control has been established. Excali, what have you got on your hands, my friend? He's got a judge, and this could be huge. He's got a couple of satchels. Can he satchel in and stop the spike plant? I wonder if he will. No, he's going to take it slow and maybe search for a better gun for now. Blackhawk is approaching through screens as Wimp will get strokey. That is a big pick. This one mid switches out for the rifle as Team XO prepare for this retake. A 4 versus 4 is what we have on the card.
The touch play coming inside range is helping him out. This is possible. They're going to end it all. It's done and dusted. The way they played, you mentioned, right? The not using those blast packs. It is just to play together. He waited. That's going to be very crucial. This is what I like from teams, rather than going in for fights alone when it is a retake. And you saw Sai had a gun, even Blackhawk had a gun, and there was a Spectre as well on Vim. So they did have weapons that they could work on, and they managed to make it work. And as Strokey went down and picking a weapon from his body, Wimp also had a better rifle there, and they had a better chance to completely take it back. And that's the reason they waited it out and played together as a team. To sum it up, at the end of the day, all I would say here, Grizzly, is Team XO played together, whereas the side of Valor, they were isolated in a lot of fights.
I agree. And Sai and Ghost for me have been the standout performers on the side of Team XO. I mean, honestly, Team Valor, they somewhere lost their way. They only managed to pick up one more round after the first 2 that they got at the very beginning of the game. And since then, Team XO just haven't even looked back at all. Just running at full speed. Ghost, Sai, Excali with those bold moves as always. And we talked about how KO is sacrificed for a second duelist on a map like Split. And looking at these statistics, Lucifer, you can see that Sai actually has the most first bloods in this team, right up there with Blackhawk, interestingly, on the controller. But we talked about how a KO pick is somewhat of a pseudo duelist role in itself, and I'm excited to see that this is something that a team like XO have chosen, and maybe more teams we will see in the future as well. But what a performance, man. What a performance from Team XO, leaving no stone unturned in establishing their dominance in map number 1. And with that, the match score, if I can call it, has moved to 1-0 in favor of Team XO.
Team XO are jumping in close to make their move and grasp the title of Yuvin Invitational champions, right? That is going to be good for them. Hopefully they close the map of Bind, because the upcoming map, it is going to be Valor's pick. They will be starting on defense, another advantage that the side of Team Valor should not give them, because heading over to Bind, it's another defensive favored map. And if you are unable to exploit the entrance either at A shot or hookah or even B long, if you are not ready for the place, it's going to be the side of Team XO completely taking map control. We have seen them, they be aggressive both in attack as well as defense. It's just their playstyle. Whether they have Ghost on the Jet or now, as you saw, on the Sage, they were still aggressive. They were exploiting mid multiple times, and if they thought they did not have mid control, they had another opening to exploit, and they were making it work brilliantly for them. And also, I would say one thing that Valor did try with all the players that they had, but Pixels picking up that brimstone, I think, was kind of a disadvantage, because yes, initially the smokes were coming down, but eventually as we progressed, Pixel was going down as well very early on towards the match, and once they lose him, the solo controller for the side of team Valor, I think it started affecting them. But right now it's time for a quick short break, because Valor also want to take a breather and head over to the map of Bind, because right now the side of EXO took them for a roller coaster and a joyride. But hopefully they have a better map. Saying that, we'll take a short break and we'll meet you on the other side for the map of Bind. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Yuvin Invitational powered by Tata Tiago NRG with Red Bull as our energy drinks partner. We just had a quick short break to refill our energy as well because that was a very quick map coming in from the side of Team EXO, and they're looking forward to grab this grand finals as soon as possible. We are asking for a longer journey because here with Tata we want a nice smooth drive, but it looks like the side of Team EXO they want to go in for their own drive as soon as possible as they finish this matchup.
Absolutely, man. What a performance from Team XO. I mean, honestly, just that's. I didn't expect KO to be that effective on a map like Split, just using his utility to assert mid dominance completely. And it reached a point where Pasha Sahil would just give him mid control completely and just fall back towards, B Rafters. It was happening in round and round after round. And I think at one point, Team Valor just couldn't figure out how to deal with it and just ended up giving mid control every single round. I think that was the beginning of their downfall. You talked about agent compositions, maybe Brimstone not the right pick for Split. It might be a little bit early to conclude that, but at least it
Yeah,
wasn't the right pick for Team Valor, I suppose, in that particular matchup.
exactly.
Because it did not work for them. You also talked about the triple duelist threat, and that's really how we are seeing Sai play today. He's playing like a duelist, whether he picks that agent or not. Right? Excali, Ghost, and Sai. This trio is really looking very dangerous for Team EXO, and looking forward to Bind. Maybe Team Valor, like I said before. This is a map that they do pretty well on, so I'm hoping to see a good performance from them. But honestly, looking at EXO's form right now, I'm a little bit worried for Team Valor.
I agree with you. I mean, the form is right now top notch for the side of Team EXO. They have not stopped down. They've not stepped down. We have seen teams generally miss out their pistol rounds, but after the full buy rolls in, they go ham. They have their abilities on point. They have their strategies on point. They enter a site, they execute the spike, and then they make their way back. If they have any casualties in between, they try to trade it out as soon as possible to put that advantage on cards. If not, to at least have a better post plant if they are on the attacking half. I think that's what Team EXO have in their cards and they're making it work. But right now, heading into the map of Bind, it's the pick of Valor. As you mentioned, they are good on the map of Bind. But as is the side of Team EXO, I wouldn't say they're bad. But as you mentioned, they're a triple, I mean, not only you, as we discussed, the triple duelist threat coming in, it's looking great. They are able to switch up in between agents themselves. Somebody can pick up a duelist and the other can change it up into an initiator, a controller, depending on how they're feeling for a particular day. And Ghost changing up, we initially talked about this. We said Ghost going in for a Sage, is it a right pick? What if they don't find the mid opening that always Ghost exploits? But they still make it work. They have counter strats. They said if we don't get mid control, we have other sides, and that's where Wimp and Blackhawk came into the picture, and they made it work pretty well. But right now, let's head over to the discussion with agent selection and have a look of what kind of agents we are going to be expecting, and if there is a chance that the side of Valor can make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I'll walk through this one really quickly for us, Lucifer. Wimp is looking like he is locking onto the sky, and I'm excited for that pick. So maybe we'll see the Sova being sacrificed, but we'll have to wait and see. Excali is hovering over the Sage. That is an interesting one as well. Sai seems to have locked onto the Killjoy. A good choice. I think I've seen him do that very effectively.
Yeah.
Ghost might so we talked about how the Jet players are moving towards the Sage picks on maps like Split, and I think Bind is just another one of those maps. And you can see once again on the side of Team Valor, Pasha Sahil has locked onto the Sage, and Strokey is going to be on the Brimstone this time, so it looks like Pixels will be on the Viper. So a dual controller lineup for Team Valor. I think a very, very good strategy for a map like Bind. Buster's going to be on the Raze, Hunter's going to be on the Sova, no questions there.
Select your
Just coming back
agent.
to the XO lineup, Ghost still hasn't made up his mind, but it looks like Blackhawk is going to go with the Brimstone. And this is looking like a more traditional two duelists, one controller, one initiator, one sentinel sort of a setup for Team XO, and looks like Ghost is going to be on the Jet. I'm excited to see a Jet on Bind. It's been a while, honestly, Lucifer. We haven't seen Jet on this, at least in the Indian meta. We have started to see more and more Jet players moving towards that Sage pick on maps like Bind. But hey, that's good agent compositions in my view. Double controller lineup for Team Valor. I've seen Strokey on the Brimstone before. He is pretty effective. It's an agent that he likes. And what it also means that it allows Pixels, who's generally the designated controller on that lineup, to switch over to the Viper, who I think is a very, very good choice on a map like Bind.
Yeah, Pixels, I think I've seen him playing Viper and he is good with that Viper lineups. And also because they have a double controller setup with both of them having lineups for post plant, I think that's their main target. Get the spike, get out of the way, and go and play for a post plant situation. If EXO have seen this because they're already on the map, but right now I think let's have a discussion as we progress into the game because the game is loaded, players are ready, the cams are up online, and let's have a discussion again because it is going to be defensive half coming in from the side of EXO. I think they've understood the side of Team Valor, the play that they want, as I said, post plant that they want to pick up. But on the other end, the double DLS setup coming in from the side of EXO. Both the Jet and the Race being online with Sai going into Killjoy, this is going to give them both control and information of the sites where Sai is playing. That's going to be control. The site that they want to aggress, there is Sky. That is going to give you information. I think that's how they are going to look forward to playing this map. But look at that aggressive already taken control to Showers from Blackhawk alone. Blackhawk has taken control of Showers. I mean, he can't take that because he has smoke. He can put down a molly and nobody can enter Showers. Showers just has a very small opening. Excali finds information that there is going to be B long because players were trying to push in. Finds a kill at hookah, but Pixels has opened up his own on Blackhawk.
Excali played that beautifully. It's baiting out that raised bomb but perfectly. And got spotted for like a microsecond there, but I think Buster just ruled it out as some sort of a glitch. But actually it was Excali just sneaking in that split second, sneaking that headshot. And now Sai here
down
in
A.
U-Hall. I think it's not a comfortable position for him. He needs to get out here. Unless he can get this hit onto Pixels, he will. Drop kill as well. He does with that classic. And he's going for another kill. A 3k for Sai, wrapping things up. A strong start from Team EXO once again. And we talked about Sai on the Killjoy, Lucifer. He is on the A side and looks like he's making it work.
Okay, production, another clip for you guys, please. Sai has given the signal. I hope this becomes a thing right now from Sai, that is just going in for a wink and okay, we get it. Clip it. Save that. Man, as you said, yeah. Sai is kind of the both action-oriented king with giving audience what they want, right, in terms of entertainment as well, but he's on point with both. So coming back, they already have an advantage with the start of Bind. Where do you think we are heading, Grizzly?
I think they want to go strongly on this bite, just like I said. Sai forcing down that ace shot. He doesn't care. Going for that early peak, knowing that Valor will be on an eco round. There you go. Blackhawk taking advantage as well as ace Showers getting a pick himself. Team Valor will lose a couple of picks here, but Pasha Sahil doing that sheriff to get this return kill, and Sai will go
One enemy remaining
as well. This man is searching for more kills. It's down to just Pasha Sahil. Can he pick up a Spectre and make something work for him? Excali is going to be hunting him down. Will come face to face very soon with a couple of players.
Too many to handle, man. Too many to handle. It was just getting due time to say goodnight to Pasha Sahil. How long would you have survived with just the sheriff? I mean, there are players who's going to crack heads as soon as they see opponents, but yeah, 2 to 3 people pushing you at a single point, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that's where they lost that round. But yes, that does tell us that Pasha Sahil, he's here to crack some heads. But right now, the full buy coming in, it's going to be very crucial. If they lose this, it's already a bonus for the side of Team EXO. And they'll be carrying this away. Maybe a double-digit half might come through for them.
Perhaps so, but for now, Team Valor will be coming in with a full buy Lucifer. So this is an important round for them and they need to make it work. The Owl drone is going to come in from Hunter to get some early information and will reveal that at least Hooker is clear. Down with that Sky, and Buster getting that first important kill as Excali and Sai realizing that the threat seems to be at B side. Might just start the rotate. Buster has taken decent amount of damage. He's down to 21 HP.
He's looking for the healing. That's the reason he waited for so long. But Sai, he is ready. He's picked up a sheriff. I think he gave... Okay, he has a Spectre. That's the reason I was confused. He had a Spectre in the previous round itself. But Blackhawk, the way these players predict is incredible. I mean, it does make you think that there's something suspective, but that's just experience, guys. Nothing else.
It is
Don't.
100% experience. And I think just before that Cloud went out, I think Pixels actually gave him a peek, and that's how Blackhawk seemed to be
30
aware of
seconds
his
left.
position. Sai here in a slightly difficult position. He can steal a kill or two here. No Hunter will take him down and go on the operator. When did this happen, Lucifer? We didn't seem to see this. We didn't get the memo on this one. Ghost has picked up the operator and is absolutely raining hellfire from
Spike
that
planted.
B-long region as Team Valor. Not paying too much attention to it. Oh, this could be dangerous. Hunter has hunted him down. It is down to just Blackhawk and Excali from CT and Hooker respectively here. Can they make this
enemy
work for
remaining.
themselves? Blackhawk will get strokey as he goes down. It is down to just Hunter, who has conveniently picked up that operator. And he's going to allow for the spike to be diffused. And that is unfortunate. It looks like Hunter will be forced to just save that orb. And maybe a call from
One enemy remaining.
Excali searching for that orb, but not being allowed as Hunter will shut him down. But interesting choice there. A 2 versus 2 and then choosing to save an op. At that point, Lucifer, you have to think at some point you need to start putting those rounds on the board.
I think, I mean, yeah, rounds are going to be crucial, but his main concern was not letting the operator in the hands of
Go
the side
back
of
to
Team
Ghost,
Exo.
right,
That's all.
right.
Yeah, that's his main concern at the end of the day, because you know how worried Ghost was there when he was peeking down B-long. He's like, why isn't anybody coming here? He was multiple times trying to find information if somebody is going to rush him from B-long. I think that did manage to take him out, but it's actually a correct prediction or thought coming from him. But right now, as you mentioned, they have to start putting up rounds. They have to stop worrying about the ammunition or the weapons that they take from the side of Team EXO, rather rounds that they need.
And this back-to-back 3 rounds has now forced Team Valor to come in with this really confused buy, right? They've got 4 sheriffs and an op. And they're going to search for picks here. And Team EXO is obviously smart enough. And they're not going to push this operator. They're just going to wait for these guys to come in, hold off angles like how Excali has done just now on top of truck and picking off the first kill here. As Team Valor have lost a player early on. Pasha Sahil, well that helps. That helps, taking down the Killjoy with a Sheriff 1-tap like that. And now, an opportunity perhaps for Team Valor. Stretching to beat this perfectly. Gets the headshot onto Excali here. Blackhawk will get a trade onto Pasha Sahil. But
30
hey,
seconds
Team
left.
XO have lost a couple of players. Team Valor have picked up a couple of rifles here. If they can get Blackhawk's kill, an A-side plant could be on the cards, and Buster with the operator making it work. A 2 versus 2.
Prepare for hellfire!
The ult being used. Ghosting
here
One
out of
enemy remaining.
nowhere. That was brilliant. It's down to just Ghost here.
But no,
My
Vim
apologies,
takes,
down to
Vim
just
takes the
Strokey,
operator.
actually.
Exactly.
Ooh, and Ghost is going to stick this. Strokey is going to be approaching in just a second, but Ghost says no. That peak was brilliant, and Team Valor starting to really get those picks was looking so good. But XO coming back strongly after losing Excali and Sai over there. I was starting to think that Team Valor might just be running away with a thrifty round, but no, it doesn't seem like that's what Team XO were willing to give away at that point, pulling things back really well, despite an excellent couple of headshots with that Sheriff from I think it was Strokey and Pasha Sahil doing brilliantly as always. 4-0 on the board. Lucifer, what's the magic number for bind?
Are you asking from the defensive half or the attacking half? Because right now the side of defensive half or EXO itself, they're just exceeding it. Right? They're just exceeding it. But yeah, for the side of defensive half, the magic number, I would say it should be 4 or 5, because yes, this is again just like the map of Split, highly defense favored. So if they manage to grab a couple of rounds, they'll be happy with it. But right now, the operator which was actually saved that EXO should not be received, Ghost eventually gets it back. But the healing is not happening.
He's got it back, and he's going to use that same operator once again on them. Now going towards his B-long. There's nobody there temporarily, so they still, Team Valor will have a couple of options here to figure out how they want to reorganize themselves. But yeah, I agree. I think Team Valor need to tell themselves, guys, we need 4 rounds here. If we don't have 4 rounds, we're going to be going into the next match 2-0 down. And Pixels, what a lurk onto A side As we were speaking, he has just snuck onto site and stolen a kill from under their noses. This is going to allow them to get some control, and the
I have the spike. Spike
was
down
not
A.
allowed. Excali breaking that wall immediately, getting the kill on the partner
Last player
Sahil. Hunter
standing.
trying to
30
retreat,
seconds left.
jumping into hookah, trying to jump into the TP, but unable. And now Buster is left with too much to do once again. It seems to be a familiar feeling for Team Valor. This is
Engineer
split
killed.
as well. Getting a good pick on. Did you see that?
But right now,
Good
what
pick on
I am
the
looking
side.
forward to is an ace
10
coming in
seconds
from
left.
Xcali. That's what he's waiting for. Look at him. He's crouched and ready and gets the ace. That's what he was waiting for. I think what Sai was doing there was just to try and find where the last player is. He did not fire. Because we've
so.
seen that
That's
kind of a
true.
reaction does come.
I think so. And going back to this lurk from Pixels, take a look at this.
Yeah,
He's
this-
walked in
this-
so deep onto A side, and he could have easily gotten 2 here.
The
But
timing was
really
perfect.
good reactions though from Team EXO. I don't know who that was. I think it was Black Hawk perhaps, just outside of U-Haul, turning around and getting that flick. But taking a quick look at the scoreboard, Excali right up there, 10 and 3, looking strong. 5 rounds on the board for Team EXO. Team Valor yet to get off the mark. A few nervous feeling, nervous, some anxiety in the Team Valor camp once again. Perhaps what's the coach telling them right now? You think, Lucifer?
I am not sure, because anything that they try and do, they are being denied. And Hunter, what a Hunter's fury! He gets Black Hawk. That's going to be a crucial controller, and not only crucial, that's their only controller. Side range is trying to make it work,
That's right.
and they have put the lockdown. Killjoy, he's pushed out everybody, but I think there are a couple of utilities or at least lineups. But they're sticking in Excali. He's going into the defuse. He go halfway. Sai is trying to make it work. Ghost picks one, but it's back to a 2v2. Things can still work out. Hunter picks up the kill. It's all up to the last player. He was on an ace, but a backstab from Stokey through Showers was just brilliant to turn things around. What a round. I mean, if that was not Strokey over there from Showers, I think this round would have gone from the hands of Valor. But finally, the first round they put it on the cards.
Absolutely. And I mean, Hunter doing really well, getting 4 picks over here. But I want to talk about Excali just going for that half defuse. It was a brilliant move because it really kept his team in the game right up to the the very end. And Sai just not being aware of Strokey's position in the end. He knew the second last player was a shot, but I guess there was no information about where Strokey was. I'm not quite sure how he snuck in all the way in towards green boxes. As we start round number 7, and Strokey searching for Sai. It looks like Team EXO finally is going to be a little bit short on money. It looks like for the first time in this game so far. It is both the maps, I have to imagine. I think this is the first eco round we've seen from them, Lucifer. That's how strong they've been.
You will not kill my ally.
The side of Team EXO, they have had to buy every round because the damage was being done from the side of Valor. They were unable to convert it, but the damage was there. I think that's the reason. It's not also a full eco. It's just Sai on the sheriff. Everybody else looks like they have full buys for themselves, except for Sai. And Sai is trying to play around with feelings.
Sai is toying with Strokey right now. And what he has done, he's called another player because they want to get this pick. I think he knows that Strokey's fingers are itching. And finally, Strokey will be able to outsmart him. As he waited for that push, it was Sai who ran out of patience in the end. But I think he baited him with that orb at least 4 or 5 times this one.
Or maybe more. But right now, look at the commitment coming in. Pixels. He protected the planter. If not, the planter would have gone down.
Cover fire, absolutely.
Healing you.
The Viper Spit being invested as well, and this is how worried I would say Team Valor is in a 5 versus 2 situation. Still choosing to invest this Viper Spit. Excali sneakily at the back of sight. I wonder if he can steal a couple of kills here as he waits for Ghost to arrive. No, it looks like he's going to fall back, but hang on.
Hunter.
Hang on.
No. Kali.
One enemy remaining.
Goes down. Kali goes down. He did not.
Was Hunter not shooting him on purpose? I think there was some trigger discipline from Hunter over there. He did seem to spot him a little bit earlier on. Ghost here does have a Vandal in his hand. Might be going for the save, but he needs to deal with Strokey. That gunfight took a lot longer than I expected. But in the end, Ghost will come out on top with 1 exit frag. But Second round on the board for Team Valor, and surely breathing a sigh of relief they must be. 5-2 on the scoreboard. We talked about the magic number. Lucifer is probably 4 on bind, so the game's not really over. And if Team Valor can pick up a couple of more rounds with this momentum on their way, I feel like they can back themselves. And looks like another half buy coming in from Team EXO.
Yeah, this is going to be a round that they have actually got some amount of economy damage. Ghost managed to save his Vandal, but his position is compromised right now. But there's going to be a save coming in. There's going to be a flash which protects him from losing his life. But right now he needs to be worried about a lot of things because he's the only hero player with that Vandal.
That nade doing a lot of damage to Excali here, down to 27 HP. And I wonder if Ghost came to give his Vandal because the Bladestorm is an option. The Showstopper is an option as well. So if Excali plays his cards right here, this eco round, he could single-handedly just turn it around. But we'll have to wait and see. The Bladestorm is an option as well. So maybe Ghost can just throw off this Vandal to someone like a Sai, right? And just play off his Bladestorm. But for now, Excali will be healed up all the way to 100 HP thanks to Wimp here, who is on the sky.
Look at the patience coming on Buster. He knows there's going to be a peak coming in, but Ghost and Wimp they'll be able to wrap up 2 kills. That's going to be an initiator and a sentinel going down. They do have 2 controllers and the duelist to play around, but they think they have control of A. Where Sai, look at him, he's put a plethora of utilities before they can even gain access to sight.
Is just going through all that utility. Will get the pick onto Sai here, and this could mean that the spike plant might go down. The orbital strike will prevent
10 seconds left.
Temporarily, but take a look at Yuvin gets fully flashed as Blackhawk will get the trade onto Floki, but it might be a little too late here as the shower plant has come in and both players have fallen back into that shower position. Blackhawk down to 8 HP. It is down to just him and Wimp to figure this one out. Wimp on 5 HP as well, so it doesn't look like they would be able to do much with that low HP count in a third round. 3 rounds on the trot for Team Valor. And a couple of eco rounds back to back from Team EXO. A little bit concerned about the decision making there from them. Maybe just a calculation mistake on their part. But nonetheless, a round in the bag for Team Valor. 5-3. Another round and the magic number is reached, Lucifer.
I mean, I wait for plays like this. Like somebody is flashed. I think it was Kai Wim flashing there, which
was it team flash?
Yeah, it was a team flash, and Ghost powered through it. He's like, it's okay, I'm going to still try and put my best force. Yeah. He was like a star for the opponent.
Like, it's cool, man. I got this. I'm just gonna go in, and Buster coming face to face with Excali coming out on top, and Pasha Sahil getting another kill. Hunter playing beautifully with his owl drone. B side looks like it has been completely lost here. Sai is rotating on priority. Take a look at that mini map. He has got his knife out and he's running at full speed. Team Valor have actually taken too much time, perhaps. No, they're finally on site, and the spike is going to go down. A 5 versus 3 post plant with a 3 versus 5 retake for Team EXO. They're entirely capable, but I wonder if
Turn out.
Team Valor will be able to do this. Ghost will pick up a kill onto Hunter. That's a big pick. Hunter can be in post plant.
Last player standing.
It is down to just Sai. He will get Stoki. Stoki, how is he coming from behind there?
They always have one person.
Placing alarm bot.
I mean, that's brilliant. That says that the side of Team Valor, they've understood that they need to change their strategies. If not, the side of Team EXO will completely take them out. And back to back, 4 rounds.
Wow.
They have been picked up. They've picked up multiple rounds, and I think just like we saw on the map of Split, right, where 2 pistol rounds went away from the side of Team EXO, but then they made a comeback on their full buy to completely take it down to 13-2. Same thing can happen because the confidence is building from the side of Valor, and also because this is Valor's pick, so Valor need to show up. And which magic number we were talking about, 4 or 5, they've already caught the threshold, so they should be good on the defensive half, but they should also try and look forward to a couple more, because EXO, with the pistol advantage they got previously on this map, they'll be looking forward to the attacking half pistol as well.
I agree, and I think a very well-timed timeout coming in from EXO here. They just want to say, "Hang on, we were dominating this match. All of a sudden, it looks like the momentum shift is completely transferred over to Team Valor." But I mean, full credit to them. 5-4 now, the magic number or whatever we were talking about. At least, I think there's enough on the plate to have a full game, right? And Team Valor now go into the second half. Not yet. There's still 3 more rounds to go, but they go into the second half with some confidence. And Team EXO, once again, will be forced into a half by Lucifer. So Team Valor should be backing themselves to put away another round, I suppose.
They should capitalize on this advantage. These are the rounds that you should always pick up. And you can see Excali again, as you mentioned previously, was I guess 10-3 or something, 10-4. Right now he is going down, right? So it's 11-7. But again, look at the smart play coming in from Valor. Previously, if you saw, they were trying to rush and find the side of Team EXO. But right now they understand EXO themselves are presenting in opportunities where they're aggressive. And they're trying to push them out together and then try to fight out. And that's the reason I think the side of Team Valor are having a better day. Boombot being thrown. Oh my god, that's going to be a beautiful grenade. And after that, he gets 2.
Spike down.
The timing could not have been better.
And that is how you play a ninja round. That is how you do it. He will get eventually traded off, and Pasha Sahil picks up 2 and restoring that man advantage that Excali single-handedly got for his team. And Pixels, as I noticed that he did pick up the orb, so the Viper Spit has been deployed and the spike should go down no problem. Blackhawk searching for Pixels, should have landed that first headshot, but misses, and Pixels will be there to punish him for that mistake. Wimp is down as well. Ghost has his late storm to jump into that Viper Spit and see what damage can be done. Pixels is on the close right. Remember, folks, he hasn't changed position. And Ghost should have this information. Will take him down as the pit collapses. And can Wimp and Ghost here, can they coordinate to do this? It is a shower plant. It's a 3 versus 2 situation.
Last player standing.
So worried. The side of Team Valor had to commit a resurrection so that they confirm this round. They were so worried that if Ghost starts popping off, I think they have a chance to make a comeback. So they had to pop a resurrection on Nico round. That goes a long way. That gives, it's like showing respect to your opponent, that we understand you have the capability of turning things around, but making it an equalizer. Valor has also showed us that you can forget about whatever happened on the map of Split, because we are going to make a comeback, and this is our pick. This is our playing round if Split was yours.
I agree, and it also speaks a lot about how much Team Valor wanted to put away round number 5 for themselves. And the AWP is back in play after a brief hiatus where Team Valor completely dominated proceedings. Ghost has managed to pick up an AWP. He's searching for someone outside of showers. He's not going to find anyone for now, and there's no commitment from Team Valor yet on either side. But Team Valor putting 5 rounds back to back on the cards, as Hunter will pick up Excali. I am assuming this is on B side. This might just give some sort of an opening for Team Valor. Wimp is still on site. He is on the sky, folks, remember? He will get a pick. Hunter will go down.
Brings it back to a 4v4 right now, Chris. Okay, go for Blackhawk. He was about to use his own utility, but the way he managed to dodge the edge, he's still surviving with another utility being thrown, and that was just waste of utilities coming in. I mean, I understand it might have been a distraction, but the side of Team EXO, they do not read into it. They are still at B. Yes, they are at backside. So I think gaining access to side and play around that should still work out. But defend the Killjoy lockdown coming in. This is going to make life tough for the side of Valor to hold for both flanks.
Questionable orbital strike for sure. I think maybe he was banking on the fact that he would 100% get a kill and not spotting out Pasha Sahil temporarily, but Sahil has found him eventually, and now the enemy should be stuck pretty easily here, as Stroky will be left too far behind to do anything about the post-that situation. And
last round before the switch.
Going back to that decision to invest that orbital strike, maybe knowing that Sai had the lockdown as an option, should have probably saved it. to counter the lockdown, but no, it wasn't to be. And Sai is not someone who would wait to punish those kind of mistakes and immediately pulling out that lockdown, which was most definitely an important part of that retake. Strokey was stuck inside of hookah. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Maybe it was because of the lockdown that he did get forced and couldn't really reposition back into a place that made sense. And for now, 6-5 on the scoreboard. We are on the last round in the first half. But quick impressions, Lucifer, of a balanced first half. It was a fully dominated first half of the first half, and then a fully dominated by VL Team Valor in the second half of the first half.
Exactly. I mean, Valor made a comeback. That does give us the slight opportunity of thinking that Valor can make a comeback because they understand right now it's best of 5, so they have a couple of maps that they can play around with. But if they let this map go, it's going to be series point heading over to the next map. I guess that's going to be on the side of Ascent, or it's going to be Icebox. Let me just recorrect myself so that we have an idea where we are heading into, because I know that it's going to be the pick of EXO and it's Ascent.
The next map is Ascent. You're absolutely right about it. And unless Team EXO picks up Bind, if Team Valor does win Bind, then we are guaranteed to go to Icebox at the very least, which you mentioned, Lucifer, is quote unquote EXO's playground.
Right now, all I'm worried about is the side of Team Valor trying to get a 6-6. I mean, the magic number of 4 or 5 was already reached, so they have a good play coming in, but then it will all depend on their pistol. If they lose their pistol, that gives access to the side of Team EXO to 9. A very early Hunter's Fury coming in. He finds Ghost. The operator is down. That's a huge opening because right now Shower's control has been lost. Blackhawk puts up an immediate smoke, which was very necessary, but the spike is also coming down. They are looking forward to the opportunity to capitalize. The Blackhawk's position is open to destroy the spike planter, but the wall will deny that from happening. But still, he finds a kill on Pixel.
Right here. Out of here.
Pasha started brilliantly to pull one back, and Strokey as well. And now a 3 versus 2, Lucifer. This is looking difficult for Teams XO, and it's down to just Excali. They don't know where he is. Hunter will get taken down on 1 versus 2, but extremely difficult angles being held here. He thinks there's someone at Showers, but no, just like last 2 players are going to be on A shot and in U-Haul, and Strokey, he peeked out from outside Showers, then made the wraparound, it looks like. Coming down from that A shot region and confirming that final kill onto Excali 6-6. And absolutely agree with you, Lucifer. I mean, the magic number is just the minimum number of rounds, but these guys have picked up 6, and I think we'll be feeling pretty confident about themselves going into defense, that they shouldn't be able to allow Team EXO to pick up more than 6 rounds. And I think a good half overall, but definitely I would say Team Valor would be the happier team at this halftime at this point, for sure.
I mean, I was kind of distracted while you were talking, Grizzly, because one guy has a breeze in his background and another has an icebox. So maybe early picks in terms of breeze and icebox coming in. If you like that weather conditions, then maybe you try to turn things around. But right now it looks like EXO, they're angry. They did not want this to be a 6-6. They did not want to make sure Valor has a chance as they head over to the map of Bind and grab a victory. They find the opening. Yes, Sai is very low, but there is also Wimp, who is going to be a Sky, who can patch Sai up. Good for battle with 100 health.
I mean, we have to talk about Buster's position there in hookah. I felt like after that boom spot gave him the information about, at least one player being there, he definitely needed to move out of that position, because Excali was going to obviously throw that nade in towards it, and which eventually forced him out and into a 1 versus 2 fight. But Valor doing really well here with Pixel and Strokey getting a couple of picks back. Blackhawk gets the trade. Sai gets the trade onto Strokey, immediately undoing whatever damage that they just suffered. And now a 3 versus 2 with XO having a man advantage. Hunter will get Sai, but Blackhawk gets the trade, and Ghost is there from behind to put the final nail in the coffin for them. And the pistol round has gone in the way of Team XO. 7-6 on the board. A good start to the second half by Team XO.
Yeah, this is what I said, right? I mean, I understand Valor want to take this map away, but 6s was not expected from the side of EXO. They might think that it's a couple of mistakes they made, but the jumping shot coming in from Strokey was brilliant to watch. But then Sai is like, okay, you wanted a clip for yourself. Here's, I'm going to ruin your clip by taking you down.
Absolutely, and the play game is so strong, and look at Buster. He's come out all the way outside of Hookah. He needs to deal with a lot of utility. You need to run back, my friend.
Ghost punishes him. Okay, Ghost finds an opening all the way at A side. Look at the side of Team EXO always. They're going to position a couple of their teammates here and there on different sides. And if that player feels that he can enter a side, he's allowed to. The side of EXO do not restrict their players in terms of, no, you have to do this. They give them the opportunity, and Ghost goes in, does it, and opens up. And right now you can see Valor, they are on an eco. It's a pistol round. I thought they were trying to save over there. Both of them were trying to run back to B. It's like, okay. Then I think they also had the realization that it's just a pistol.
Last player standing.
This time around, it is going to be Sai from behind with Buster.
What?
Ooh, nearly. He got a dink onto Sai as well.
Yeah.
I think players just lining up for him perfectly. Buster doing a lot of damage here. That's two Spectres put away out of their hands from Team EXO. So they will be coming in with at least two players having to go in for the full buy one round earlier than anticipated. So not really a bonus round from their side. There you go. On your screens, you can see there's going to be a couple of rifles invested there. And Blackhawk choosing to stick with the Spectre. I suppose somewhat of a bonus there for him, but maybe might just be a good option for him to upgrade all the way to the Vandal. But on the side of Team Valor, 4 half shields granted, but 5 rifles in their hands. This is a big round.
They've invested a lot, and that goes to say that not able to find those shields.
I've got your trail.
But right now, there's going to be a trade coming in, but both of them have been dropped close to 30 and 40 HP respectively, and that's the reason both of them are backing off. But Ghost, this time he tries to do something at A, along with Wimp. They lose that battle, and both of them going down to the ground. The crucial round that you mentioned, they managed to convert it, and Strokey right on hunt of his doppelganger. He'll be able to take out Blackhawk, and now it's all up to Sai. He did find the initial frag, but right now he is at 30, which is not looking great for him.
Side by side next to Strokey, just not knowing that he's on the other side of the TP. I think he's definitely aware that there is a player inside the TP. Ooh, that will be the end for him. That recon was the end as Strokey wallbangs through that hook, through the teleporter. And the first round in the second half for Team Valor being registered on the scoreboard. The scoreline will now move to 8-7. And we talked about how this was a big round for Team Valor with so much invested in. Lost a couple of players, but I think that should not bother them too much. They definitely want to stop the Team EXO train. You know, the momentum really starting to pick up like how it did in Split, and I think from that regard they should be pretty happy with themselves. On the side of Team EXO, it was somewhat of a bonus round for them, so they will still be coming in with a couple of rifles, 3 Spectres on them. I shouldn't worry them too much. They have a couple of ultimates to work with as well.
Down.
8-7.
8-7. Right now, again, try to team, they don't have a lot to play with. The Spectre, I think this is going to be one thing that they're counting on for Ghost to convert, but as soon as he finds, as soon as he misses his opportunity of converting, it's getting difficult with the random spray connect. He should look forward to converting this in Strokey, but they're making a run for it. The lockdown, it's going to push them back, and right now, look at that. Everybody needs to clear the site. They don't have a chance to even fight it out and deny the spike. The spike gets planted. They also try for an aggressive position, but they then realize, while we already have the spike, we have rifles to play around with. We can go for a post plant. Why do we have to rush them? And everybody backs up from the fight, except for the players at U1. They have an aggressive position. They pick up one, but Pasha Sahil along with Buster will be able to trade it out. Pixel, he's making it work. He clears out Shower. Excali goes down the last 2 players. They're at shot. They'll also start losing their health. Blackhawk, he picks one, but his information is given. Buster, he's looking for it. Buster is also going down, but Hunter comes in with a wide swing. That's done. Otherwise, if Hunter lined up and with the Phantom, it's another kill coming in, and it would have been a 1v1, a Brim versus a Brim.
Absolutely.
Brim.
Round number 8 registered for Team Valor, and this is starting to get a little bit interesting. An excellent move into U-Haul, the way they retook it, knowing that Sai was playing up close. They're just playing in numbers. Apes together strong, Lucifer. That's what it's coming down to once again. This retake was just all
And
about that.
pre-fires.
They had to fall back. Strokey went down to 2 HP because of that random Ghost Spectre spray in U-Haul. We saw that, right?
Yep.
And he just had to fall back, going to take the heal from Sage, and then just regrouping, and then it was pretty much Apes together strong after that.
Yeah, I mean, 3 fires, then heading over to U-Haul together. As we mentioned, Apes together as a team is always working better for the... I mean, not only one team, it works for each and every team. That's a strategy that anybody can use and still come out on top. But if everybody lines up together and then they complain saying that you guys said Apes together, you guys did not have to line up. Apes don't line up.
Apes don't line up. No one mentioned that, but this round looks like it is going to be going the way of Team Valor. Doing well here. It is an eco round for it, so I did see 5 Sheriff buys and Ghost gets a break as well. This is becoming much closer than it should. It is down to just Blackhawk, who will eventually be put to rest. And it's going to be Hunter with that wall bang. At the cost of 2 players, they have picked up another round, 9-8 on the scoreboard, and you can see Sai dishing out those instructions. This is what he's telling him, Lucifer. He's telling them that we just lost an eco. We don't have to be too worried about it. We got 2 picks. We just need to pick up the momentum, get our economy sorted, and let's have a crack at this, right? 8-9. It's anybody's game still. And I think what he's also saying is that we still have Icebox down the road. You guys know how strong we are on Icebox. It's a map that we are going to put away, and so maybe just a little bit of a pep talk from him for his team.
Exactly. I mean, morals need to be lifted, right? It's going to be very difficult. Again, a buddy system does work. They do manage to do a trade, but taking on Wimp, they've lost their initiative. So any kind of an opening, they have to just rely on Ghost. But with the Viper's Pit at A shot, Excali cannot help them out. But look at Pixels, he's playing at the edge of his Viper's Pit, and if he just gives away a nozzle over there to Excali, he's going to punish. But both of them, with the patience game they're playing together. But eventually somebody has to do something. A very fast push coming in. There's going to be a land coming in. Pixel was ready for the fight. Blackhawk will be able to take down Pixel. They're looking for the one more. Hunter goes down, so the spike should be planted as players are making their way in. They should be happy with it, but the ultimate gets used. The ultimate misses. They waste an ultimate.
That is so unfortunate here for Team Valor. Blackhawk will eventually go down, and not to miss out that shock dart that Hunter sent out just before he was it out. As Hunter will be revived here. Pasha Sahil will get taken down, but Hunter will survive. It is a 2 versus 2, and Sai is down to 9 HP. And a lot of utility. Excali doing brilliantly here. Getting 1 pick, but Buster will be there. Will be good for both those kills. And will be the last player alive. Imagine if that blast pack actually killed him. It would have been something sensational. But 10th round on the board. Team Valor are definitely feeling themselves, Lucifer.
There's one thing in terms of good news coming for the race players. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody was unhappy with the nerf that Raze received with the ult, with the boom bot, making it costly. There is a patch coming in, but it's still, I wouldn't say a huge buff. It's just in terms of tuning it down of price, but damage is also being reduced. I mean, the patch was not kicked in, but when it does, it's still questionable if it is going to be happy for a lot of race players. But right now, the side of Team EXO, they've lost their full buy round. I think this is going to be their last full buy coming in. It is going to be also broken because you can see Excali already with the half shield. There should be a couple of more players with the half shields and specters. And if they lose this, that will put them on 11 for the side of Team Valor. And that's going to be a match point round that the side of Team Valor can take away on an eco.
And I think Team EXO recognizes that, and that's why they've gone in for this somewhat scattered buy, right? It's somewhat of a forced buy. I do see rifles on every one of them, so it should still be okay as long as they are winning those gunfights, and I guess it's just going to come down to that. Buster is holding a very sneaky angle here.
I've got your trail.
This Sky ultimate will be the end of him though. Surely Sai gets the pick, will pull out his lockdown as the Brimstone orbital strike will come out, nullifying it immediately. They did pick up a couple of players there, so it's a 4 versus 3 situation. EXO does have the man advantage, and now Sai is sitting
30
up for that
seconds left.
position. And Hunter will pull out the Hunter's Fury, aptly named. Can he get the pick? He will get a pick onto Wimp as the player counts now level. It's a 3 versus 3. Sai is very low, 20 HP.
Elbow. Strokey has taken control of Elbow, so Sai needs to help his teammate. And if he does not, things will not look good. Blackhawk will be able to pick one on Hunter. That's going to be a very important kill. But Pixel finds a kill. Pixel coming on a backstab from Octagon puts everybody in a disarray, and it looks like this is another round that they'll be losing, a round which they shouldn't have lost. It looks like they're about to lose this.
One enemy remaining.
The defuse is being stuck. Excalibur! Oh no, boy! The Nick! A ninja defuse!
That is so unfortunate because Excali got the connection when he sprayed through the smoke, so I guess he just assumed that he killed the diffuser. But unfortunately for him, he actually he got body blocks. It was Strokey standing in front of the diffuser, taking those shots and sort of simulating the death of the diffuser in one sense. But slightly unfortunate there for Team XO. I thought they had it. There you go. You can see it in the replay. I guess he just assumed that he got the diffuser, but it wasn't to be. Pixels here putting on quite a performance, getting 2 important kills, just what made that retake possible. Those 2 kills that he got from B long, I think it was, really made the difference. And now 11-8. We talked about this, Lucifer. We talked about how important it was for EXO to win that round, and now as a result of this, they will be forced into another eco and a timeout initiated to specifically talk through this particular scenario. What is Sai telling his team, Lucifer? What do you think Sai is telling his team right now?
See, one thing that he might be telling and trying to get a majority would be going in for a force. I've seen EXO, whenever it is not looking great, they try to force and try to balance things out. You can already see the Spectre being picked and the Vandal from Ghost as well as Sai. Rest of them, they haven't gone in for a pick. I think Sai is just trying to convince his team that we can do it with a force. Let's try it, because if we don't, the map is gone.
I think that's exactly what he's telling him. And maybe there's a question about should we save and take this to match point and then fight our way back from 12-8. And I think Sai is just saying no. I don't think that's the move. I think we need to just invest. Let's commit and let's go for this last ditch attempt. Because if they lose this round, they're going to be on match point without any economy whatsoever.
And they're making Excali enter the side. The ultimate needs to do a lot, but everybody backs away. Just like the Phoenix's ultimate, they run it back. They back away. They do not let anything to be gained from that ultimate. That's going to be important, but they have Brimstone's ultimate as well. The Molly was already used, so no lineups coming in. But Blackhawk needs to survive so that they confirm this round. If they lose this round, as we said, match point rolls in and their economy is already done and dusted.
Out of charges.
Absolutely. I was thinking maybe he should have just thrown that rocket into heaven, right? Because Strokey was actually there. But Team Valor here starting off very, very well. Getting a couple of hits, 4 versus 3 now. The wall comes in. Diffuse is stuck, Lucifer, already. And now it's just down to Sai along with Ghost. Ghost gets one. It is double Sai, 1 versus 2 situation. He gets another. And Strokey with that classic jump does not work as Sai will pick up a 4K, Lucifer, and will secure that round. It was do or die. Let's face it. It was do or die for Team XO.
I mean, you can see the hand going to Sai's head, right? He's like, oh man, now I have to again invest. Because that was an opportunity that he already grabbed a gun, but also it was getting on his nerves that players were dropping in. Ghost, you saw him, he got a pick along with Sai there, but then he went in for a dash which unfortunately hit the wall, which let him be in the open. And right now, with the economy damage that the side of Team EXO have pulled off, they might have a chance that EXO can go to double digits, and if they do, they can equalize at level 11 very soon, because that will be a confidence boost. The defense being broken down says a lot.
Hellfire! Launching smoke.
Ouch, that's gonna hurt. But Sai saves the day again.
That does, and you talked about the eco damage. In fact, Team Valor are actually on an eco round this round. And even though there were a couple of nice snappy sheriff headshots, they do find themselves in a 2 versus 3 at Team EXO, definitely looking strong here, playing really smart post-plant positions. Ghost is standing in on top of that truck position there. You go take a look at his angles. He is going to come face to face with Pasha Sahil. I think it's just a pit who is trying to walk in towards
One enemy remaining.
and will meet Cypher. He gets taken down as Blackhawk will get the final kill onto Buster, and double digits, you called it, Lucifer, on the board, 11-10. And are we seeing a late comeback from Team XO?
Now it's actually hurting for the side of Valor. They are at 11 and it looks like EXO are making a comeback, and if they allow that and EXO reach match point early, we might see an overtime. Guys, no jinx, no casted jinx, but still we might see it. But if it's 12-11 coming in, EXO would want to close it early on.
I mean, this is a big round. We got Spectres, we got rifles all around. I can see one Spectre in the hands of a single player of Team Valor, but apart from that, it looks like it is going to be somewhat of a fair fight. Some presence being shown here by Team EXO outside of B site. The spike isn't there though. The spike is in the hands of Brimstone.
You should run.
Shot.
They're looking forward to make a fake here. You know, Sai, he had to break the owl drone. He takes a TP and that gives them all the information. The fake was actually a fake. And look at everybody rotating to A side. There is already a lurk coming in, but Exali, he opens up shot. That was a beautiful kill. Pixel, he should not have come out. He should have waited for his teammate. But they know there's going to be a player in ground box. Loki will be able to pick up a kill, but this was clinical as the side of EXO wrap it up. The way EXO managed to completely turn this round was beautiful. The way the side EXO clear angles is brilliant. This was just a clinical round. I mean, starting off with Excali and then Wimp, look at him. He's clearing angles. He does not want his teammate to be open in a disadvantage. They're planting it for already A showers, which is such a small opening that if all your players are concentrated there, if there's a smoke or maybe even a Viper's snake bite being dropped or the Razor's grenade, they can easily stick the defuse. So that was really good in terms of clearing the side up.
We talk about taking the fight to the opposition. That retake, Lucifer, was one of the best I've seen from them in a long time. And Buster here investing with this showstopper so early, now having to search for opponents. He needs to fire it somewhere. Will not find anything. That's a big investment with the showstopper not connecting with anyone at all.
Be a big investment, but look at the position from the Sage. That's going to be crucial. If they head B and they do not check that cheeky angle behind the wall, it's going to get difficult. But as you said, initially it looked like the spike was at A and they are making a rotate. It's only Pixels here. There is going to be Strokey making his way through defender spawn, but he needs to be a little bit early. I think they take their time. I mean, taking their own time might be a little bit costly right now because Strokey has made his way in. With the spam coming in, Pixels has given the information that this should be a B hit, but Sai is lurking around. He takes down Buster. That's going to be a great kill, which again holds the side of Valor stuck to their position.
30 seconds left.
Hunter will get the trade onto side there, but it's not really relevant anymore because Team EXO is actually pushing with the spike onto A side, and it looks nearly completely empty except for Strokey, who will pull out the orbital strike, will not connect with anyone, and Ghost will get the trade onto him. 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to go down. Hunter continuing to be a nuisance. It is now a 3 versus 2, a 2 versus 3 retake. Hunter and Pasha Sahil need to figure this one out, and are we going to see match point very soon?
Enemy down.
Pasha Sahil gets a handy first kill onto Excali, is somewhat aware. On his left, gets a second headshot to connect. It is down to just Blackhawk. He is in U-Haul. 2 players in heaven. They need to play this one together. The revive has been called as well, and now Blackhawk finds one, finds 2. Can he get the third? No, he cannot. Strokey will get the pick, but does he have time for the defuse?
He has.
He does have the time for the defuse, and is going to be match point Team Valor. Brilliantly played from Pasha Sahil, getting those 2 picks and responding to the call. I'm sure that came from one of the players of Team Valor, is that you have a revive, you need to invest it now. And in the end, Lucifer, that's what made the difference.
That made a huge difference. But the recon which was not destroyed, I think that became a huge disadvantage. That gave away Vim's cheeky position that he was holding. If Vim's position was not given away, then the side of EXO had a chance to get their own match point. But right now, it's going to be the side of EXO fighting for either this map or going ahead to let go of this map in regulation. Both the possibilities are 50-50. I wouldn't balance it to be 80-20 or 60-40 because both are on sky high. Because look at Blackhawk, a 1v3 clutch was so high on the cards, but with one whiff, I think it
Oh my
Hunter!
goodness, Hunter just kills Strokey with his Hunter's Fury. A double kill nonetheless, including that team kill
But look
here.
at Pixel's
I saw a
position.
couple of ultimates.
Look at Pixel!
Pixel goes on his point
down
out and he
A.
kills the planter.
What is this match? What is Valor doing? Grizzly, I actually need a break now because Valor, they're not only taking the side of EXO to a turmoil, but us as casters and viewers.
Okay, 3 versus 3 retake now. All 3 players of EXO inside U-Hall. This is interesting, and Ghost trying to sneak out from that smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Pasha Sahil with another
enemy
kill.
remaining.
It comes down
Oh,
to
no,
just
again!
Sai. It's a 1
Sai!
versus 1. Sai, it is being stuck. He is
Defenders
not
win.
aware. And what a round Team Valor have just put away. You can see the frustration in Team XO's face cam views here, but Sai was not aware that half was done and it's being stuck. And in the end, Team Valor stealing that round and this map away from Team XO, Lucifer.
Viewers, I apologize. If you heard me shouting there, I really apologize because this is the second time to happen. First it was with Excali who thought he got the diffuser. It happened again with Sai who thought the opponent will push him but stuck that diffuse. The cojones on that man. The nerves of steel to stick.
I tell you. Oh my
Stick in
gosh.
front of Sai. I mean, Sai, that's like a proper read. You know, once you get that 1v2 and you bring it to a 1v1, the spike diffuser is about to peek you. But Pasha Sahil says, no, I know what you're going to do. You're ready for me with your aim, so let me just try and stick it. Gets that.
Great decision from them in the end, and this does mean that there's definitely going to be an icebox play tonight, Lucifer. There's no 3-0 on the cards today because the match score, ladies and gentlemen, is now 1-1. This is a best of 5 if you're just tuning in, and this is the grand finals of the Yuvin Invitational powered by Tata Tiago NRG, and we are midway through this best of 5. It was Team EXO who took away split rather easily, it must be said, and Team Valor fighting back on bind. It was 5-0, Lucifer. Let's remember, EXO was kind of running away with this game at the very beginning with a 5-0 scoreline, and Team Valor doing brilliantly to turn that around. We ended at 6-6, and I guess they crossed the magic number, and so they were able to cross the finish line as well, Lucifer.
Exactly, and they were in advantage 8-11, but then the side of Team EXO made a comeback, but both were about to get to a position where we might have seen overtime and might have Caster's curse turned it around. But right now let's quickly take a look because Sai was great, 28 for him. EXO Blackhawk as well, he's at 22, whereas the side of Team Valor, I would say they spread their kills efficiently throughout their teammates. Wimp, you can see he was enabling his teammates with flashes and with his ultimates coming in, and also especially him healing his teammates, trying to make as much as work that he can do just with that sky. But it was, at the end of the day, I mean, I guess even Wimp not getting a couple of frags was a disadvantage for the side of Team EXO. But to say the least, right, I am ready for it. I mean, EXO might be feeling bad because they lost this map, but they can be still head high because they won split brilliantly with a huge advantage. So they don't have anything to be worried about. But as we head into the map of Ascent next, it's anybody's playground because as we know, right, the side of Ascent, it's going to be a neutral ground that both the teams can play brilliantly on. I would say EXO knows their play, and that's the reason they've picked the map. But again, it can turn around. Again, there's going to be mid coming in with Bind not having a mid coming in and attacking half. If EXO Ghost picks up his jet, which we have seen, and I said he likes to open up mid. He likes to open up mid areas. Then he might do a lot of damage. But what do you think?
I mean, I agree with you. The first map scoreline 13-3, I think it was. I think that is going to give a lot of confidence to Team EXO. And I think that's what Simmer's telling his team right now. He's like, guys, just it's fine. We lost bind. We know that Valor is they're brilliant on bind, and we talked about this, Luce. We talked about this before. Valor is brilliant on bind, and that's what Simmer's probably telling his team. Guys, just brush it off. This is a map that they specialize in, like how we do on Icebox, and they can have it. We still have 3 more maps to go. We can prove ourselves. Look at the split scoreline. We absolutely dominated these guys, and we can definitely do it again on Ascent. And if they do it on Ascent, it's just time to clean house at Icebox.
I agree with you. We will be going to Icebox, but before that, Ascent is waiting for that. But before that, there's going to be a short break. Teams need to refresh. You guys also take the short break, but don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. And meet us back very soon. But right now, enjoy the highlights until you come back.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Yuvin Invitational powered by Tata Tiago NRG with Red Bull as our energy drink partner. And what a match it was, Grizzly. We were discussing, we were going ham in terms of talking how these players were doing. But yeah, it was one hell of a match to witness. Bind neck and neck.
Absolutely, full credit to, I mean, I want to say Team Valor, after taking a beating like they did on Split, right? 13-3. What does that do to your confidence? And something you
Yep.
need to reach out and find in yourself and say, hey, no, we are good enough to fight back. And even on Bind, they had such a good lead, and Exo started stringing this amazing comeback, and it went from 11-8, 11-9, 11-10, 11. And when they were at 11-11, I was thinking, hey, I think Exo is going to run away with this. The momentum's already on their side. But Team Valor doing brilliantly. It came so close, 13-11. We were talking about that last round where that one Sage revive pretty
Yep.
much won them that round, and it just comes down to those decisions on a stage like this where the margin for error is so low, and every single mistake you make will be punished by the opposition, and that's just a mark of a good team.
Yeah, that's there's nothing else. I mean, you put it picture perfect out there for everybody to understand that map. It should have, in terms of, if you talk about momentum and how it was going, EXO could have picked it up. 11-11, 12-11, 13-11 could have happened, but Valor, they had the patience. The retakes were just brilliant, and the magic numbers we talk about, right? Them pushing it to, rather than just 4, they pushed it till 6-6 and got that advantage. And the pistols and the full buys coming in also, they started making it work. So they started turning around. But right now we are heading into Ascent. What are your thoughts on that, Grizzly? Do you think Valor has what it takes?
I think so, and I think the good thing for them is that they're defending first, and I think that's the positive that they need to realize first of all, that that's what they need to capitalize on. Just get their defensive plays sorted out, get those calls sorted out. Don't lose mid control, because Exo is going to come and bully you in mid, right?
Yep.
Excali is going to try and jump into the mid section, try to get the pick on pizza or market, and then establish that firm mid control. And from then on, they have so many options. They can go back into B, move into a Z shot. So I think Team Valor need to figure out who's going to be holding down that mid section. And I think so far today, Hunter's been that player who's just been so consistent on both the maps, on Split as well as on Bind. Pixels is having a great game as well. So many times we saw in Bind that sneaky position he had up on top
Yeah.
of that box, and no one noticed him until the planter got killed. And I think they just need to sort out who's playing where. I think they need to talk about the momentum, and they need to understand that Team EXO is really feeling the heat right now. Because they were looking so confident on Split, and suddenly Bind things turned around. And I think Team Valor need to sort of have that pep talk and be ready. For Team EXO, I would say business as usual, right?
Yeah.
I would be curious if Excali went for that Sky pick again. And then supplementing, Ghost on the Jet, which I think will be the case. But we'll just have to wait and
It
see.
should
But I
be.
would say business as usual. They need to put their heads down, be professional about this. They're a pro team, among the very best in India right now, and they just need to do what they do best.
Yep. And Valor are not making it easy. They're taking EXO for a run. They're like, you might have played VCC, you might have played majority of the tournaments, but we are a set that has right now started grinding brilliantly. We have found our, I would say, we talk about the synergy, right, within a team. You need to make sure if there's a duelist playing, what he needs. He needs a good initiator, he needs a good controller who sets him up for success so that his blind spots are being covered. I think Valor have found that it's just about them trying to now counteract their opponent. Each and every team is going to be different, and that's what they're doing. Coming on Bind, we did have that saying that with that confidence boost coming in for the side of EXO, we did think that they had a great chance of taking this away. But then you did mention that this map is Valor's. They had that pick, so they managed to make a comeback. I mean, it was getting very close. It was neck and neck. We were nail biting, right? We were like, wait, no, that what? This was the kind of reactions we were having, and on top of our voice, I managed to shout in the last one as well. But Ascent, it's going to be another, I would say, complete changeover. You might see a lot of hellbent opportunities, you might see a lot of astonishing movements and kills coming through, but you would also be surprised in certain times of plays coming in. And as you mentioned, right, Excali on that sky, if he comes in, sets up ghosts for success. He has been playing that duelist very well. He has been on top of his game, and everybody with the duelist has been on top of the game from the side of EXO. But fired up compared to the first round of split to the round of bind, completely turned around.
I agree. I think a question that should be asked for Team Valor is, are they missing Bullet? Folks, we don't know if it is a tactical change. Maybe he's unavailable for personal reasons. We're not quite sure, but
Yep.
it's worth talking about because we've seen how successful Bullet has been in this lineup. Either on the Brimstone or on the Killjoy or on the Cypher, and in a map like Ascent. If they don't have Bullet on that Sentinel, I think it's going to be Strokey filling in that position of Killjoy once again, which I don't think is his main. I've seen him on the Brimstone, I've seen him on the Raze, I've seen him on the Reyna. I think in the Gauntlet he was playing Reyna against some of these bigger teams. So I guess agent compositions they need to look at carefully. They need to figure out how to plug those holes and come back stronger, is what I feel. And Ascent. It's a more balanced map than Split, so it's really anybody's game, and I guess we just have to wait and see what agents the team end up selecting.
And again, there was Ghost teasing us with the Yoru, and he's just teasing us with every
time,
agent right
man.
now.
Every time,
Come
there's
on.
someone teasing us with the Yoru.
No, okay. I was about to say, I mean, please don't take me in regards to this. I was like, Ghost was trying to pick different agents, and by mistake, he presses lock, and the opponent says, no, we are not giving them a recheck. We're not going to repix. Yeah, we're not going to remake the lobby again. But okay, he picks up the Ghost back again. So it looks like the usual lineup.
It is.
Any thoughts?
A dual initiator setup again. Excali is on the sky, Lucifer. That's what we talked about.
Exactly. And same thing, look at Pasha Sahil, he finally makes a comeback on that Jet. Till now he was playing the Sage, he finally makes a comeback. Strokey changes up. I thought this was the map where we might see Bullet. Not sure, but still Strokey is playing Strokey. He has been doing whenever it was needed. Not exceptional plays, but when it was needed, the clutch, the Brim v Brim fight, it worked out. Buster changes up, he goes for a Phoenix. Phoenix is going to be a capable player in this map. We have seen he is self-dependent and can open up the map either B or A with his run it back brilliantly.
Yeah, and I guess the only difference between those two lineups would be that Team Valor have stuck with the double duelist lineup, double duelist setup. So they got both the Jet and the Phoenix, and they have sacrificed a second initiator, which is not a bad choice. But on the side of Team EXO, they have sacrificed that second duelist. Is only going to be Ghost on Jet, and Excali is going to be pulling out his birds on that sky. I'm super excited to see how those two will combine. It is going to be Team Valor defending first, Lucifer. Any thoughts, any early predictions on this?
I think previously we saw the side of Team EXO playing defense first and then going for attack. They had already summed up a lot of rounds, but now that they're starting on attack, I'm looking forward to them still having the advantage, because that map of Split, the way they played, that confidence, I'm pretty sure it's going to be there here. So I would lay my cards down again to a 13-11 victory, but this time for the side of Team EXO.
13-11 to Team EXO. That's all right. I see you. I would agree.
What do you think? Yeah.
I would agree. I think Ascent is a map that I have not really seen Team Valor shine in, particularly. And I also feel like at the end of that last round, I saw Sai's face and Simmer looked absolutely upset.
Yeah.
And I think they went in for a discussion and they were like, guys, we're not making those same mistakes again. Let's just be clear about it. And I think Team EXO is going to come out fighting. They're going to come out very, very with a clear plan. And I think that plan will be executed. And I feel like Valor will struggle just a little bit to cope with the aggression, the intent that they show on a map like Ascent.
Yeah, but right now it's time for the game. Again, for people tuning in, till now the scoreline is 1-1. First, it was the side of Team EXO picking up the map of Split with a huge dominant performance, 13-2, and then it was a 13-11 for the side of Team Valor on Bind. So it's still a 1-1. Anybody's game still on the cards, and smiles right now from the side of Team Valor, looking at their cams.
That's good to
On
see.
the side of Team EXO, they are a little bit tense because they did not, I guess, want to lose the map of Bind after their comeback, especially.
I agree. And that last round, I'm sure, still haunting them somewhere. And it does look like they have all been spoken to, and they have their concentration faces on, if I can say that. They do seem to be on the same page on whatever they want to do. But on the side of Team Valor, there are definitely my man Buster once again busting out those snacks, man. He needs to keep those snacks going. I think that's where he gets his energy from. And those smiles as well, which is always good to see. But yeah, Ascent is here, and as Lucifer said, it is a best of 5, folks. So if you are just tuning in, you have come right on time in the middle of a best of 5, and this is currently tied 1-1 apiece, as you guys can see on your scoreboard on the screens. One map apiece for Team EXO and Valor. Split went EXO's way, Bind went Valor's way. We're on Ascent now, and we're going to be heading over to Icebox next. And if the tiebreaker is in play, we are going to be heading over to Haven for our final match of the day.
Exactly. I hope we go there. The long journey that we were talking about. I mean, in this pandemic, you cannot go in for a drive, but just experience, because we already have Tata as our partners, and with Tiago NRG, let's at least take a drive till heaven. Hopefully. But right now, starting off the map, don't forget to make your predictions, chat. Let us know who has a better chance in taking up this map. But starting off an attack, it's going to be EXO. Ghost already finding his opening, but Pasha Sahil with an immediate trade brings it back to a 4-4, but his health not looking good and not supporting him. But he's still trying to find a pick, but he's dropped down to 10 less that he was before. He was at 22. He's at 12 right now. They have got the site. Be in control. They're getting the spike down, but look, Hunter's position. Oh, Pasha Sahil gets one, but Excali will be able to take him down, and now it's going to be a 3v2. Not looking great as Excali has mid-control.
One enemy remaining.
Mid-control, and he lands another headshot onto Pixels now. Strokey has a lot of work on his hands here. Gets a jumping classic headshot onto Sai there, which I'm sure Sai will not be very happy about. Searches for another picture. Despite a team flash, Wimp will land that final kill into Strokey's body, the final bullet. And the first round has been secured. Team EXO on the side of attack have gotten off the mark. The scoreline now will move to 1-0.
1-0. Let's see right now if the side of Team Valor can make a comeback, because yes, I mean this pistol round, even though I say if they can make a comeback, we've seen certain teams turning it around with their sheriffs, but majority, I would say 80 to 70% win rate is always for the team who picks up the first pistol round. So again, look at that, Excali finds 2, not just 1 at A side, and now it looks like Buster, he's coming in. He wants a little bit of a piece of action along with Excali, but the flashes, the dog coming in, it's done and dusted.
He getting concussed with that dog. Excali is
One
running
enemy
right
remaining.
here, Lucifer. Look at this.
He's running away, right?
Just one
He's
kill
running
at the expense of just one Spectre. They've put away the second round as well, and Team Valor would have hoped to at least dislodge a couple of Spectres from their hands, but no, it is not the case. So most certainly a bonus round will be coming in from Team EXO, a perfect start for them. On the side of Team Valor, this will be a full buy, more or less. There's 3 half shields over there, but rifles all around, and Hunters even picked up the Odin on round 3, Lucifer.
I mean, half shields, I think they committed a little bit of utility buys coming through for them, and that's the reason we see half shields. But look at the execution coming in. They're heading over to A shot. The sound has been made. They know Buster is ready with the crossfire with Pasha Sahil. Both the duelists here. The flash is going to play a key role, and Ghost will find the initial pick. And immediately Pasha Sahil is still repositioning. Immediately he tries to run, but the gravity well will prevent him from running further. Hunter will be able to take one, but a
Last player
Blackhawk,
standing.
he was ready. He knew that there's going to be another trade, so he immediately peeked, got that kill with
Spike planted.
and now it's all up to Strokey. He was trying to make his way from B side to mid and to A. Now he's stuck. He has a phantom, but he has 4 players to deal with.
Absolute carnage from Team EXO at A shot there. Ghost, what is he doing? Just running in and just following those sky flashes, getting pick after pick. Before finally Hunter put an end to his crazy run, but he got traded immediately, and the other players giving up their lives too easily. It's happening too often that Stokey is the last player alive, and there's all too much for him to do. Might be able to get a sneak peek of Sally here. Does do that, will finish the headshot, but has to deal with more, and Viv will be very snappy with that headshot as the third round will be put away. The bonus in the bag, Lucifer, and that is not a good feeling for Team Valor right now. Take a look at those smiles on the side of Team EXO.
I mean, they had that smile starting off the map of Bind, but again, then coming into this map of Hassan, they were not smiling, right? They were a little bit tense, but with starting up and getting even the bonus, that does give them the confidence back. They want to make sure they finish it as soon as possible, because we know Valor, if you let them get the frags and rounds, they'll be getting confident, and it's just a matter of couple of rounds and a good split. And look at that buster, opens up Blackhawk's head, and Sai fortunately trades it immediately. But look at Pixel, he's still waiting. The shock dart is to connect. It does. He survived by the slightest of luck. But now Sai is ready for another frag.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he goes in for a reload and still survives.
Spike planted.
Excali, he's
Pixels
like...
should have got that pick. Pixels should have got that pick onto Sai. And now Excali will surely finish off what Sai had begun. But no, not... And no, Pixels misses again! No!
He toying around.
Did Excali just throw his classic out in front of him?
Yes. Yes. Okay, Excali.
Don't play with your food, children. Do not play with your food. 4-0 on the board. EXO are really starting to have a little bit of fun here. And they don't want to go around, upsetting Team Valor too much, because we have seen up in the past, in this tournament and in the past, that when teams are humiliated, they find something within themselves to bring the fight back. And maybe that's kind of what Team Valor need really at this point, a wake-up call. Somewhat of a half buy that was the full buy coming in now. Even Op invested, I saw Lucifer, so perhaps that is in the hands of Pasha Sahil.
Yeah. But he's at mid, he's trying to make his way better. I was about to say the gravity well was good, but Ghost repositioning, and look at Ghost, he's running in, he's heading to the operator. Gun out, my man, he might be able to get a kill through the nebula. Ghost, stop this, use him.
He's playing in a tempo of his own right now.
Last player
those
standing.
snappy. Excali continuing this absolute demolition of Team Valor, and now Hunter with this Odin should be able to pick up Excali, but the trade will be there. Actually, he manages to pick up 2. He's down to 30 HP, so that's some damage that he's able to deal, but too little too late, Lucifer.
We did see Wimp was not completely packing heat in the previous round, but right now look at them laughing. You're like you were trying to run away with the Odin. No, my friend. You should not do those things. That's not good. Give us the Odin back. Let it drop to the ground. But yeah, coming back to it.
Ghost. Look at the way the Ghost just. Look at this.
The way he entered the site, and it was literally, I mean, we know Jet can float, he was literally floating throughout A site.
I couldn't damn it. Need that back.
He's playing with his blades now. No Marshall, no other weapons, but just blades, and we know how deadly those things are. But it's going to be very crucial again. He needs to pick kills. If he does not, the blades will stop rolling, and it's going to be the side of EXO start running away with points.
Spike down mid.
Gets an interesting pick onto Blackhawk. Searching for another buster. Gets a pick in the main as well. This could be finally the round that Team Valor was searching for. As Sai will get the pick onto Pixels here. I think this is a race side. And now Excali with that flash gets more information. Using all his knives. It looks like he only has a classic to work with here. He's in no man's land. He needs to fall back. Pasha Sahil. Has he picked up a gun?
There is from Hunter.
He's picked up an 80s from Hunter.
Strokey, the patience game, Sai and Strokey, but Sai repositions.
30
Strokey is
seconds
going in
left.
for a peek. The spike is making its way to the side. Ghost has it on his back, but the head has been spotted. Strokey! I thought he saw it, but Sai will spot him out. What an angle for Sai to find. Strokey to miss. Now it's back to a 3v2. 30
Spike
seconds on the
planted.
clock. So spike will be planted as Ghost dashes in. But right now, a 2v3, I don't think the confidence is there from the side of Valor to pick this round.
Briefly considering a save, but I mean that play there from Sai, I do want to talk about. There was a distraction from A main,
Last
which really
player
made Strokey
standing.
turn his attention to that. And now, Buster will find himself in a 1-3 situation, not being able to get any picks at all. Perhaps save was the right move there, Lucifer, but in the end, it wasn't to be. 6-0. Team XO once again. This momentum, this is what we saw from them in Bind as well. They were up 5-0, and I think they will be very determined to make sure that they keep this heat up. And some nice Blade Storm kills there from Pasha Sahil in mid, but in the end couldn't capitalize and convert it into a W for the team. 6-0 on the scoreboard. Lucifer, 6-0 already. Is it time to talk about the magic number? Because it's already been passed. We talked about Essence magic number being 5 yesterday. And these guys are on 6-0 already.
Disney, do you want to start increasing the magic number based on the opponent?
Oh my goodness.
Look at him, he's 15.
So somebody
Finally.
stop this guy.
Spike
There you go.
planted.
Thank you. Finally, that man is an animal.
Confidence to push to rafters or heaven with just 15 HP? That's too much. That's... I don't know what you even call that. The Hunter gets another crispy headshot with the Ghost. I do love Ghost plays. I mean, with Ghost,
Scanning ahead.
it's kind of a more precise weapon. And look at that, another beautiful dink, but he'll not be able to land it. Crouch coming in from Sai was just timed perfect.
Good round there for Team XO once again. 7-0 for themselves, but this man Ghost is absolutely popping off here. Take a look at this first kill, this second kill, and then this man doesn't care, jumps straight into heaven before getting deleted by Hunter, but by then he was already down to 15 HP and did his job. He's already picked up 3 kills. And looking like Team XO really starting to enjoy themselves in this map so far. 7-0 for them. And a quick look at the scoreboard will show you that Ghost is right up there with 9-4. The last 3 rounds in specific, he's been absolutely untouchable. Getting those entry frags for his team consistently, and now Team Valor.
Oh,
are divided.
Pixel! Magic does not destroy, but Buster finds the kill. Jet also goes down. The flash is brilliant. Excali finds it, but there are a lot of team flashes happening from either Wimp and Excali in both the previous map. But look at Wimp. He's going in for a ult inside the site so deep. And same happens from Strokey. They'll get the spike planted, but Wimp finds a kill on Pixel. That opens up Garden, but they don't want to risk it. And they make their way back. But Blackhawk's position gets tagged as he goes down to Wine. One player gets detained. That's going to be Excali, but he's hidden in heaven. And Strokey is past him. Strokey has not checked the angle. Hunter does not check. That's going to be 2 free kills. Excali.
Excali, what have you done? That is wrong, my friend. That is wrong. He just stayed hidden on this right side of heaven, and Strokey did not check it. Hunter did not check it. And Excali was 100% going to punish them for those mistakes. Take a look at this once again, folks. Strokey and Hunter would not want to see that replay anytime soon, as Team XO starting to make it look a little bit too easy, lodging round number 8 for themselves. 8-0 on the scoreboard. Lucifer, is it really going the way of Team XO so early with this momentum?
I think so. I mean, look at again, Ghost, but again, I'm a little bit stuck, audience. I'm going to reiterate the round again. Look at Excali. He recomposed himself. He said, like, I'm not going to, like, we have seen, like, people with the instinct, as soon as they find people who are not clearing them, they look forward to start spraying them. But Excali, he held his crosshair again, just like the headshot. He connected previously. Both were clean and crisp headshots. He ripped them apart, and there was nobody to try and retake him. And Ghost, he finds one of his own to finish the round. It's going to be 9 strong rounds. It's going to be 9-0 Grizzly. 9-0.
And this is where it's time for a timeout, man. This is what I'm saying, Lucifer. This is where a coach needs to come in and tell Team Valor, guys, you guys are making the same mistakes again and again. Don't get bullied, you know. Don't get intimidated just because these guys are doing these kind of plays. Ghost is gonna do these things because he's feeling confident right now. But it just takes 1 or 2 crisp headshots to turn that around. And sometimes when a team is losing like this, it takes one moment of brilliance from one of the players just to find it in themselves. Because I mean, they do it day in and day out, right? They get those, they do those crazy plays. They just need to calm down, maintain their composure, and remind themselves, hey, we are here because we are good, right? And we're gonna take this fight back to Team EXO. We will not allow them to bully us. It's really looking like bullying at this point. A very little respect being
especially
shown
on this map
to Team Valor. And now Sai showing face to face in a bit. Pasha Sahil will get a pick onto Ghost here.
No, he misses. Blackhawk picks up on Buster. That's an opening, and Pasha Sahil goes and loses operator. Look at Hunter. Oh no, he loses his Odin. There's going to be one player that's going to be Pixel on site. He's right at the edge. He's used his ultimate brilliantly. At brown box, they're going to push in together. That's what they're lining up for. Both of them are timing this, and they're going to push in together. Or no, they don't have an edge to plant the spike. They don't have an edge. They're looking forward to a time. This flash is ready, but the flash was just a distraction. That's beautiful. This play coming in Grizzly, right? I have been seeing this. A lot of players, when they know it's a key opportunity, they just use that flash in terms of a fake.
Absolutely, so well planned, and it would have been a mistake. 100%, it would have been a mistake for them to push that astral cosmic divide at that point, right? Because Pixels was so prepared, and they just waited it out. That decision was brilliant, and this dash coming in from Pasha Sahil was just unfortunate that it didn't work out for him. And Valor fans are probably like, hey, this is a round that was in the bag for us. How did we lose this? But that's just how good Team EXO have been tonight. They've been so clinical in these situations. Those decisions that they're making together to push have been absolutely spot on. 10-0.
Scanning ahead.
Are we going to see a flawless half, Lucifer? It does look like it.
I was about to say, we don't want to call this, but it looks like it. As you said, flawless has a higher chance. Ghost.
Oh my gosh, this man.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Buster trying to trade blows, but again, Ghost, look at him. He was ready. He misses his initial shot, and the sheer determination coming in from Ghost, he understands that if he missed his initial shot and the opponent was already ready for the angle, he understands he needs to reposition himself. Rather than going in for a raw peek, he might have a chance to completely get that headshot, but why put it to be a 50-50 chance when you can make it 100, right? That's what Ghost has done right now. He's gone into B main, and if Buster gives a slight peek, it's done. And look at it. Look at Ghost.
Ghost has found a purple patch tonight, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are watching this is a Jet main that is absolutely popping off, getting those entry frags every single round. I think 4 or 5 rounds in a row now. Ghost has just jumped onto site like he doesn't care. He has no fear, this man.
That's going to be hurting. But one more thing, I mean, within all the chaos happening and Jet, Sky, Sova, all the players from EXO, you can see that Ghost is going to be a key player. But it's all happening because he's being allowed to. Because of the Nebulas coming in, the Recons coming in, the Flashes coming in. He's been allowed to open up sites and completely destroy their opponent. And as you said, the flawless looks to be on the card because it's an eco coming in. EXO Ghost, he's about to miss his blades, but Strokey, he'll be one bullet less from taking down Ghost. And unfortunately, Strokey goes down. And with that, site has been opened up.
You should run!
With his own blade, missing that opportunity. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in. Attacker Killjoy lockdown. will get them time to get the spike planted, and Ghost still has his blades to play around with. He's just looking forward to information at this moment. Look at Wimp. Wimp pushes a little bit too aggressive, gets punished, and Pixels gets it back to a 2v2, but Ghost ripping heads apart. Grizzly, what do you think?
This guy is unstoppable. I mean, finally somebody has traded him, but this man has looked so good. We'll talk about him in just a second, but it does look like his shock dart might be the end. In fact, Blackhawk will take him down, and a flawless half is what we predicted, Lucifer. It looks like that's exactly what's on the cards, and I want to look at that scoreboard. I do want to look at that scoreboard and see how well Ghost has been. And if you see that fight between Strokey and Ghost, you know, I talked about how when you start losing gunfights consistently, you start to believe that you just can't can't beat that person anymore. And I feel like Team Valor have somewhere accepted that, and they're just like, hey, we just can't do it. And I think that's why they need to still continue to fight back. But yeah, this is the reality. 12-0 at half time, and Team EXO are sitting pretty, because you know what map is coming next, Lucifer. It is going to be Icebox.
It's Icebox coming in, and if it's a 13-0, that's going to be a huge hit to the morale, to the confidence of the side of Team Valor.
Deploying
yes,
drone.
One thing, I mean, we did discuss, right? Going into Icebox, it might change things around. It might be EXO that can pull it up, but it is Valor's pick. So let's see. But let's finish this map. Let's do our discussions and assumptions later, because this is going to be the pistol round of the second half. It's not the first half. It's the second half pistol round, coming in with a 12-0. Pixel finds the first kill. Pixel might be able to get the second, but there is going to be Hunter allowing him and protecting his teammate. I think this round for Valor, it will not let the side of EXO walk away with a flawless victory.
Excali was being a little too naughty there, going in outside of A main and trying to flash way up into the sky, just trying to get those early kills, but it kind of backfired for Team EXO. No real damage done, because they are sitting on a 12 round lead. Are we really saying that? Those were 12 round lead. And Team Valor will be happy to pick up this round. But honestly, Team EXO is just like, sure, you guys can have it. What? Hang on. Okay, alright. For a second there, I was really starting to get worried, because they got 3 picks in quick succession and it became a 3 versus 2 from a 5 versus 2. But Strokey was there to control the damage. 12-1 on the scoreboard, Lucifer. Any chances? I mean, let me ask you this. Let's say you are the coach of Team Valor. What are you telling your teammates? What are you telling your team right now?
See, there's one saying that I've always believed in. It's not over until it's over. Until you see victory or defeat on your screen, it's not over. So you have a chance of bringing it back. All you have to do is give it your best. You should not be deciding that this map is gone and done and dusted. But look at the lineup coming in from Sai. If anybody stepped there, that was a double prong shock dart. That is going to be I would say giving you a that shock dart is going to confirm anybody entering B. They will be losing their body.
Spike planted.
But right now, it's an entry to A and a 5v2 situation. Disadvantage for EXO. Shock darts, even though it was brilliant to take a look at, the round is not for the side of EXO.
Well, they are going to be on an eco round, and Sai has just picked off Hunter here, and Excali is running at full speed to pick up that Spectre.
Last
and
player
try to make something happen, as Strokey will pick off Sai from market, and now Excali playing that to perfection. That flash and peek was absolutely perfect. Now taking on some more players here. Pixels now challenging him outside of A. Getting a couple of picks here between these two, and that's 2 less Spectres that they need to worry about in the next round, which means that that bonus round really won't be a complete bonus round. And at this point, I guess Team Valor needs a lot of rounds back to back. They need to connect those headshots. 12-2 on the scoreboard.
Turret out.
Okay. This is getting interesting now. I mean, yes, Excali picked a couple frags along with Sai, but right now it's going to be a full buy for both the teams, because rifles were lost from the side of Team Valor as well. But look at that again on the defensive half. Who has an answer to Ghost? Who has an answer to this? I need to know. Excali, he does not care. He's like, we found the opening. I don't care if you're going to throw shock touch at me. I'm going to try and survive. And look at him. He's also been caught from the owl drone, from his opponent, Sova, and is still playing B main. 3 players have aggressed Grizzly.
These guys are
Finally.
These guys are showing very little respect for Team Valor right now. I'll be honest with you. And you're absolutely right, Ghost. I managed to catch the statistics 17 and 9, and maybe 18 with that one kill. Looking so strong for Team XO. And we talked about how this was a great signing for Team XO. Ghost moving over from Enigma earlier this year, and I guess it is really starting to pay the dividends here. Maybe it took a couple of months for him to sort of settle in, but this performance from Team XO tonight has been very substantial, and if anything, it just goes to show us that this team can compete at the very highest
30
level
seconds
in
left.
India, up against some of the best teams that we're seeing in Valorant right now.
Yep, and look at them. They immediately, I mean, they were aggressive, but immediately they say, okay, let's not completely disrespect, but right now, Excali, Ghost, everybody is having the time of their life. Ghost again. Look at the confidence to end the round with the 4K and to stay in the same position back to back after picking up frags. I mean, if somebody points at me like, you can do it, Lucifer, I'm like, bro, if I get a kill, I'll be more than happy. Then I'm just making a run. I'm not even going to watch my back. But Ghost is like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think he's like, he has something extending from his mouse. He's like, gets one pick, clicks that. He's like 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. I'm looking forward to an ace.
Absolutely, man. And 21 and 9, this man. There you go. The numbers speak for themselves. But can I point out an interesting statistic for you, Lucifer? Is that both duelists, and we talked about how Team Valor prioritized a second duelist over the Sky pick, which really has started to become more and more part of the meta in, at least for Ascent. Both duelists combined have 4 first bloods, which is half as much as Ghost has himself. He's on 8 first bloods right there. And I think that's been the difference between these two teams. And I always talk about how the duelist role is such a confidence-based role. And it really needs that player to back themselves and believe in themselves and make those pushes continuously. Yep. We saw Ghost, I mean, in the first half, it wasn't as, he wasn't as prolific in the first 4 or 5 rounds. But once that confidence started coming in, once those buys were rolling in, he didn't even need an operator. He just started dashing in, updrafting to heaven, getting those picks, just not allowing Team Valor to respond or just not allowing them to trade and just making those kills count. And Team XO absolutely walking all over Team Valor on Ascent tonight.
I mean, 2 rounds is all they got. It again... it should not haunt them. Again, you asked me this question, right? If you're a coach for the side of Team Valor, what would you tell them? Now I would tell them, forget of the map of Ascent and
forget it, it's done.
Because exactly, you should not worry about something that's bad after it's happened. When it's happening, try to put your best foot forward and try to make it work. But again, as you mentioned, right, interesting fact, not only both the duelists combined, the whole team combined, the first blood is not equating to what Ghost put up. And with Ghost, I would say stealing, I mean, it's a term that I would use. It's okay, I would say, for myself when I'm talking about it, because 8 first bloods, his team did not have to worry about opening up sites. Ghost gave them that confidence that you guys just give me the ability to move in the direction I want, set me up for success. I'm going to use your flashes and information and pretty sure open up the site for you. You don't have to have second thoughts that you need a pseudo duelist or a secondary duelist. He did that. 21 and exceeded close to 2 KD. That says a lot about Ghost, especially on this map of Ascent. They didn't have a chance to turn it around to a 13-0, but the pistols, it goes either way, right? And I think right now, if the side of Team Valor think about the map of Ascent, all I would say is consider that it was not a flawless defeat. It was not a flawless victory for the side of XO. So that's the positive way you have to look at a map and try to turn it around. Because Valor, look at the competition on Bind. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's still in everybody's eyes in front of all the viewers. If a team has a chance to get a 13-11, what are they missing on? But I think while they're regrouping, recouping, and re-strategizing. Let's give them a break. We'll also take a quick refreshing break, get our energies high, maybe pop a monster in the background. Get yourselves, because the popcorn right now, I'm pretty sure if you just keep it in front of the match, it's going to pop itself, because that's how interesting it's got. Because right now we are heading into a series map. Not sure if Valor make a comeback just like the map of Bind, so stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Yuvin Invitational powered by Tata Tiago NRG with Red Bull as our energy drinks partner. We were done with 3 matches, especially a very interesting map of Ascent, would you say, Grizzly?
Unbelievable performance, man. EXO has just shown up once again, like how they did in Split.
Ah,
Total domination. A flawless half, 12-0. Another interesting thing I noticed, there was zero diffusers in that game. Because every time EXO planted, they won, and Team Valor never planted. And that's how one-sided that match was. And we talked about this. What does Team Valor tell themselves? How do they pick themselves up? I don't know what they're going to do, but they need to do it now. It's now or never. Icebox is a map that EXO loves to play. So we're going to have to wait and see if Valor is going to be able to fight.
one more thing I would want to actually highlight before it would be a different team who are not playing the grand finals. It's going to be Enigma. It's actually Enigma's playground which EXO want to take off, and that's where Enigma, if you see Enigma keep telling that they really like Icebox, and that's the reason EXO keep trying to counter the side of Enigma and come on top. It has happened that Enigma and EXO keep winning and losing, vice versa keeps happening, and that's the reason I said Icebox should look good. But Valor, I have not seen them playing a lot on Icebox. So going into Icebox, if even the side of EXO are seeing them for the first time, things can switch up. And just like we saw in Bind how comfortable they were on their own map choice, this is again their map choice. I understand that EXO should have played better, would have played better, but still you cannot say anything about Valor because the kind of performance they put up on Bind still holds that, I would say, trump cards, right? Which is just hiding from the side of Valor.
Agreed. And another thing that's worth considering, Lucifer, is that Team Valor actually beat Global Esports on Icebox. So the third map of that GE game, the first map, I believe it was, I don't know if it was Split or Ascent or Haven, one of them, which GE put away very easily. It was like 13-3 or something. And that's when the next map they went to Bind, and Team Valor really did that insane comeback. And the third map was Icebox, and Team Valor just took that momentum from Bind and straight into Icebox and were able to put that map away as
Correct,
well.
I remember that.
So I mean, it could, if you have beaten Global Esports on Icebox, I guess that's the only thing you need to be telling yourself, boys. We've beaten GE on this map. Okay, we can take down EXO as well,
Exactly.
I guess that's something that they possibly would be telling each other.
Cross our hands. I wouldn't tell them to cross their hands just to hope something better. Just I would tell them put your best foot forward. I did see, I remember now when you mentioned that, they were brilliant. They managed to take down GE, which GE's playground is Icebox. GE has playgrounds such as Split, Icebox, and it was Bind, but Bind with the metas changing in for a lot of teams, it is also changing for teams as well. But Valor managing to put a stronghold and also a statement saying that we do not fake, and pros don't fake when they defuse a spike, and that's what I guess at the end of the day Bind got them. Now heading over to the map of Icebox, this is going to be equally balanced for both of these teams. And in Icebox, one thing that we see Grizzly is usually a mirror lineup, a single duelist, a single controller on Viper, then mostly a double sentinel with Sage and Killjoy, Cypher sometimes depending on the player playing, but it's mostly Killjoy and then a Sova. So this is the mirror lineup. Sometimes they switch up with Sky, but do you prefer something else on Icebox when you play?
I definitely agree with the Viper pick, and Pixels is going to be on the Viper 100% for Team Valor. On the side of EXO, also I do believe there will be a Viper pick for sure. If I had to do something differently, maybe I might sacrifice that second Sentinel and go for a Sky pick. And I don't know, man. I'm just biased towards Sky because Sky has just started to really take that place in the meta lately, and I'm seeing her being used so well on so many different maps. So maybe I would say one duelist, one sentinel, one controller, and two initiators, and that would be Sova and Sky. Maybe that's a lineup I would like to see, but it really depends on what these teams have prepared for. I think the composition that you spoke about is the more common one, and I think that's what we might end up seeing.
Exactly. Yep. With that discussion, let's take a look at what these teams actually head over and pick, and then make our discussion and thing and our theories around it. And it looks like Buster has gone in for a very quick pick of a Reyna, then going in for a double duelist with Pasha Sahil coming in, and only a single sentinel, one controller and an initiator. On the other hand, Blackhawk switches up from controllers and initiators to a Sage, that is a Sentinel, and Wimp goes to a controller, and Sai, he's played the Sova, and Excalibur. Wait, Grizzly, should I wipe my eyes or are you seeing the same thing that I'm seeing?
Do we need to click on refresh right now? Excali's on the Killjoy?
Production, can you confirm if EXO is there or if they're AFK? Do we need to remake the lobby? But yeah, kidding apart, kidding. Just we are trying to lighten the mood. But yeah, Excali, that's surprising.
It absolutely is. And another observation here, Strokey seems to have been benched for this game, and it's going to be a
your
Bullet that is
agent.
making a comeback into this lineup.
Ah,
Maybe a change that they needed,
wait.
perhaps.
We did wait for this, right, Grizzly? We were talking. Where is Bullet?
We were, and folks, we don't know. Maybe it was a tactical move, or maybe it was just Bullet being unavailable. But he did not play in the first 3 maps, but he has been called by Team Valor, and he's going to be on that Sage. Your prediction is pretty much spot on, Lucifer, in terms of XO's lineup. It's exactly what you predicted. That double Sentinel, 1 controller, 1 initiator, and 1 duelist setup. It was going to be Ghost on the Jet, if I'm not mistaken, and on the side of Team Valor, Pasha Sahel will be on the Jet, no doubts about it. Was it Buster on the Reyna?
Yes, it was.
That is an interesting.
We're going to hear a
Reyna
lot of
on-
Reyna lines.
We will, and personally, it's I always say this to my friends. They ask me who's your favorite agent, and I always tell them, the brain says Killjoy, but the heart says Reyna, right? Because Reyna is
Correct.
just.
I mean,
Reyna is just.
I
Reyna,
would
man.
say I would replace Killjoy with Sage, but at the end of the day, yes, I usually pick Reyna and play. My friends are like, you don't play the Sage. When I ever play the Sage, I'm a little bit too aggressive, okay, in my playstyle. So I forget that I'm a Sage and I start trying to frag out, and I realize I don't have a flash, I don't have a dismiss, and I'm the first guy to die. And they're like, you're the Sage, you cannot die first. Then I was like, okay, sorry.
Absolutely, but yeah, I mean, Icebox. It looks like we're all set, man. I'm excited for this game. Yeah, I want to see some aggression up front from Team Valor. I think it is EXO who's going to be defending first, and we talked about Icebox being an
Yep.
attacking-sided map, Lucifer. Right? We agree that it is
Yes.
a more attacker-sided map. So Valor's attacking first, right? And how many rounds do they want to put away? What's that magic number for them in this first half? I'm going to say
I would
7.
want to exceed. Yeah, I would actually also about to say that. I was about to say we cannot have 5 because we did see that the side of EXO are comfortable with 5 on the opponent and still make a comeback. So 7 should be a good number for Valor.
And that means that Team EXO's target probably should be just to get 6 rounds, and they will back
Yes.
themselves. I mean, can we just remember what Ghost did in Ascent? He was unstoppable, that man. He's just on fire, and if he shows even a shade of that form in Icebox tonight, folks, we are going to be in for a treat, to say the very least. It looks like we are more or less all set to begin. The players are in the lobby. What's your prediction, Lucifer, for Icebox?
I think because you mentioned and I remember that Valor managed to defeat GE on this, I would give it to them. But again, a close matchup. Hopefully a 13-8 they finish it on. But I think the side of EXO, if they're losing, they might bring it very, very close to 13-11. But look at Excali. We saw Buster having his energy snacks. It looks like Excali is trying to get himself back to the match. He's picked up that character. I mean, I am saying character because it's a Sentinel and it's Excali. It's like 2 opposite poles, South Pole and North Pole, trying to create something now. Okay, let's see it. Let's see what the side of EXO is
he
backing.
might just prove us all wrong, right? He might just pull off some incredible plays that we have never seen in our lives before, and we just have to eat our words. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see about that. The round has begun, and an A-sided push coming in from Team Valor here. A nice little shock dart that has done some damage to both those players from side.
Ghost. He finds one. Buster popping. He gets one more. Ghost immediately dodges. But look at that from doing so much damage from Excali. Pixels is worried about a backstab, but Buster brings it back to a 2v2. Excali is already on site. He finds one player on belt and he sees the second as well stuck at 410. Now they have to pick up the Spike and try to push because Spike is already an advantage to the side of defense.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Valor doing well here. Buster will wrap up a nice little 4K and put away the pistol round in the back. The scoreline with that is going to move towards 1-0. And we talked about how the pistol round can be so crucial in Team Valor.
On my way.
That first step in the right direction. It came down to a 2v2, and I think I just wonder if Vim could have played that a little bit smarter and maybe gone over to the left side instead of peeking immediately in search for a trade. But 1-0 on the scoreboard nonetheless.
1-0 it is. Now the side of Valor, this should be the confidence boost. I mean, to come out on top, especially for Buster. He started things off, gets a 4K in that round. That says a lot. And with that Reina pick and a double duelist, they know they cannot just rely on their controllers and initiators to set them up for success. The duelists also need to do something themselves, and Reina is going to be a key role in that.
A full eco round coming in from Team Expo here. It is going to allow for Team Valor to put down the spike, and Hunter with a shock dart kill sneakily. I think taking advantage of that Viper smoke as well, doing the DK there, and now a 2 versus 4 retake. Sai does have a sheriff in his hands.
Last player standing.
You understand,
Instantly deleted. Instantly deleted by Buster there. As Xcarry somehow salvaging that sheriff, and what a headshot onto Bullet. I think he surprised himself with that shot.
Look at the sticker after that. No run and gun, my friends. Right. BM King still got it. Still got it.
Ooh, gets another onto Pasha Sahil as well. And thankfully it wasn't Buster, because Buster did invest into that Vandal in that round, and that could have been a very expensive loss. But it was Pasha Sahil who goes down. It is a Spectre nonetheless, as they've lost unnecessarily. But 2-0 on the scoreboard, and as Team Valor should, they have put away round number 2 themselves. And this next round, things are going to start to get heated up, as Team EXO will be coming in with a full buy. And Lucifer, you talked about your prediction being 13-11, and if I could make my prediction as well, I'm going to call this one at 14-12 for Team Valor. I think this one's going to go into overtime, because it's going to be very well contested, and I don't think a single team is going to run away with it. I think it's going to be a very close match, and I would put my money on the fact that there's going to be an overtime.
Okay, before any action happens, Grizzly, me and you, let's make a pact. Till we actually see overtime, we will not call an overtime. We don't want the catches. We had already called it very early on. Nowhere in between.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to sit silent. Even if there is an opportunity right in front of even the players and our eyes, we are going to not call it. But right now, it looks to be an execute still. Yeah, deal. Okay, that's going to be. You guys in the stream have heard it. But in the meantime, chat, you can start making your predictions. You have a complete lenience. You have everything open for you. You can do anything. You can go all aboard.
Interesting approach from Team Valor here, not committing to either side. Buster has walked a little bit deep on towards B, I can see. And take a look at Sai here, walking down this tube, searching for a pick. He's got a Spectre in his hands.
30 seconds left.
No fear in his heart.
Spike down, B.
Good. Another for him.
The hunt begins.
This is going to be crucial. Now you know what is at stake, right? It is the series point.
10 seconds left.
Till now, it was being denied, but Pasha Sahil should be allowed to get the spike. But as soon as he gets it, he should be destroyed, and that's what happens. And the last surviving player, Pixels, he's going to be getting a backstab in terms of a round going down for the side of Team Valor. So it's going to be finally the full buy round working for the side of EXO, but they do lose 2 bodies. So a little bit in terms of economy damage has been done, but Xcali to start things off with that Nano Swarm, that was just brilliant.
How did he get a kill on Bullet with the Nano Swarm?
Yes,
he did. That's amazing, and a fantastic retake from Team EXO. Nothing that you wouldn't expect from them. They're a pro team and they should do it. A reasonably okay bonus round, I suppose, for Team Valor. Maybe they would have hoped for picking up at least 2 kills and getting 2 rifles out of their hands. But interestingly, they didn't play a bonus, and they're going to have 2 players on an eco this time. Strange decision making there from Team Valor.
Pixel still finds a kill on Xcali. Was it a push? Okay, it was mid. That's brilliant. I mean, Exactly. That's a difficult. I mean, I'm not too sure. You see the opponent's head, but the opponent also sees your head and body together. I certain times feel the opponent has a better advantage, but right now it looks like the attackers are a little bit too lit up. Are the same things on your screen, Grizzly?
Yeah,
It
I
looks
think
like they were on a
I
Christmas
don't know.
tree.
I don't know what it is. They're like all red and shiny as maybe it's a glitch. But what it means, Excali going down, is also that he had his full setup in kitchen. And it means that they will lose complete control of that mid section, and Buster continuing this onslaught. He is feeling it. Ghost in the last match. It was Buster this time around, and Wimp doing well, pulling back 2 kills. That really does help. As Team EXO down to just 2 players, and Sai will land that headshot. That was an important kill. That was an important kill for them. And now a 2 versus 2 as Hunter is going to go down to the plant. Pixels
One enemy remaining.
And Sai doesn't seem to be aware of where he is. And Pixels will get the kill. It is down to just Ghost versus Pixels. 16 HP on him.
He has a lineup, I guess. But he takes the ropes. Ghost is not looking at that angle.
On top.
Look at that beam providing cover. Pixels. Again. Oh no.
And he clutches the round. That is incredible from Team Valor.
What?
That is incredible. I mean, how do you stay calm in situations like those? And I thought that Ghost completely had it. I think he had it fully under control. He gave a couple of taps and he just wanted that information, but just wasn't able to find it. But Pixels really holding his own, and that composure in the end proving to be what won them that round. It does mean that Team EXO will have somewhat of a scattered buy. I can see that they haven't fully bought. I saw a couple of half shields. And Pasha, Sahil and Bullet yet to get off the mark here in terms of kills. And once they do that, I think Team Valor will start to see a little bit more in terms of the contributions coming in from the team members. For now, taking B side very, very quickly. Ghost pulls out the Blade Storm.
And look at his use, I would say, in terms of the map. He does not use a updraft, he does not use a, I would say, tailwind. And he tries to scope out position with his spacebar. And it works out brilliantly, but he had to commit it because the players were making their way in. But right now that Ghost has wasted so many of his blades, I think they're still thinking twice. They're thinking twice whether they should make their way into B or whether they should rotate, because they're not sure how many players are here. Ghost missing his blades and no kills to be found and no information being gained. Whether the side of EXO are making a rotate, they're still confused. But with Pixels going down, that's going to be a huge pick. And that's going to be their only controller who could provide them cover while planting. Now all they have to look forward to is kills,
30 seconds
and that
left.
is what happens as Pasha Sahil starts that up at mid.
Revealing area.
25 seconds on the clock. Remember, they need to commit here onto this B side. Just trying to see if Pasha Sahil could get a kill on A side, and now Bullet will pick up. EXO win. It's a big pick. 14 seconds on the clock. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. Will this allow them to go for the plant? Ghost will get a sneaky pick onto Pasha Sahil, and Blackhawk takes down Buster as well. And Ghost will get Bullet, and it's down to just Hunter. He's already used his Hunter's Fury. And just not working out for Team Valor. Team EXO played that patience game to perfection and waited it out, and in the end came out on top. A second round on the board for them as the score moves to 2-3.
I mean, the plant was good. Otherwise, they could have actually rotated as well. They were thinking twice or thrice about that. But with that mid kill that the side of Team Valor got, they could have gone in for a rotate, while they could have put one player stationary at mid to gain information whether the side of Team EXO are also rotating, or even if they are, try to put a hurdle in between with your utilities or maybe even your gun, because it is going to be good in terms of putting up a fight and denying rotation for your opponent. But with that access, now it looks like the side of Team Valor are on an eco, and if they lose this round, it's going to be a 3 equalizer being set up from the side of EXO.
Pasha Sahil was searching for the kill onto Ghost, but he was so quick to dash back there. He was in a very, very committed spot, and now Pasha Sahil moving closer. He will get spotted out.
Spike down A.
A couple of picks coming in. Bullet and Hunter find those trades though, and they will pick up those guns perhaps as Blackhawk takes down Bullet as well. And Blackhawk and Wimp together will absolutely sweep that round up. And a third round in the back for Team EXO, a round that they should have won because it was a Nico coming in from Team Valor. 3-3 on the scoreboard, Lucifer.
This is the second time, Crispy, that the side of Valor did not break the owl drone. And the owl drone, you saw Sai, he did not tag anybody till the last moment when it was about to die off battery. He did not connect it with anybody. He gained so much information that he saw 3 players where they were rushing in from, and he gave the perfect call, and immediately you saw 3 bodies flying out from the side of Team Valor. They were just done and dusted and down to the ground. That is just good play coming in from EXO, and Valor not denying that I would say information was bad. And now again, look at Sai. This time they managed to deny that owl drone. That was very crucial, but Shock Touch again beautifully being lined up. It does isolate 2 players, or it would, I would say, 1 player. That's going to be Pasha Sahil, but they recompose. They come together, and that's going to be Buster and Pasha Sahil playing together. Lena's lead was very, very good. It was efficient. It does, I would say, blind Blackhawk over there, but trades coming in. Excali's setup is just brilliant, but there's going to be a resurrection available. They bring it back to a 4-3 rather than a 3-3.
And interesting move from EXO, they actually all ran out from side, perhaps making the decision that they want to just go in for the retake as the Viper's spit comes out. And hang on, Sai is searching, he is searching in that Viper's spit. I think he tagged 3 players if I'm not wrong, as he takes down Hunter. Bullet climbing up and getting the pick onto Excali here. It is down to a 2 versus 3 retake. This is entirely doable. Ghost and Sai together. This is a deadly combination. Lucifer making a mistake as they search for these picks and more importantly for that Viper.
Stay down.
They go one. Ghost has another chance. Bullet is right next to him. He's playing the wrong edge, and Bullet takes him, and Bullet walks in back. He goes into safety with that huge tech.
One enemy
Venom.
remaining.
And now the time is done and dusted. I don't think there is a chance that Sai will be able to do in terms of getting the round back. But yes, he takes everybody. That's a 3k. Economy damage has been done, but that's going to be another round coming back. I would say after the 3-3, very much needed for the side of Team Valor, because that was their full buy round. Yes, there might be a couple of players who will be left alone with half shields now. But still, the round was very crucial. After committing an important ultimate such as a Viper's Pet, it was so, I would say, to the edge of your seats. That's how Sai and Ghost were trying to do it.
Agreed, and I think as we predicted, this game has proved to be sort of a nail biter early on as well. Round after round, no team is really running away with it, and both teams seem to have the right counter. Every time they lose a round, they come back with something stronger, and it's the best way to play Valorant. It's the best way to watch Valorant, if I'm being honest with you. These 2 high caliber teams. Pasha Sahil will get a first pick. It's a big one as Excali goes down, and the site will be more or less one over inside. That wall was not the best. And Sai will clean things up with 3 kills here, as Blackhawk is now going to consider going for that revive, as Team Valor are down to just 2 players. Pasha Sahil and Pixels need to figure out what their move is.
And that gap, the openings Sai found, that's just beautiful. And right now they're looking to take backside control. Are they committing to it? Because if they do, there's 2 players waiting for them. Pixels will be able to pick one. There's one more. That's going to be Blackhawk. The fight does not work, and immediately Pixels goes back. But Ghost, look at him. He's on a rotate. There's going to be ult being used. Blackhawk will be finding his first. Pixels will be able to trade it. Classic with the right click. They're trying to connect it, but Ghost is already on the flank. Oh no, Pixels! What a turnaround!
Nearly clutching that round was Pixels, but an excellent revive in the end, you have to think, from Team XO, making it work here. And he had his eyes on reviving Sai, but just not having enough map control. So eventually, when he did get the opportunity to revive the Viper, he did go for it. But can we talk about this wall again, Lucifer? What happened there? Bullet just perhaps slightly miscalculating, and getting that wall wrong cost him the round, I would imagine.
Yeah, putting up the wall as he was running into A side. I think that's what happened. But right now, it's the 8th round and Busted. Ghost spots the edge, but immediately goes back. Buster finds another. I mean, the side of Valor finding picks in middle is just incredible. And look at Bullet's position now. If Sai is already down, Excali goes in for a peek at Kitchen. There's two players holding their ghosts really strong. I mean, he has a Spectre. A single spray is enough to completely take them down. But if they land the headshot very early on, things can turn around and they're making the pistols work. Excali will be able to find only one. But now, it's still a disadvantage for the side of Team EXO.
Spike planted.
3 versus 4 retake is what is on the cards as Buster. This man is cracked with that ghost. Somebody stop him. He gets another kill. He still hasn't even picked up a rifle and he's doing so much damage to his team. He gets a third. Lucifer, are you watching this with me right now? A fourth?
What?
But with the Phantom though.
I don't care. After getting 3, if you're going in for a Phantom for the 4th, my friend, take the operator as well. I don't care. You get the 4th kill. Good to turn around completely with just pistols. That's incredible. And the timing, look at him. He understands that the Excali will be worried about B side. He turns around and Buster peeks in. And then Buster, the nerves for him to go in for a wide swing and then still get a kill.
This man is cracked, Lucifer. Buster is cracked on that ghost, getting 3 picks in an eco round, winning a thrifty round, and now Pasha Sahil gets a chance to go face to face with I believe it's Wimp with the operator. And now take a look at this. Take a look at Ghost and Excali though. If Team Valor doesn't wisen up to this flank, it's going to be curtains for them pretty soon. They've already flanked from the mid section. Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
I would say a second earlier. Second earlier, the shock dart, it would have connected somebody.
Here. Spike down B.
He finds a kill on the snake bite. Last blade for Ghost to make something happen, and he's using it cautiously. But Buster, he finds Sai. There's an overheal coming his way, and all he can do now is find a headshot. Misses that. He's done and dusted with the blades, and just tries to get a different classic. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a classic. Ult being used from Valor. They know how important. It does not matter whether they are on pistol or their opponent is on pistol, because anything and everything can turn around. And look at this, they're going in for a ninja technique. Oh, Pixels.
It's all good.
Inside.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I thought Blackhawk was doing something spectacular over there, but it's all good. Pixels had it under control. I was a bit worried there. An eco round from Team EXO going the way of Team Valor, as it should. 6-4 on the scoreboard. Any halftime scoreline predictions, Lucifer, coming from you at this point?
Grizzly, you got the magic number close. Look at Valor. They've come to
absolutely.
6.
7 was the magic number. You're right.
They just need one more round. But I think this play coming in, right, Grizzly, I think it's just the confidence from Valor that they lack in a couple of maps because it's not their pick. I think that's all. Because look at this, they're looking so good.
They're looking so good, and Buster has found some new vein of confidence. I don't know what it is, but Wimp has been spotted out, and this could be curtains for him as long as his understudy works out in his favor. He does get taken out, and Team Valor, what a push this is. Getting full control of A-side. Excali's got a nice
last player standing.
Does not pick up Buster.
Spike planted. Flawless.
Okay. Ghost heard the sound.
Flawless round.
And a flawless.
Flawless round
last
from Team
round
Valor.
Before the switch.
I mean, now is the half that starts getting difficult for the side of Valor, because if you see their lineup, they don't have a double sentinel, because of which one of the areas is going to be either left out or it has to be played in terms of longer angle, a long range fight, because they cannot watch Kitchen in the same time have control of B main, or if they watch Kitchen they would have to let access be gained. But right now, Valor, before we head into the half, he finds a great pick. Sai exchanges that, so but that was just a sick shot coming in from Sai at mid.
What a Guardian headshot. That's Reaver Guardian, but Buster is going to get revived. And Sai will get traded out as well, and that is unfortunate here as Team Valor pick up more and more picks. This could very well be an 8-4 halftime scoreline, Lucifer. Not something that either of us had predicted. 100% honest is Pasha Sahil continuing to inflict the damage. It's down to just Blackhawk. It's a 1v5 situation. He's only got a Spectre to work with. I'm afraid it's not looking good for Team EXO.
Spike
This first
planted.
half, 8-4 is what we might most likely see.
I mean, having double sentinels and still the side of Team Valor coming on top. Blackhawk, a crispy one with just a Spectre. He's teamed up to a Reaver Vandal, but Pasha Sahil with a 4K was exceptional with the operator. He only missed Sai
Switching
at mid,
sides.
but picked each and every player from EXO, and 8-4 exceeding your magic number, Grizzly.
I won, yes. I think this puts Team Valor in a very good position, and that one tap once again. Oof. It was so crisp, but Team EXO need to come back
Fresh
strong
out
here.
of the over.
They need to come back and they need to win this pistol. If they don't put away this pistol round, I think that it's pretty much curtains for them on Icebox, because Valor's gonna force the next round. They're gonna go in for those full buys, go in for that. It's gonna look like 10-4 or something, and it's gonna be a long road uphill from that point on for Team EXO. So I think the problem number one, put the pistol round away. I think that's what they need to deal with. Buster has been so good. 17-8 is what we're looking at right now on the scoreboard. And this man has just found a new vein of form in this particular map. We saw some sparks from him on Bind as well, but on this map he's just looked so solid and doing his part of opening up sites. Pasha Sahil had a slow start, Lucifer, but I think he's caught up as well. That last round surely should gain some confidence. But with that, Team EXO is going to start proceedings off with a B push, it looks like, led by the Sova Owl drone from Sai.
Do you think it's Hunter making a comeback? I mean, we did see Bind worked out with Strokey, but do you think Hunter making a comeback? He's still sitting at 4 kills for himself, but it's enough, right? You can rely on your teammates, and if that gives you a confidence boost, I think that is also one thing that the side of Team Valor is making it work.
And Icebox is his map as well, Lucifer. I saw him against GE. He was brilliant. He was brilliant, and he was on Icebox. I saw him pull off some absolutely amazing plays, and he generally plays A side or as a defender, and he sort of sets up as a sentinel, and he locks down that side. So it'll be interesting to see if that's the play that is going to be on the cards. For now, Team EXO has got down and goes to the snotty kill through that smoke. Pixels is there as well. He's not expecting
One enemy remaining.
as Excali takes another player down, and what?
Again!
Did Bullet just do that?
Yes! As we were talking about it, right? You said he has done some crazy outplays with the Sentinel, and he sticks a Ninja Diffuse. Ghost was right on spot. I mean, if we get to see this whole replay completely, you can see Ghost first did aim rightly at Bullet, but then slightly shifts his crosshair, and that's where he missed it. Otherwise, Bullet was already very low. He could have taken him down.
Scanning ahead.
Bullet, you are crazy, dude. You are absolutely crazy. How has he done that? It is robbery in plain daylight. Did he even have a wall?
Yeah, he did. That's the reason it made it light for City.
Spike
Right,
down
four
A.
spikes coming in here from EXO. I like to see this. They've forced bot Spectres, and I think there's a Sheriff in play as well somewhere. I think
Last player standing.
Scratch that. Make it a 1 versus 2. Scratch that. It is around in the back, and this is how Team EXO will want to bounce back after losing a pistol round in the manner that they did. And I think Sai was not at all pleased with the fact that there wasn't enough killjoy utility on that spike at the end of that last round, and he did make his feelings very, very clear to his team. But I don't know if it was that or if it was a pep talk, but Team EXO have just come back fighting and put away the second round after losing pistol. 5-9 on the scoreboard, and now Team EXO will be the ones playing a bonus round.
You can see both the teams understand what this map is. For one team, it's a series point victory. For one team, it's about letting go of a series which is already there. They're in the grand finals, have a chance to defeat a team. Ghost will be able to find the opening, and we have a slight issue. That's okay. We'll be back for the game. You don't have to be worried about that. We will have a tech check with our production. It certain times happens that things certain times goes another way around which we did not think about, but hopefully we should be back. I'm just having a quick discussion. I guess we are about to just switch into the screen. Yes, we have a confirmation, I guess. But with this match coming in, what do you think? What's going wrong or right from any of these teams? Who's going to make a comeback? Grizzly.
I feel like Team Valor can't afford to let their foot off the pedal. I mean, winning the pistol round in the way that they did, right? It was sneaky, and it has an impact on your opposition. But they should have been aware that it's going to make them upset. And they should be aware that Team EXO will come back in the next round. They should have prepared for that Spectre rush. And I think they were really happy about the previous round, and they seemed to just relax a little bit. And EXO just came, they showed up, and they just like obliterated that A side completely. And I think that's where Team Valor really need to sort of fix that. They can't allow those rounds to go away. They need to capitalize on the hard work that they're putting in. They need to capitalize and make sure that it counts.
It does count, but now let's head over to the match. It looks like the side of, there was no issues from the match. It was just slight misconnection. Don't worry about it, because EXO, they are looking like they want to make a comeback. And as that force by coming in, right, Grizzly, was the, I would say, turner for the side of Team EXO. They needed it, and now it looks like they're trying to make a comeback, but they have only one round. If they make a mistake, that's going to be double digit coming into the side of Valor, and with the confidence that the side of Valor have already built, Valor can push this to the 5th and the last map of Heaven.
And I think that's what they will be hoping for, at least. It was somewhat of an eco from them in the last round, and it was Team EXO with the bonus round. Well, it's hardly a bonus round when your opposition doesn't even have Spectres, right? So an easy round for them in the second round of the second half. And 6-9 on the scoreboard. This is a round that Team Valor will want to put away for sure. They're the ones with the full buys. And on the side of Team EXO, I think they will be continuing on with the Spectres that they had in the last round. But yes, coming back to your point about just being aware and be expecting that rush, you have to know that a team like EXO would not like the fact that you just ninja diffused in front of 3 of their players. They're going to be upset about it, and they're going to come back hard. And I think Team Valor just weren't prepared for that. They should have. That's where the IGL needs to step up and say, hey, you know what, guys? They're going to come in hard on us this round. So you guys need to hold your ground. Get that judge out if you need to. Get those shotties out if you need to. But they're coming for us.
Yep, right now you can see the big guns have been pulled up from the side of Valor. They want to get this map because, as I said, right, this is like the do or die map for the side of Valor now. Whereas the side of EXO, they can have a breathing ground, but right now they don't want to. They want to finish it all. They've already taken 2 kills on this full buy round coming in, and look at the advance again. Hunter playing in the same spot. He was looking so crispy, but he'll be able to only get 1, and now it's a 4-2. And okay, side. A little bit of a mess up, but yeah, he gets back his owl.
Excali on the Killjoy. We talked about this, and I guess it is really time for him to prove himself. Not the best first half, I suppose, from him, and including that particular round when that ninja diffuse happened, it did seem to indicate that Sai should have had another nano swarm in there. Or at least something to do with that communication about the nano swarm that seemed to have caused that downfall in that round. But now a 2-man save, it looks like, from Team Valor. A wise choice, perhaps. 9-7. They can live with that scoreline, but they can't afford to lose these 2 phantoms.
Yep, but look at Sai and Excali. They're hungry. I think I agree with you that the side of Team EXO were not having the greatest of the defenses. Excali, maybe the switch up. Not sure how it's working out still, but on the attacking half, he's looking good. He's been able to pick up kills. His setups are there, but that's what, on defensive half, he could not, I would say, completely take control of site, and Wimp also was on a different side. So, controller and a sentinel playing 2 different sides, and Excali, he's aggressive, right? If you try to push him down and down, one or the other way, his aggression is going to come and show you, and that's the reason he's topping the charts in terms of kills, but in terms of holding a side down. And the side of Team Valor, understanding the same, they exploited it multiple times.
Absolutely. Ghost needs to be careful here. Bullet is aware of his position and has fallen back for now. So I think Team EXO have responded brilliantly to that first half from 8-4. Now reaching a place where we're at 7-9 and another couple of rounds in and they will be pretty much on level terms. They definitely want to wrap this map up perhaps in this map itself. Yuvin Ghost here will get the first pick as Bullet was trying to bully that spike planter and not allow it to happen, but he was there for that cover fire. Team EXO gets that spike planted and now a 4 versus 5 lead spotted in the hands of Buster. Not the best sign.
Here, container angle coming in from Vip. He gets one. Blackhawk also gets one. And now look at them. They're not even letting them come close to the spike. Pasha Sahil Hunter will be able to pick one, but Hunter again, he goes in for another save. They understand that. Look at them. They're going for a wide swing, but Hunter, in the nick of time, he'll be making his way out. But still, they are on the hunt. They're looking forward to information. They're looking forward to get his location. Wimper's already pushed up deep into Snowman along with Excali. But look at the Sage, Blackhawk. He's taking A side. He's like, let's take each and every corner. If we get access to it, if we can deny that rifle, let's do it. Because Valor, we saw them. They have a rifle, they have a weapon with them. They can still try and turn things around. They were doing that especially in the pistol round. So let's not give them a weapon advantage, even a hero rifle.
Agreed. Hunter doing well though somehow to save that. And now Team Valor, do they need to call a timeout? They've lost 4 rounds on the trot from 9-4 to 8-5 to 9-4 to 9-8. And Team EXO really starting to feel themselves here, man. You don't want to let them run away with this kind of momentum. You know what they'll do to you. They'll absolutely destroy you. They'll destroy your confidence. Pasha Sahil needs to make this op count. He needs to take down at least Ghost. Anything else getting spotted out, has to dash out. Repositioning really well.
You should run.
Lockdown. It's ready. Toxic screen. It has been lined up. But there's 2 players trying to play backside. I think Reina is going to start making a comeback. That's going to be Buster. Gets one kill. But now he's about to get detained. Gets one more. I think that's done and dusted. The revive is ready to be kicked. That's going to be Excali coming back. Sai was ready for the backstab. Pasha Sahil gets one with his operator. But it's a 3v2 right now. Blade Storm kicked in. Pasha Sahil, we know this man is insane, but can he do it? What do you think, Grizzly?
It needs to be the best Blade Storm in his life. It starts off well, getting one pick. Coming back, it's not the Viper though, because the Viper would have been clutch. He did not get the Viper, going back in for that pick. But Wimp knows where he's coming from. He knows where he's coming from, and now with that 1 HP on him, searching for the kill on Wimp. Wimp has left the cloud. Wimp has left the cloud, and this is not good. Oh no!
He's gonna run. He's just gonna run.
I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see that.
Yeah, okay? None of us. Chat, you did not.
Oh my god, that is not the... Oh, it is unfortunate. It happens to the best. Ladies and gentlemen, it happens to the best. Even pros at times, and Pasha Sahil, not his best moment. Especially considering that it was the Viper, and getting that kill would mean that retake was definitely on the cards. 9-9, even Stevens, not at all ideal for Team Valor considering the halftime scoreline was 8-4. Lucifer, is Team EXO turning things up? I just switched to a new gear. I found a new gear altogether.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. I think they've found... I think the side of Team EXO have found their Tata Tiago NRG. They have found all the utilities with them, the abilities, the way they can push forward, the power that it needs. Everything is there. I think they've found their opening. But look at Pasha Sahil again. The operator he saved. There's going to be an updraft coming in. Container position for Ghost there. Okay, he does not. He goes back. Pasha Sahil's position is taken control. Pasha Sahil reposition side. Again, we know how exceptional he is in reading their opponent. But right now, this is going to be a very crucial round for the side of Team Valor. If they lose this, is it a double operator pick? How did I miss this? Buster going to pick up one more.
I think so. There are 2 ops in play here from Team Valor. Interesting. And doing well here, getting a couple of picks. Now Team EXO down to just 3 players. Forced to retreat. 1 minute on the clock. They still have the chance to go around to B-side and perhaps no. Team Valor responding well here to this somewhat of a comeback. Getting 1 pick back is Wimp. He's dealing with op after op. How many ops can this man fight with a gun? And that he will finally be taken down. Apes together strong. A great example of that right there. As Team Valor will register round number 10 for themselves. Topsy-turvy game, Lucifer. Topsy-turvy game. And going back to our predictions, you said 13-11 to Team Valor. I said 14-12 to Team Valor. So looks
We're
like we
going
are
the wrong way.
headed in that direction.
Yep. I mean, let's see. Okay. What do you think is going on behind this door, Grizzly? I hope a research for a new agent, but what do you think?
I honestly, a Yoruba. That's what I'm hoping. Yoru has been an agent that has been absolutely just ignored by all the pros. Like, no, he has
Spike
a 0%
down,
pick
B.
rate. Why is that? Why is no one picking Yoru? He's got a good kit. Yeah, I mean, some of his plays are becoming more and more predictable. But
Last player
that,
standing.
Right, can change that. And Team Valor, Bullet picking up 3 kills down to just Sai. Does he have the spike on him?
Flawless.
Spike into a leader and
You were talking about Yoru being ignored, but one thing that the side of Team EXO cannot ignore is Bullet popping off. The confidence on that stage, that round was completely a battle stage moment for Bullet there. He picked one after another, and he managed to take control of Spike for himself. He did not even have to ask his teammates and tell them that we have Spike. Start throwing your utilities down so that the opponent do not have a mid push or a B push. He held it strong, and that pushes them to 11-9. And now the economy is getting bad from the side of EXO. They need to convert this round. If they miss this opportunity, that's going to be match point. And you know what?
Revealing
They're going. They're going to the map of heaven.
absolutely. And if EXO doesn't win this round, they go to match point without a full buy. And so they're gonna play this one slow. Make no mistake. They're gonna wait. But they're gonna wait as much as possible before they commit to a site. Maybe hoping for a pick on a site. Pasha Sahil has found some form, but I think the man of this match for sure has to be Buster. He's been absolutely brilliant. 21 and 14, if I'm not mistaken. Pasha Sahil with a sneaky little fake updraft.
They read it. They just play slow rather than, okay, there's an updraft, let's just go for a kill. They don't say that. Right now, Pasha Sahil was ready. A wide swing did come from Ghost, a beautiful connection, but immediately utilities being thrown and dumped on site to deny any defenders to be on site because they know this round is very crucial. But Pasha Sahil still making it work. He gets one more, make it a 3 for himself. Now it's all up to the last 2 players surviving with the 4 players from the side of Valor. Excali's position is going to be crucial in terms of picking a kill. They bring it back to a 2v2. Now they need to get the Spike down, but Spike, it's kind of stuck in a weird spot. The ball being broken, it's making life difficult. Excali somehow is surviving, but Hunter Fury will be able to get one with 30 HP Wimp. He is all the team has got. 2 seconds to the clock. He gets one, but the shock start. Hunter to clutch the round and push the side of Team Valor. It's going to be 12-9. Valor, what a show on this map of Icebox. Still one round, but brilliant.
I mean, at that point, Wimp had no choice. He had to go down for that
Match
spike plan
point.
because they were like exactly 4 seconds on the clock. But Hunter, the presence of mind with that shock dart, and even the previous Hunter's Fury getting the previous kill as well. 12-9, we talked about this, Lucifer. It's match point, and I think Team EXO, well, they seem okay, actually. I think getting that spike plan down really helped them. So a couple of Spectres, granted, but 3 rifles coming in. So still definitely have an option. The Viper's Pit, the Hunter's Fury, the Bladestorm, all options for them. And on the side of Team Valor, only the Resurrection. This is going to be a big round. This is a big round. Team
EXO, match point. You have 3 more rounds. In case you don't want to end this in regulation, but still double operators. I'm not sure if it was picked up back again from Hunter as well as Pasha Sahil. Blackhawk finds one and immediately they put down the lockdown. They want to gain access, but look at Pixels pushing in. He wants to pick up a kill. He finds one. He might be able to take down the lockdown, but Blackhawk and goes there trying to turn things around. Pasha Sahil will be able to pick one. It is a 3v2 situation, but still Pasha Sahil and Hunter, we did see the previous round, Pasha Sahil getting a 3k and then Hunter using his own Hunter's Fury and Shock Touch to confirm the round. Again, Wimp, same amount of health that he went on in the previous round, I mean even lesser, but it's still doable for the side of Valor to end it all.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Sai playing it brilliantly. The Hunter's Fury, I knew it was an option for him and delayed the use of that other first tap. I was just wondering what they were waiting for there, but executing that post-plant situation perfectly. Pixels here trying to be naughty. Got that first pick out of Killjoy and he, I think somewhere hoped that he'd be able to find that lockdown and break it and turn it around for his team. But 12-10 Lucifer, this is getting super duper close to call. Full rounds, full buys on both teams once again, and 2 ops once again for Team Valor. Pasha Sahil and Hunter once again. A double op setup, it looks like.
Ghost, an attacking operator, he's ready. Pasha Sahil without scoping in, he goes for a jiggle but gets punished. That was a beautiful pick, and you can see now EXO are being clinical. They're playing in terms of setup, they're playing in terms of utilities being used. The ultimate Viper Pit gets committed. There's going to be a resurrection, but Pasha Sahil, I don't think he's close to being resurrected, and with the Viper's Pit, it's just going to make matters difficult. You're not going to have a safe resurrection.
And this is a round that should be the bag for Buster. As Buster gets off one big, that was a big one. That was the big pick that the team had. But for now, Pixels. Whoa! Pixels.
Last player standing.
It's all happening here, man. It's all happening here, Lucifer.
God.
Ending up with a 4k in the end. Pixels doing really well to sort of break the backbone of that post-plant play for 2 out of those 3 players. But they just couldn't find Wimp though. Wimp's playing so well, and Pixels only had 3 bullets left in his magazine before he went in to search for Wimp. But in the end, Team EXO prevail. 12-11 now. 12-11. I know we promised that we won't say the word Lucifer, but are we going to see?
No, let's forget. Grizzly, forget. Okay, let's just see what happens. Not even think about it. Again goes. Oh, what a connection! The flick.
What a flick!
But look at Pasha Sahil. Ghost is reading that there's going to be one player at screen. I think that did scope.
Here.
Still Auldrun going in. The information has not been gained. Screen is going to be a crucial position. Pasha Sahil and Buster, they clean up 2 players, but it's still a 3v3 situation. Resurrection is still available, and they can still make it work. But both the players went down at side, so it's going to be very difficult to get them back.
You will
Mitsu
not
being
kill
very
my
careful
ally.
about this revive here. Wimp has been revived finally. Which is interesting because you'd imagine that Killjoy would be a fair candidate for that revive as well, but maybe it's just the post plant and oops, Pixel's not with the best snake bite in the world.
One enemy remaining.
It is going to be overtime, Lucifer.
Yes,
it
now
does
we
look
can
like
talk
it is going to be
about it.
overtime.
Switching
What?
sides.
I mean, Buster
Overtime.
and Pasha Sahil paired combined beautifully there to cause that distraction. But Team EXO were not to be fooled at all, snapping both those headshots on point. And looks like we are going to be headed into overtime.
Yep. I'm loving this. I mean, finally, I think keeping the pact worked out. I mean, whether it was these teams battling it out or not, it kind of worked out in terms of Caster's luck that we kept a pact, Grizzly. We did not talk about the word, and overtime it is. There were so many instances I was about to slip overtime between. I'm pretty sure you had the same thing of how the comeback was happening from
I couldn't
EXO.
resist. I finally ended up saying it, but
Yeah.
I guess I didn't curse it because we are in overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best of 5 if you're just tuning in. The grand finals, the winner walks away with 50,000 rupees, 50 big ones. So the stakes are most definitely high, and these teams are playing for that prize pool. It is 2-1 as it stands, and with the Team EXO in the lead. Split bind descent is already done with an icebox, and we're headed to Haven next if it is going to be a tiebreaker. But Team Valor will need to win this overtime if we are heading into Yuvin and Buster in a very advanced position. What's happening? How Hunter gets two. Hunter gets two from mid. So gets a third.
Spike planted.
It's breaking. Oh my god, this was the chance that the side of Team EXO had in converting the round. The spike gets put down.
Last player standing.
Oh no, 4K for Hunter and an ace! In an overtime round, gets an ace.
This man.
Switching sides.
Oh my god.
Match point.
We talked about how Hunter was so good against Global Esports on Icebox, and this man has just pulled off an incredible ace. Someone needs to tell him, you are not the duelist in this team. Can you stop entry fragging for a second? Walks into orange, gets a couple of picks, continues his hunt, gets a third, gets a fourth, and the ace in the end. Team Valor putting away the first round of overtime like it was nothing. 13-12. We are on match point once again. And Lucifer, I said 14-12. I said 14-12 for Team Valor, and it looks like my prediction might be coming true. Pasha Sahil gets a sneaky kill, but will get tailed out by Ghost. And now a 4 versus 4 situation. Team EXO want to commit to this B side.
.4v4, but the health on the side of Team EXO is not looking great, and that's the reason they're heading cautiously to B side. I understand the nerves right now. EXO has a brilliant chance to convert and finish this series right here, but if they head over to Ascend, it's going to be just a decider map. I understand it's going to be EXO playing defense, but Heaven is not a defense favored map, right?
I would think so. I would think so. And Sai with a very sneaky look gets 3 kills. These Sovas are impacting this game so well tonight, Lucifer. It was Hunter first and now Sai, and now take a look at Bullet. He is just snuck in behind, but Sai is so aware. Bullet will stop the spike plant, but it is not going to be enough as Ghost will pick up that final kill. We are going into another round of overtime. 13-13. It looks like we've surpassed both our predictions. Lucifer, 13-13 on the scoreboard. This one is getting so close to call.
Turret out.
Another overtime. 26 rounds done. Another overtime is where we are heading. Okay, I mean, I'm more than happy. More the action, more the time that we can see what these teams have packing, because it's getting on their nerves, but not us, because we are here casting. The viewers are enjoying, but I'm pretty sure it's getting hyped up. It's completely lit up right now, because both these teams, none of them are ready to give up, and that's the best part of this grand finals.
Absolutely, 50,000 rupees. I mean, the stakes are high to say the least, and now Ghost in this position. That is just not okay. What a position, unexpected, as Wimp will pick up another kill onto Buster. And now Team Valor terribly outnumbered, 3 versus 5, as they reconsider their options, perhaps considering moving over to this B side. Wimp is down to 17 HP. I guess one of those fights did happen at B side. Yes, I believe one of those players of Team Valor going down at B side. I think it was Buster, if I'm not wrong.
Look at them.
Both duelists out as Pixels will pull back Wimp, and now some control of B side perhaps. Take a look at Pixels' position.
Very aggressive.
So advanced and getting control of that site. Telling Bullet that the spike plant is good to go, putting down that smoke in a great position. And now he's gonna wrap around the flank.
Oh no. Sai is watching it.
Sai knows, man. Sai knows. Look at his game awareness. Hunter gets a pick onto Blackhawk. This could be big. 3 versus 3 now.
The timing is going to be very crucial. Of when Pixel peaks. Hunter is still making it work. Sai, he brings it to a 1v1. Bullet and Hunter will be able to take both the opponents. That is going to be from the side of EXO. Now they're going to just play a late game. Timer is already checked, and Sai knew that even if he picked one, before he picked another, he would have lost a lot of time. And another
switching sides.
14-3 again. Valor pick up their attacking half, but now it's about EXO to attack. EXO on the operator for a Ghost, on the attacking half, looking really good. And even though Grizzly, they had an advantage in the defensive half, picked the players, it was a 4v3, but letting go of B side rather than taking control. I don't know whether Excali gave a call or not to Wimp, because Wimp was a free kill.
Exactly, and even at Scally on the operator, that his positioning just seemed to be completely off next to Snowman. He didn't seem to be aware of Hunter's position at all, and I think as a result of that, Hunter got a free pick on Excali as well. And I think those crucial moments, I think the decision making needs to be on point here. And Team EXO this time around once again showing a lot of intent towards A side. It is matching for Team Valor, but Ghost is going to come out on top, and this battle between the Jets, Ghost seems to be winning it consistently, Lucifer.
Yeah, Buster was ready to peek. Ghost just... Okay,
Here.
Ghost is back. He's looking from the same angle. Buster's paranoia, I think, should deny Ghost from having the same, but I think Ghost is still scoping the same position. Ghost is ready for that fight, and the recon coming in, both the recons will get destroyed, and Sovas will lose that, so no information being gained. Owl Drone, I guess, has already been destroyed, but look at the side of Valor. They're just playing backside. They're not even going for jiggle peaks. 3 players at backside. If they don't find the pick, they're going to lose really hard this match. This round.
A very interesting spike plan and use of that sage wall. Take a look at it. Bullet and Buster get a pick-up piece, and now 4 versus 3.
Last player standing.
This was supposed to be a post plant. Why did the side of EXO go for a fight? Ghost is still surviving with the operator. Gets one, but look at the push coming in from Hunter, and he's looked exceptional. Lances his initial shot, and Pixel picks that up, and Grizzly, guess what? Valor, look at them, the sigh of relief coming in. We are going to the last map. We are going. The side of Valor, the way they have made a comeback on this icebox. Where were you on Ascent? This is what we have been missing. Yeah,
and split as well. I mean, this is absolutely brilliant from Valor, and they've done so well after just getting the stuffing knocked out of you, if I can use that phrase, on Ascent. Finding it in themselves to say, hey, we got this, okay, we got Icebox. We've beaten global esports on Icebox, okay, so we can take down EXO as well. And with that, folks, the best of 5 now stands at 2 maps apiece. And I think Lucifer, if I'm not wrong, this is the first best of 5 that I'm casting that's actually gone down to map number 5. I've never cast a best of 5 before that has gone down all the way to the wire. And folks, we will be heading over to Haven. The prize pool of 50,000 rupees, that's what's on the line today, so the stakes are high. A quick review of the scoreboard will show you that Team EXO actually was Wimp who started to really find some picks at the end, 23 and 21 for himself. On the side of Team Valor, though, Buster, how good was he? How good was he tonight, Lucifer?
I mean, the match, the last mistake, I mean, I'm still stuck at that last round. Sai, Blackhawk, everybody, Wimp, everybody were just aggressive. Even though they got a good spike plant, all they had to do was take the ropes or just start running back. I understand they did not have the utilities to put up either Toxic Screen or the Poison Cloud, because Wimp had gone down, but they had to try and rotate out either with slow ops coming in, and they did not. They committed for a fight, lost that, but as you mentioned, what a match. 23 for Wimp. Ghost on his advanced position not always was allowed to get a lot of frags, but same thing, Excali, I think this pick was a huge hit for them. In terms of frags, Excali has done its job. The first bloods are also there, but in terms of the agent play, Sentinel coming in for Excali just was not there, because even you saw when they entered into B site, no kind of information was gained for Excali. His utilities were there on site, but he only saw them when he saw through his crosses. I think that's what affected the side of EXO to pull this game back. Very unfortunate, but as you mentioned, Buster was on top of his game. It's all because of Buster and Hunter. 25 and 23. Look at the first bloods coming in for Buster. 5 and 3. Ghost did his job. He tried to open up the sides. 7 first bloods in his name, but it was just Buster and Hunter taking the side of EXO for a spin, and they come on top of it. What a match this was, man, oh man. Brilliantly played from Valor to, I would say, steady their position and have a still good chance as they head over to the last map of Haven. So again, viewers, it's going to be a short break before we start the last match of the grand finals, and we are going the long journey. We are going the long way with having Tata as our partners. Why not? But with that, Get yourselves re-energized, maybe even grab dinner as you're watching this, maybe on a live television with your family, because this action just got better. But see you soon.
10 seconds left. Spike planted. Flawless.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Yuvin Invitational. This is the grand finals powered by Tata Tiago NRG and Red Bull as an energy drink partners, and we don't want you guys waiting because let's directly head over to the map of Haven, right? There is so much that happened, and let's forget about it because now it's Haven, it's the do and all. That's the D-Day map. And what do you think, Grizzly?
It is going to come down to this one last map. I can't believe this is the best of 5 that's gone to the wire. I mean, we expected that it will be close, but this has been the next level, if I'm being honest with you. And I'm extremely excited to see the agent compositions for the map of Haven. I do see that Wimp is going to be on the Sova, so slight change there. Sai is not going to be on the Sova. Sai switching over to the Killjoy, perhaps telling Excali, bro, listen, let me play Killjoy, you do you. And Excali is going to be playing that Reyna, which excites me a lot. Blackhawk is going to be on the
Choose your
Astra on the
agent.
side of Team Valor. We've got Bullet, who's going to be locking in on the Cypher. He's a mean Cypher. I've seen him play Cypher on Haven brilliantly. Pasha Sahel's going to be on the Jet. We got Hunter on the Sova. No surprises there. Buster switches over to the Phoenix. I hope that's a good pick. I hope that's a good pick for them. And Pixels, no doubt, will be most likely on the Astra. But dare I ask you for your predictions, Lucifer? Should we even stop doing this?
No, I guess let's just try and do that. Predictions. I mean, if it happens. We can also say that something we did predict was right. Right at the end of the day.
To be fair, we weren't far off, right? You said 13-11, I said 14-12. It was 15-13. Yeah. So I guess we're doing an okay job. We'll give ourselves 5 stars for that.
Yeah. If you want to take 1 star from us away, it's okay. You guys be the ultimate decider. But in the meantime,
settle for 4.
Yeah. But in the meantime, you can make your predictions. So again, the way Valor have performed on Ascent and Icebox, given EXO the run for the money, just for that fact, I want the side of Valor to win, because the kind of strategy, the kind of force that they have been, and the way EXO have, you could have seen right on the cameras, the side of Team EXO were tensed. They were like, why are we missing our opportunities? Why are we missing our openings? But again, for viewers, you start making your predictions. I think it should be Valor, and again, I'll go with the prediction for 13-11 or maybe an overtime. Again, let's make that pact, Grizzly. I think this is one thing that I'm going to carry forward after the stream, that we make a pact with our co-caster saying that overtime is not going to be talked about in between the game itself. But what is your prediction?
Oh, it's a tough one to call. It's really close, but I'm going to have to say, and this is fully based on the fact that Team EXO has done really well in all the classic Valorant maps, and not any of the new maps or maps like Bind that have like the teleporter aspect. They've struggled on Icebox, they struggled on Bind, and I feel like Haven is a map that EXO should back themselves. And going entirely on that, on the basis of that, I do feel like they will edge out Team Valor. But having said that, the momentum, the confidence, the morale, it's all on the side of Team Valor right now after pulling off what they just did on Icebox. That ninja diffuse from Bullet. I mean, I can't even call it ninja diffuse. He was literally surrounded by 3 players and they just couldn't stop him from diffusing that spike. I mean, it was rounds like those that will frustrate Team EXO. I saw Sai was not pleased at all when he saw that happen, and I think they need to make sure that mistakes like those are not happening. And if they do that, get a good start, play your bonus well, I think Team EXO is going to pick this one up, and my scoreline will be 13-10 to Team EXO.
Nice. It's nice. I mean, we are balancing, right? You're going to be EXO, I'm going to be Valor. So even though there's 2 casters, let's try to balance it out rather than completely weighing it to one side. So EXO and Valor for me and Grizzly. Chat, you can start making your predictions, because this matchup itself, the grand finals, got so interesting. Just like the Tata Tiago NRG, it has so many features with its power that it's going to give you one hell of a drive. And in case you're trying to plan something in terms of buying, or if your parents are, let them know. But right now, locks are coming in. I guess there was one player AFK. It looks like again. Is there going to be one player again on an AFK? Because Bullet previously... Okay, he comes back. I mean, I was wondering what happened there, because Cypher and Bullet on the map of Heaven, they're exceptional.
Yeah, I think it was Pixels who was AFK last time around. He's back
Yeah.
now, so we should be more or less sorted. A double duelist composition for Team EXO. I think honestly they perform better when they just pick both duelists. And X Cali, that's who you are, man. You're an entry fragger. You're a bold
Exactly.
entry fragger, and that's what he should do. I think he should back his abilities and help his team get those first picks. And I think if they do that, they'll be. They shouldn't get ahead of themselves, and I feel like those, we talked about this in the break as well, Lucifer, that those victories on Split and Ascent, every time they had like an overwhelming victory, they ended up losing the next map. And I feel like somewhere, are they taking their foot off the gas just a little bit, saying, hey, that was so easy, guys. I think it should be an easy final for us. But every
Yeah.
single time Valor has come back to remind them, saying, no, we're here to fight, guys, and we're going to take this one all the way down to the wire.
Yep, I agree with you. The side of Valor, they've capitalized on the confidence boost that the side of Team EXO had. As you said, they were just lifting their legs out of the gas pedal, and but now the stakes got risen up. So let's make some noise because it's the last map of the grand finals of Yuvin Invitational, and it's for all the guts, glory, titles, and along with that you get a cash prize of 50,000 for the winner. So it's all going to be decided on this last map of Haven. And look at them, we can see again the sportsman spirit coming in from both the sides, both of them wishing good luck for each other and have a great half. But with the clock ticking, we are just 10 seconds away. Grizzly, how excited are you? I mean, about the
I am
match,
super
yes?
pumped. I am super pumped, and I want to see Valor come in on this. So they're attacking first, right? And we talked
Yep.
about how Haven is an attacking side of the map. And on Icebox, we said the magic number was 7, right? And they got 8, and they went on to win the game. So on Haven, Lucifer, would you agree with me that the number is 7 again?
I would. And if they go it to 8, better. Buster, what? With the molly, he gets a kill. Cali, oh my god, he'll be able to miss his shot, but Pasha Sai, dropped down to 14. Pixel does manage to pick up Cali, but right now, look at Sai, he's trying to spam, but it does not work in his favor as Pixel will pick up that kill, and immediately both the players, that's going to be Ghost as well as Blackhawk, trying for a rotate, but I guess the camera caught where Blackhawk is. He's still at defender spawn.
A 2 versus 4 retake. I'm not quite sure how that. I think it was the Sova on the side of EXO who just burnt up in that Phoenix Molly. Unfortunately,
Last player standing.
Blackhawk will get a pick, but gets traded. Bullet and Hunter are there to pick up those last 2 kills. The first round is in the bag for Team Valor, as the scoreline will move to 1-0, and Team EXO might just be forced into going into an eco round early on here, just to make sure that they come back stronger in round number 3. But with that, there you go. It was Wimp. And briefly, you and I spoke, Lucifer, wondering if Wimp usually does play Sova. I've seen him so far on the Sky, I've seen him on the Viper, and I've seen him on the Killjoy. I don't know if Sova is somewhat of a new agent for him.
I've seen Wimp actually play Sova on the map of Haven. I mean, other maps I've not. He has played good. He has done the job.
Right.
But I don't know how he got taken down by the Molly. Whether there was a gravity well or he just decided to stand there. Because he could have changed his position.
So I think he was changing his position, and the Molly sort of came to his new position while he was with an arrow in his hand, and he didn't really have any choice because coming back out would mean facing 3 Valor players who were already on Suez. I think that was just an unfortunate timing sort of a thing for him. Holding a sneaky angle now, and what is he doing? Black Hawk doing really well, combining with Excali. They can get another here. They can get another. Black Hawk will get another. 1 versus 3. This is good shit damage being done by EXO. To the economies of Valor, not allowing them another pick.
Blackhawk. The economy damage you spoke about, they managed to take down 3 Spectres. So Valor, they don't have any bonus rounds to play with, but every round that they've worked on this attacking half, on this first 2 rounds, it's a pistol and an anti-eco round coming in. But after here, the full buy is coming in. The side of Team EXO are a little bit aggressive still. They are looking forward to fights at site. They are not letting the side of Team Valor get access to site without any. They're rather to look forward to information, maybe. I hope they just look forward to information now, starting off with full buys, but if, again, they go very aggressive, I'm not too sure.
Deploying drone.
I think on an eco round it's probably a good approach. They'll obviously play this round with a lot more caution because the investment is a lot higher because they've all come in with full buys. But a very successful eco round in my opinion, that was with Pixel with 3 kills coming in. I mean, 3 Spectres, like you said, they won the round, but at what cost?
Buster, he's stuck. He does not have any of his teammates to help, and Bullet, he gets one spec, but immediately Excali realizes, as soon as Bullet picks a kill, he realizes that everybody is going to C and nobody is at A, and that's the reason he aggresses. He wanted to take that pick, but right now the spike has been planted. He needs to fast rotate towards to his teammates for this retake. Otherwise, C-long positioning has already been taken from the side of Team Valor. The post plant looks better, but post plant utilities, I would say, not a lot present for the side of Team Valor to play with, and that's the reason Hunter is going in for a change of position in Garage.
So this is down to 10 HP, so it's going to really come down to the other 2 players. Hunter starting things off brilliantly as the turret is getting pulled into that nebula. The spike defuse has not yet reached half.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
And Ghost will prevail, but I don't think there's enough time, and Team Valor have played this one really well. That post plant just making sure that that spike diffuser was killed. And in the end, a right decision from them. And an important round going the way of Team Valor. The third round, the first full buy for Team EXO on Haven. And at this point, Team EXO are probably reminding themselves that, hey, this is how Icebox began for them as well. We don't want to give them a chance, and we want to pull it back. 3-0 on the scoreboard. EXO will be forced into an eco round, as Team Valor will consolidate with their economies.
Now it does tell you, right, that Valor just needed confidence boost. I hope the team, the coach, everybody talked together to tell them that you're playing good. All you need to have is just confidence on you as an agent, as a player, and as a team in terms of a composition. But initial pick coming in from Excali with the Spectre, that was beautiful, and he also upgrades his weapon. Look at the fast movement coming in, and then Ghost providing him cover for that successful change up. But right now, look at that. Wait, why does Pasha Sahil have a Spectre? Okay.
I guess he bought back-to-back rounds in the previous one and in the one before that, because he was one of the players who died in that Spectre round, and so he just went in with a full buy immediately after. But I want to talk about Excali here for a second. I mean, stealing that kill and coming back brilliantly, using that Reina dismiss to excellent effect, and Ghost giving him that cover. And now the Empress is being popped out by Excali. Anyone who hears the sound of a Reina Empress being opened up, you know the dangers involved. A good Reina on Empress can absolutely decimate a team within seconds, and Sai needs to be careful here. He is being ambushed. Does well with one pick. Gets traded by Bullet.
I know it.
How are they not expecting
down,
this?
C.
How is Team Valor not expecting Pixels to be there? Blackhawk to be there, my apologies.
12 seconds on the clock. Pasha Sahil
One
needs to
enemy
clear the
remaining.
side, but Excali picks one along with Ghost. They finish it off, and finally the side of Team EXO find their opening, because if they lost this round, it's going to be a 4-0, and you know what? The side of Valor might have the confidence boost that they needed in this map to completely carry forward, to completely close this map. Hopefully, we don't see that. We see a matchup that is going to be spectacular. But yes, Valor have gotten 3 important rounds to start the map off. But yes, the side of Team EXO as well have made a comeback, and with that you can see the full buys coming in and the economy damage being dished out for the side of Valor. There is one hero rifle. I mean, it's not a saved rifle, but it's going to be a bot rifle coming in on Buster.
Interesting investment there from Team Valor. Are the rest of the team on an eco? It does look like it, right?
Yes, they are.
Careful now.
Well, they need to do as much economy damage as possible. I mean, that's what the goal of this round needs to be from Team Valor. If they can get the spike plant, great. But you need to get at least 2 or 3 rifles out of their hands, and there you go. At the loss of 3, they finally get 1 pick. When it is able to salvage the Phantom. He does.
He was quickly flicking on left and right, trying to find information, but yeah, he thought somebody will push him from logs. Then the repositioning coming in was just better from Ghost. But again, they do damage. they do manage to take at least 2 players down before going out. So little bit, not a lot, but little economy damage being done. But still, one more round for the side of Team EXO to make a comeback, but one more round for the side of Team Valor to push themselves to 4-2, still keeping their, I would say, lead of 2 rounds.
It's round number 6 and Ghost has the operator out. Lucifer, he's watching at B main right now, and he could find a pick because I did see a couple of Valor players just flirting with the idea of giving that B window a peek, but it looks like they have resisted that temptation. And the run it back, no dividends at all, no returns at all, no information, no damage, and pretty much a waste from Buster. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think a Reina pick on Haven, just to pair alongside that Jet of Pasha Sahil might have been a good Buster. He's known to be a really fantastic defense, and exactly. You obviously can't take that away from him.
Yeah.
And for now, they've taken side control. They've got A side, so the plant should be going down.
Cosmic Divide comes through, so entering site, if it was not difficult earlier, it just got even more. But now look at the commitment coming in from Ghost. He dashes in. Oh no! Did you see? Nobody saw that Ghost. Nobody. Very unfortunate. He switched over to his knife before he jumped out.
It happens. It happens to the very best. It happens to the very best. It's unfortunate. We're going to pretend like we didn't see that. But now, a 3 versus 4 retake here. Excali is already under heaven. Useful pick from Sai coming on to Buster. Excali needs to find this pick at A-long. Excali needs to find this pick at A-long. It is Hunter.
One enemy remaining.
He will not, and Pixels and Hunter will close that round down as a 4th round will be secured for Team Valor. The scoreline, folks, is going to be moving to 4-2, and surely now there will be some nervous glances exchanged between the members of Team EXO, because this is not how they anticipated this round to play out. Bullet doing pretty well here. Did get traded out, but it was Hunter who was there at the very end to clutch that round. And this man and Pixels, for me, are the unsung heroes of this team. They are so consistent in their contributions to this team. Every single tournament that I've seen them in, or where I've been casting, they have been so consistent in their gunfights, in the way they're able to hold down situations, and once again, Hunter proving himself.
Sai has dished out damage to Buster. Both of them are looking forward to confirm a kill. Buster knows he just needs one shot on the head, and that's going to be a Vandal Peck coming in. On Sai, he knows he's already dished out damage. Maybe one more bullet that he can take out, but Excali takes that opportunity. He pushes in. Buster was about to check, but Excali was just quicker. But right now, Sai, look at the position at loss. Anybody slightly giving their nozzle will be done and dusted. Blackhawk will be able to get one at backside. Vim comes in for
Spike down.
save. And now it's Hunter left alone, and Hunter has to worry about Excali, who was about to come in a backstab, but Excali is already there on site. So Hunter has no information of where Excali went with the pick from Buster. But this round again, one round here, one round there coming in for EXO and Valor. But Grizzly, going back to your magic number, right? The discussion that we had before the match started, I think Haven is going to be a good map
30 seconds left.
Or to discuss about the magic number for the side of defense compared to the side of attack, because this is already giving an advantage for the side of attack. So do you think EXO, if they are able to get 5 rounds in the defense, it's going to be good for them?
I think 6. I think the number for me for them is 6. Because if they get 6 rounds, even
10 seconds
Stevens,
left.
what it does to Team Valor is that they feel that they didn't capitalize the advantage of Haven being an attacking map. Right?
Exactly.
It's kind of like in cricket when you set a really low score and you come back to field and you already get the sinking feeling that you don't have enough runs on the board. I feel like that's the feeling that Team EXO might get. The feeling that Team Valor will get if EXO can just register 6 rounds.
Yep. Chat, this has just gotten so interesting that both EXO and Valor, I don't know, man. I don't have the right words to figure this out. Excali, I would say that it's just too much commitment with his ultimate coming there, but still it was a very crucial round, and that's the reason you can see the stress on their face. But in the meantime, if you are just enjoying the stream as much as us, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe, because again, letting you know is this is Yuvin Invitational's grand finals where EXO as well as Valor are battling it out, where only 8 teams were invited. There was not every team had a chance to battle it out, only 8 teams, and out of 8 we are just seeing the top 2 who have battled this week completely and they are here. So don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. With also Tata coming in as a sponsors, man, it's looking great to seeing, as we said initially, an automobile manufacturer, one of India's largest, to make this happen. But right now, let's get our heads back into the action, because Valor have lost Buster, and now it's a disadvantage. But Pasha Sahil, he's still alive. He can do something.
excaلی is going to come face to face with Hunter in just a bit. I can't wait to see how this goes down. The Astra smoke possibly will delay that encounter. But is going through garage the right move here for Team Valor? I'm not quite sure, because Sai is really doing a fantastic job of holding this down.
Reina killed.
Bullet gets that connection onto excaلی.
30 seconds left.
Pick as Blackhawk will reposition to deal with this threat here, and there you go, Sai out from that corner of Seaside.
I know exactly
not allowing
where
entry.
you are.
Pixels will get a pick onto Blackhawk elsewhere, and now Ghost is forced to reposition.
Spike
but hang on,
planted.
the spike plant has gone down. It's going to be a B plant, and an interesting post plant activation that is going to come right up in front of us, and Sai is going to get that pick out of Bullet. This is big, because now we're looking at a 2 versus 2. Pixels is on side, and Pasha Sahid is playing back of side. So he knows he's going to come from there.
Good use of Cloud Burst, but Sai, he's taking the distraction. He spotted the nozzle from Pixel, but it's just not connecting. Oh no, why would you turn around? Pasha Sahil will be able to get one. No, Pasha Sahil's position is compromised. Ghost, he goes in for a fake, and Pasha Sahil is pushing, and he's taken that bait. And ooh, the dash was available, but no, Ghost thinks he got the confirmation again. A little bit too late. You saw Ghost switching up. He thought he got the confirmation, but he did miss a
Sahil
shot.
though. Pasha Sahil did brilliant. I mean, I have the same question as you. Why did Pixels turn around when he knew that he was getting spammed by a Sai from C-Link? I guess we'll have to ask him at some point when we meet him. But
okay, I think he was trying to jump out of that position. No, it did not look like that. Yeah,
it was a peak. It was a straight up peak in the wrong direction. I don't know what happened there, but Pasha Sahil, the composure to get that trade and then just play time. He knew that he just had to make Ghost wait for another second or so, and the round was in the bag. And 5-3 on the board. 7 is the magic number, is what we said. Just 2 more rounds for Team Valor. They are looking pretty strong.
Exactly. I mean, it's all the mistakes that the side of Team EXO are doing here. Again, Sai, look at him. The utilities he has posted, but then he's still playing aggressive. If 2 players try to push him at A main, it's done and dusted. I mean, I understand he has one of the crispiest and sick aims here in between these 2 teams, but you have talked about this. Team plays apes together coming through. I don't think Sai would have a good chance. I mean, only and only if apes line up, which we always said, that's not how apes play. They rush in together and you don't know where to look at. And I think it might eventually happen. But right now, looking at the spike, they're just taking distraction, looking forward to pick. excaلی will be able to do one. Buster missing up his shot. Ghost is down to 33. But Hunter will be able to find one, but not with the disadvantage that because Blackhawk has picked one of his own. But Hunter, he's gained access to C site. So the spike can be recovered, which is already not fallen out. But Blackhawk, he'll be able to pick up Hunter. As he thought C-side was open, Blackhawk denies that, and look at Blackhawk's position. He's right behind the doors. And Pixel, as he goes in, I think it's done and dusted. Buster and Blackhawk. I mean, sorry, Pixels will be going down to Ghost as well as Blackhawk to turn this around. And even though the side of Valor are carrying the advantage, the lead, there is one round that the side of Team EXO make a comeback on, and then again we go back to a 2-round lead for the side of Valor. So not a lot of rounds left, but if Valor let the side of EXO pick a couple more rounds, then you know, as we said, right, if the defense get advantage on the defensive half. Then as they head over in the second half of attacking, they'll be more than happy with that advantage. And even if they lose the pistol round, that's just going to be an equalizer, and that they can still convert things. And now it looks like an eco coming in for the side of Team Valor with the economy damage that have been dished out each and every round.
Agreed, and losing that round, but just at the cost of one player here. Ghost was going for that flick onto Pasha Sahil, but Pasha Sahil did not get taken down.
Last player
You need to be careful.
Spike down A.
Look at Buster. He's like, what should I do now? And I think they're going to let Sai have the ace. That's just huge confidence build. But Sai, oh no, he just runs in. Buster denies an ace, but the shock dart will be taking him out, as Sai would have pretty sure called his health. And rather than compromising a lot more kills, because Ghost we know, I mean, I am not sure if the viewers are a little bit confused, but I do certain times get confused when I call Ghost, because there is a Ghost player and a Ghost weapon. So, but still, Ghost in terms of aim play, right? Aim play with Ghost for Buster is precise, and that's the reason he knocks Sai's head off.
Seems to be his pistol of choice over the Sheriff, which is not something you see very often.
Joke's over!
It's kind of like going for the USP over the Desert Eagle in CSGO, which is not a very popular choice. But can we talk about that spray from Sai? Is that man normal? Did he just got 4 picks in one spray, or was there a spray transfer? I didn't quite catch that.
We did not update that, so but he did do it, John. Does not matter whether we are looking through his process. 4 Excali.
4 headshots, and now Excali getting a pick out to Pasha Sahil, but Pixels doing well to recover that man at disadvantage. And all of a sudden, next was down to just 2 players. A 2 versus 4 situation now.
You want to fight it?
Trying his best to stop that spike plant from going down, but he's not going to be successful. The spike plant will go down. Wimp does have the Hunter's Fury, and maybe he's going for the op save. I'm not quite sure.
See, I think what happened here in this round is Sai playing aggressive. If you see the map, the utilities are still there on site for Sai. But I think him playing aggressive became a disadvantage. Because before his utilities could have been used, he went down. The Blackhawk missing his headshot, missing the opportunity, he needs to run. He needs to save the rifle, because if they lose this, their economy is already trashed, just like the side of team Valor had. But Buster missing up his shot again. Behind him was Hunter, so they're already dishing a little bit of an economy damage. And Wimp as well as Blackhawk saved 2 rifles, but Hunter,
Bullet
was in search of that operator. He knew that the operator being online is going to be deadly, and for a fact that if they had no idea whether the operator was recovered or not, they just wanted to take down the weapon advantage that the side of team EXO had. And as you mentioned, the last round coming in, if it's a 6-6, it's going to be a tipsy-turvy battle as we head over into the second half, because it is going to be equal footing, and it's again anybody's game.
Absolutely, and Blackhawk, they're doing so well and dishing out the damage, like you said. Kind of makes you think that, hey, maybe he should have just gone for it. Instead of the save, and he might have, if he got the 3 picks on site, he might have just had enough time to go into that defuse as well. A good start from Ghost, gets a pick onto C Long, has enough time to fall back as well. Elsewhere, another pick going down as Team Valor lose both Bullet as well as Buster, and now a 3 versus 5 situation. This is the last round of the first half, folks. So it's all about the magic number of 7 is what we were saying is Team Valor needs to go into that second half with confidence, and they've got 6 on board. And it's a little bit stacked against them at this point because of the man disadvantages, with realizing that the A site is being preferred by Team Valor. The Hunter's Fury is an option on the side of both Hunter as well as Wimp.
Look at the push. Hunter could have picked 2, but Ghost comes in, he saves along with Wimp picking up another kill. Now it's all up to the last place surviving Pixel. But with the lockdown, the operator and the 4 players surviving. 6-6, even Stevens, Grizzly, even Stevens. There was no magic number.
You asked me how many rounds does EXO need to confirm this second half, and I said That number is probably 6.
6. For them, they have the magic number. I mean, as we said, Heaven, magic number, the defense needs to get it. And it looks like they have. And the pistol round is going to command. Pistol was looking great on this attacking half of the side of team Valor. But then now EXO, they have the opportunity. They have the opportunity to capitalize. Excali and Ghost. Still, they are not the ones top fragging in all the maps that we saw. It was either Sai who was playing Sentinel, who was playing an Initiator. Same, it was either Blackhawk or Wimp. Never the duelist on the side of Team EXO, but Valor, most of their fights and most of the victories were because of their duelists.
Agreed, and I think they've done that job in that first half. And now Pasha Sahil starting things off brilliantly. Excali is going to be deleted from this B side, and this does mean that B side is completely open for Team Valor to go in and get that spike plant. Team EXO, my apologies, to get that spike plant. Pasha Sahil here, watching from A Link.
Calling my bot.
Chuck that.
Now you can see them being cautious. Even Stevens, it might be, but if they get an anti-eco round in their favor, things can turn around. But look at the push coming in. They enter B side and they're pushing A link, getting complete control. Pasha Sahil, why would you fight with a nano swarm? But still, look at the count. Look at the player advantage. It's still on the side of Valor because both the players from the side of attack, they've pushed out. They're at A link. So spike defuse is still an option. Pixels will be able to get one. Blackhawk needs to be pushed. But the spike defuse is already being stuck and it's done. Pixel is the man. The push coming in. I mean, I questioned Pasha Sahil, but I should have questioned the side of EXO for pushing each and every player to A link.
Absolutely. I mean, what was the play there? They were chasing players out from A link all the way to the spawn. I guess it's a play that they've practiced in custom. I think that's the only way I can think about it. Hang on. Are you watching this? Are you watching this, Lucifer?
Yep.
It's going to be a force buy coming in from Team EXO. This excites me like nothing else in this game when I see a team that is so pumped and they're saying, we're not going to accept that pistol defeat. We want to level things up. We want a full buy and come into the next half.
EXO have been able to capitalize their force buy and make a comeback for some time, but just as I was about to say, the side of Valor, even though the comeback was on cards, they have closed those maps in their favor. Pasha Sahil, beautiful martial connection, and now they're still trying to push in. Hunter gets one pick on Sai, but still Ghost and Excali alive. They can still turn things around, but Hunter, he's also low. But he gets a peek and immediately takes him down, and Pasha Sahil with just a Ghost wipes it to get a flawless. Look at Sai. He is completely in a disarray. He's lost all the confidence, but look at Valor, all smiles, wide smiles across from their ear lobes. Because they managed to take down a force buy, and Sai is in disbelief. Not even a single player went down from the side of Valor.
You know what that means for Team EXO, and I think that's the reason why Sai has his head in his hands. It's because a force buy not going your way forces you into another full eco round and 5 sheriffs.
Revealing area.
This is pretty much going to be another eco round, another round in the back of Valor. So the bonus round that they planned will pretty much be a win for them. And now their economies will be so close to this. And more importantly, the momentum. We talk about this all the time.
Exactly.
It's a risky ploy, and every time you try something risky, there's always a chance that you fail. And I guess Team EXO just have to cut their losses and say that, hey, we tried it, but it doesn't mean that the game is over from this point.
Again, loses the body very early on. Hunter's repositioning was brilliant. Now Hunter, he does not have any bullets, but spam coming in from side. But look at Hunter's confidence! Don't make the mistakes that the side of Team EXO are making. The confidence is the reason that they're trying to go in for force and trying to go in for picks. Hunter, look at that again. Wimp with shock dart. He turns things around now. It's still doable for the side of EXO. Yes, there is going to be Wimp very low in terms of health. A Spectre being recovered from Sai. We know this man. If he finds a clean headshot, he will rip this B site open. Or even if their teammates find a site open, they're going to completely take control of. And immediately you can see Valor, they go in for a complete defensive play. They do not even peek right now. Don't go in for an over peek. That was I would say a bad peek coming in from the side of Valor, but now the spike being initiated. Bullet is ready. He has his Ares online, but look at that arrow Oh no, the cage goes down at the wrong time and Blackhawk was ready, and now it's a 2v3. Doable completely for the side of Team X.
One enemy remaining. Ooh. Okay, message. This Scheiße hurts.
I said this.
This is a thrifty round, make no mistake. The force buy did not work, but did they just win a thrifty round?
Having a chance to turn it around to 9-6, a 3-round lead. They bring it back to only 1. Grizzly, 1.
Team Valor will be kicking themselves. They'll be disappointed with that for sure. It was a bonus round that they should have put away. But Team EXO, brilliant with those sheriffs, making it work for themselves. And I think Sai has even picked up a Spectre, and he's going to bonus it out himself in this round. So it's an interesting one from them. Full buys coming in from Team Valor, surely. I have to leave the timeout for a second and talk about, hey, can we just put that aside? I know we just lost a full sheriff buy.
Valor need to again just tell themselves it happened. Don't overpeak now. Buster and Pasha Sahil again, they've found their opening. Sai is slowly creeping in. The Spectre, the change of gun. Sai opens one more, and again you had the smoke advantage. And now look at the C side being opened. Again a 3v3. Ghost is at A side, and Ghost can be a huge lurker. But Buster, he denies that Vandal playing a huge role. But now Phantom is still there. Ghost is already in A side. But look at the position from Hunter. And now even though the rotate was happening from Blackhawk, with Ghost going down, finally it's the side of Team Valor not making any more mistakes. This is what I mean. Valor play inside their own utilities or try to aggress. I think, okay, it was not Blackhawk, it was not Valor's utility that Nebula coming in. It was Blackhawk's, but it's still a smoke, right? It is still a disadvantage if you want to play inside it. And with that sound coming in from Sai, with that cyber cage, which we know, right? If somebody steps into it, there is a huge chance that you know where that player is. And Bullet tries to capitalize. I might be going a little bit hard on Bullet, but looking at Valor playing, they have a high probability of taking on EXO. And if they let go of those chances, it's going to be hard. But on the other end, EXO as well, they are going in for too aggressive plays. I mean, after Sai picking up these 2 kills and getting a Vandal as well, he had to play inside. What do you say, Grizzly?
I think so, and I think he just felt that he getting those 2 picks single-handedly nullifying the man at disadvantage of the team was just that. I think sometimes what it does to you happens to me as well. You just feel like nothing can stop you and you want to just go in. And I think what he was hoping for was just to pick up one of those 2, Buster and Pasha Sahil. These guys are combining brilliantly. Let's face it. Buster and Pasha Sahil are playing together so well, and the rotate was coming from spawn, and I think Sai knew that and just wanted to pull one of those kills back and make it a 2 versus 3, a more winnable round for his team. But nonetheless, it's going to be another eco round for Team EXO. 7-9 on the scoreboard, Lucifer. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Team EXO at this point. They can't afford to lose any confidence. I mean, I'll say that again, and if they have a coach, that's what their coach needs to be telling them right now. You guys don't forget who we are. We are Team EXO, one of the best teams in India, right? CSGO, we've got Simar Sethi from CSGO. He's a legend from CSGO. We've got Excali, very experienced players, both of these guys. So the lockdown is going to allow them to get a plant down in this eco round, which is very helpful. The Cosmic Divide has not been checked. Under Heaven has not been checked. Excali will be in trouble here. I think Hunter is still under Heaven. Take a look at this.
He's stuck. Oh no!
Neutralized.
Excali gets a flash. He moves in, but look at Buster. He's ready. He's going to come in. Guns blazing. And look at the retake. It's so clinical. There is no chance to the side of Team EXO have in terms of answering, but they need to hit that spike as soon as possible. Otherwise, there's a Hunter's Fury which is ready. And if they delay, it's going to get very difficult. Buster, he'll get it to half, but then I think it's done and dusted, and Hunter will be able to pick one. And look at the push coming in from A shot. Double digits on the card for the side of Team Valor, and it looks like EXO are having a tough battle again. Look at that. Sai, he is telling you should not have popped it so early on, and I think it was Sai who went there for a peek. He did get a kill on Buster, but that Nebula or the Cloudburst hit went down, opening up Sai's position. And now you can see EXO immediately going for a timeout, and I think Sai's call right now is just, guys, relax.
Yes.
It's
I
not
was just
something you have
going
to
to say
worry
that,
about.
Lucifer. I think it's
Yeah.
time for a timeout because 7-10, only 3 rounds away from wrapping up this map, this match, this series, the championship. That's what's on the line here. And I think Team EXO just need to like regroup for a second. This 1 minute, just take your time to think through this. Your IGL needs to be calm at this point of time and tell your team, hey, listen guys, we got this. Let's figure out the mistakes. Let's plug those holes, and we should be able to come back stronger.
I mean, I like the spirit coming in from Valor. Look at them. Even though they lose a couple of rounds, the stress appears on their face, but immediately they regroup. They say, okay, it's still not lost. We still have a round in terms of lead. Let's capitalize. And now they have brought it back to a 3-round lead. And yes, you can see Sai, he did not speak anything throughout this timeout. He's told everybody to just keep quiet, calm themselves down. Because tensions are high, right? The side of Valor were losing 13-3, 13-2. I guess not even 13-3. They were losing 13-2 on both Split as well as Ascent. And right now, for them to have a chance to close this map, EXO will start questioning themselves. They're like, where are we going wrong? Why are we letting the side of Team Valor capitalize on top of us? And this is a decider map. It's not like Valor picked it or the side of Team EXO picked it. It is because, I guess, Breeze was banned. This is going to be the decider map at the end of the day. And people get to choose whether they want attack or defense. I guess the coin toss worked for the side of Team Valor and they took attack. But it was still a 6-6. Anybody's ground. But the defense has been exceptional from the side of Valor.
Agreed. And Team EXO just coming around trying to sneak onto this last point, and Ghost is actually on to default, will get a big Cypher's cage onto Bullet, gets a second pick onto Buster as well. A third one on Pixels. Ghost is popping off, and this is the kind of brilliance that you want from one of your team members when you are absolutely pushed against the wall. And boy, has Ghost delivered for Team EXO.
This is the Ghost who was popping on the map of Ascent. Where was he till now? What happened? I mean, Sai said, okay guys, relax, bring back your A game. That's all we need. It's just that we are missing our shots, we are missing our strategies, we are not pushing our teammates for success. And Ghost finding that opening was brilliant. A 2v3, this I guess should be a safe round for the side of EXO. But look at Pasha Sahil. What? He is sticking in. Ghost comes in. Hunter will be able to take down Ghost, but right now there's no chance. There's no chance. Hunter, oh my god, he brought it close. Sai, if he was not alive, you know what was about to happen. Half tiff is already been done. Hunter would have been more than happy to finish it off. And 11-7? But it was all Ghost to start things off, right, Grizzly? All Ghost.
I mean, getting those 3 picks, what it does to your team is also, it just gives you a boost, a boost in confidence, and I think that's what Team EXO really need at this point. I want to talk about Sai here, that composure in the end, just to say, hey, listen, just relax, don't panic. And I think Wimp just rushed in because he was a bit worried that half defuse was already on the, by Pasha Sahil, sticking the first half. Was it Bullet who was the last player? I think it was Bullet who was just
No, Bullet was the first player going down.
So I don't really recall who it was, but
Hunter was the one.
I guess
trying
it was
to
Hunter.
it.
I think he was just hoping that he'll just pick off that second half, but it wasn't to be. And speaking of Hunter, here he is.
He has a chance.
One of the players. He will take down Wim.
Attacker
And with that Hunter actually getting the opening kill, he gets a pick on the Ghost as well. That solves half of your problems if I'm being honest. Will take on Black Hawk as well. It was a run and gun party over there. It's down to just Excali. 1 versus 4. Can this man do it? I know he's capable. We know he's capable.
3k for Pixel with the Spectre for a run and gun. You saw him. He was all over the default of Seaside. Pixel was all over the place. He's literally like, if you try to spill coffee, tea or ketchup when you're trying to have something, he was literally like that. He was everywhere. He was just spilling across. But that Spectre run and gun, man. Why don't we get this opportunity, Grizzly? When we see opponents coming in, we try to run and gun. I ran in front of a player who was right in front of my face, and my crosshair was on his head, and I got 0 damage on him. 0.
It's one of those things, man. It works for the enemies, but it won't work for us. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The smoke spam and all the Omen outplays, the Zero outplays. They work brilliantly for the enemies, but they won't work for for you over here.
Everybody's lining up.
That is down to this Ghost. I think it was an eco round coming in from them. They just threw the kitchen sink at Team Valor, but hang on. Team Valor are starting to look like a brick wall, and Lucifer, the match is at match point. This is coming down to the wire. The Yuvin Invitational, the grand finals, the best of 5. The match point, the series point, the championship point. It is all on the line here. Team Valor have a 4-point lead, a 4-round lead, and it's going to take something special from Team Exo to come back from here.
If you pause the previous round, you could have seen a straight line from the side of Team EXO. But Buster with his ultimate, he finds a pick. He's going to find another one. No, Wimp was ready for that. But that opening on Sai, the confidence that the side of Team EXO would have lost right now, because they don't have a sentinel. They can't play for a post plant. They all need to take down the side of Team Valor, and they need to find picks. Wimp has no information. He sees B to be clear, but he knows they are not giving them information. They're denying that, and you can see the side of Team EXO, they're so cautious right now. They did not think that this map of Haven will go down this way, especially on their attacking half. They managed to bring it to an even Steven 6-6, but the defense has been unfathomable from the side of Team Valor. And look at them, they give away the side because they know they have an advantage. They have a lot of utilities to play around, and with that Cosmic Divide, after the plant has done, they could go for a beautiful retake, and their retakes was brilliant. And is it do and all in this round? Cosmic Divide starts off.
It's now or never, man. It's now or never. Pasha Sahil, what are you doing? 3 kills with that blade storm, and it is curtains. This is it, Lucifer. Team Valor have just picked up the Yuvin Invitational Championship.
Defenders win.
Pasha Sahil,
my
with that blade storm, making that post-plant situation seem easy. Can we see this again? 1, 2, 3, being pulled into that nebula. Gets that 3rd kill. What a performance from Team Valor we have seen tonight.
Whoa, I mean, if we see the last positions coming in from the side of EXO, it was actually correct. As you said, right? The Cosmic Divide which is there, the side of Team Valor was just playing on their ultimates. They wanted to just make sure that let's go in for a clean retake, and that's crispy as ever. That's cleaner, that's clinical. I mean, if you go in for a surgery and you certain times come out with a couple of wounds which you have to care and band-aid, but that was even better from Valor in terms of that retake. Man, oh man. EXO, what a huge disbelief for them, man. What, not only a disbelief but a hit, Grizzly, a hit to their confidence, because 13-2 on Ascent and Split, but Valor walk away with the title and become the champions of Yuvin Invitational, where only top teams of India were invited, and Valor steal the show with an unbelievable performance.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you use the right word. Pasha Sahil was like a surgeon in that last round with that blade storm, picking off those heads and getting pulled into that Astra gravitational pull and still landing that 3rd kill. I mean, we talked about Ghost popping off on Ascent a little bit earlier on. We just didn't see that from him. A quick look at the scoreboard. Lucifer will show you that Ghost, who has been averaging at 7 or 8 first bloods this best of 5, was a little bit halted at 3. And Excali was there as a second duelist to support him, getting those other 3 first bloods for him and just sort of bringing that number up. But in the end, perhaps not winning enough gunfights. 11 and 17 on Excali. Those are not Excali numbers, right? I mean, when you're a player of Excali stature, you're expecting those duelists, especially on the duelists, especially on the Reina, to deliver. Excalibur, exactly. It wasn't to be today, unfortunately for him. But can we talk about Team Valor? I mean, this is the team of the moment. I mean, you're absolutely right. Losing Split 13-3, then losing Ascent 13-2. And coming back from there and saying, you know what, guys, it's fine. We still got this. And then they showed their dominance on Icebox, continuing the dominance on Haven. And you're absolutely right. It was 6-6 at halftime. And we thought if EXO put 6 rounds on the board, they should be good. But they weren't good at all. And the double duelist strategy sort of worked for them. And once again, one of their most consistent players throughout this series, over the past few months that I've been watching these guys play. That man, Hunter,
Hunter.
one of the most underrated Sovas in the Indian Valorant scene right now. Everyone talks about Right to Ace, everyone talks about Kappa, but this man right here, Hunter, is right up there, top fragging for his team, giving them those that 21 in 11. Having as many first bloods as your Jet, and just contributing in every possible way. What a performance from Team Valor, the official champions of the Yuvin Invitational Cup. Team Valor. So, from a Team EXO perspective, Lucifer, is this an upset? Do you think?
From Exo's perspective, huge. Huge. I mean, after, as we talked about, right? We talked about the maps of Split and Ascent. To go down to heaven like this, ah, it happens, right? Best of the best. We did talk about this. Valor have improved so much. They have put up their synergy. They've managed to understand how they need to work, and especially their strategies, as we saw on Bind and Icebox, where they got it back on overtime. From there, we had a discussion in between ourselves, right? It looked like their strategy was better. We did think that Valor have a possibility, but then again, going to 6-6, we thought, okay, it's not going to happen. EXO should be able to pull it off because they're going to start on attack. And Heaven being an attack favored map, the side of defense was just so better. It was so better, and again, as we said, I don't think, we can say it again and again. Put your hands up for the side of Team Valor to grab this Yuvin Invitational powered by Tata Tiago NRG and Red Bull as their energy drink partners. And what a way, the partnership coming in from Tata, such a huge ground, right? We said a biggest automobile manufacturer here in India, and to make sure on a tournament that they power up along with Yuvin and to put up their name Valor, that gives them all the creds. All the creds.
100% deserving of this victory, Team Valor. They deserve it. Their performance on Bind was amazing. Was it 13-11 on Bind, if my memory serves me right? 13-11 to Team Valor. Icebox going all the way into overtime. 2 rounds of overtime. 15-13, doing so well. Let's remind ourselves that Team EXO is not a small team. They're a big team, right? And they've got Excali and Sai and some of these players who have been around the scene for so long, have that competitive experience. They know how to win the big finals. They know how to respond to tough situations in grand finals. But putting all that aside, Team Valor showing up and saying that, hey, we are here to fight as well. Don't count us out. Don't discount us. We are here to win championships. And I just want to say, Team Valor, brilliant, well played. If you guys are watching this, you guys deserve this victory. I'm so happy to see this. We were having a discussion, Lucifer, a couple of days ago about Team Valor possibly being the third best team in India right now after the big 2G and VLT. And I think this performance tonight has sort of reiterated that message once again. And I think a lot of people will find it difficult to argue against that.
Yep, I agree with you. They're going to be close to getting to the third position, being the India's best team. But again, one thing that I want to give them congratulations, but then also they have to look forward to being consistent. This is not going to be the tournament to declare them the third best team. They have to prove themselves back day in and day out. They did manage to defeat GE as well. So for them, this is, I would say, the starting ground. There's a lot more pending from them, and consistency is key. The team has already been built, the strategies have already been ready, the players have already found their position inside the team. They know how their teams play. But again, it's going to be a start, but it's going to be a celebration night. So let's let the side of Valor enjoy along with the audience. Hope you enjoy this Yuvin Invitational powered by Tata Tiago NRG and with Red Bull as our energy drink partners. If you are just tuning in, it's going to be Valors as walking champions at the end of the day of this grand finals. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe and all the bell notification, because there's a lot more tournaments coming in from Yuvin. Don't miss that. But right now, it's time to say goodbye. Grizzly, any ending words from you?
I mean, if you guys have been watching this and enjoying this, please make sure to subscribe to Yuvin. These guys are doing a great job. I was speaking to their MD a couple of days ago, and I think this is what our esports industry needs right now. We need more Yuvins. We need more of these kind of organizations to come and give platforms like this for our esports athletes to perform and compete with those big prize pools. And I for one, I'm super excited about the esports industry. But yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic. Thanks, Lucifer, for having me over here. It was super
here.
fun casting. Honestly, at some points I forgot that we're casting a match and we're just like watching it
Having
together,
a conversation. Yeah,
having a
I
and
understand.
so it's always a joy. So thanks for having me.
It was a pleasure, Grizzly, having you, and it was a pleasure working with you. And hopefully, we have a lot more coming. And as I said, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. And thank you to each and everybody, the production, the management, everybody, to pulling up such a beautiful tournament and letting us know that Valor is coming in soon. So, all the best to Valor again. Congratulations again, not to be disheartened for EXO. There's going to be something that you guys have to look into and hopefully make a huge comeback. But with that, we bid you adieu. It's going to be me, Lucifer, along with Grizzly, signing out on this last day of grand finals. Have a great evening and a good night. See ya.
See the world in a different light, and only different will seem right. With different comes color. The world's a shinier place. Turn wherever you want. You'll find a happier space. Different turns it up. It brings everything to life. It all starts happening just the way you like. Different never blends in. It has its own way. Why go anywhere else when you can be different every day? Presenting the Tiago NRG, the urban tough roader for those who live different. See the world in a
Good afternoon, friends. I'm Anuj, and I'm your host today, along with Miss Subha.
Hi.
Hey, Subha. Do you know which company has portfolio of cars which are one of the safest in India?
Of course, yes. Everyone knows. Vocal for local, our very own Tata Motors.
Correct. They've been on an amazing roll for last few quarters. Phenomenal. Tiago got launched in 2016 April. It was a game changer, an instant success. Customers loved its design and drive experience. They won more than 20 awards in the launch year itself.
And that is why there are 3.5 lakh Tiagos on road today.
That's the kind of loyalty Tiago commands. But today, we are going to show you the new avatar of Tiago, which is more fun,
More adventurous.
more rugged. Presenting
The Tiago NRG.
NRG is very different from Tiago. Nahin? What do you think?
Yeah, it looks very rugged and muscular. Very distinct.
The Tata Tiago NRG here is a purpose-built tough roader. The high ground clearance helps it conquer tough terrains, while the SUV-inspired front and side cladding give it a tougher stance. And take a look at these rugged roof rails. They really make the Tiago NRG stand tall.
True. It doesn't look like any other raw off-roading vehicle.
All right, Subha. I cannot contain the excitement anymore. Let me take you both out for a spin. I hope you took good notice of the car color. For extra green.
Looks gorgeous.
It's the perfect color for where we are headed.
Anuj, it's about time now. Where are we going?
To a place you love. Very few people know about it. You're lucky that I'm with you.
Okay. I hope it's worth all the hype.
Yes. Just sit back and relax. And enjoy the 8-speaker Harman surround system.
Anuj, do you even know where we're heading?
Don't worry. The car has infotainment system with Apple Carplay and Android Auto.
Are you sure the car can take us to such places?
Yes. Don't worry, my dear. It's the Tough Roader NRG. It has 181mm ground clearance
And dual path suspension to make sure we can go to any such place.
and it comes with 15-inch hyper-style wheels which have strong steel rims specially made to handle such terrains.
I'm so surprised you spoke of the car color and you did not talk about the interior. I really like the black interior color. It's so sporty. And also the seats, they're so comfortable and spacious.
You know what I like about this car? I like the way it drives. It's smooth, comfortable, it drives quick. Just the way a car should.
I am really impressed.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to off-road.
And I was talking about the car. Thank you, Tata Motors, for designing cars which even amateurs like him can drive.
Wait for it. And we are here. know what's so special?
This, Anuj, this is.
And the fact that this car has a global NCAP 4-star rating. It's amazing to have an Indian manufacturer lead the way when it comes to safety.
Now this is a cool car.
And it comes in different exciting colors. Apart from this one, it comes in snow white, fire red, and cloudy grey.
This is amazing, Anuj. Together we have just witnessed the Tiago NRG.
And it's been a whole different experience. This car is not just good for city drives, but also for tough drives like these. So, for now, signing off, this is Anuj.
And this is Subha. Hopefully, see you super soon.